And so it begins. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow, and so it begins. It is here. I am here. Hope you are. The session has commenced, and your company is required. That thing that we do round about this time is being done exactly at this time. So if you are available right now, surrender yourself to the session for however it lasts. You know the routine. You come in, you click the like button because you would have already clicked the subscribe button. And if you haven't, then please do. So click the like button, click the subscribe button, and then lean back and surrender yourself to the session for however it lasts. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is OBIANO. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, Anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Well, this is OBIANO. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 they were singing out, holy, 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 this another Savior. Holy, 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 this another Savior. Many great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
There you heard it. Holy, holy, holy Nandekano, the other Savior. So that is what they will have you have in the East. Holy, 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 holy Nandekano is their other Savior. So I'm just waiting for, holy, 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 holy Nandekano is their other Savior. As guys, I bring you this. EFCC investigating OBIANO for withdrawing. Now, wait for this. EFCC investigating OBIANO for withdrawing 37 billion naira in cash, looting Shopee funds, sources. So it's just a wild west, the Nigerian space. The mind boggles sometimes because you have to translate some of these monies into actual real money. So what is the dollar value of 37 billion naira? I'm thinking that's what the better part of $70 million I'm expecting. EFCC investigating OBIANO for withdrawing 37 billion naira cash, looting Shopee funds, sources. So there it is right there. We expect him to spend a lot of time with the AFCC, but of course, our expectation and what actually transpires within the Nigerian space, two diametrically opposed things. 2023, INEC picks hole in new electoral act. So they pick holes, but is this for or against? Because they are already looking to rubbish this law because it does not favor the status quo. Abubakar Malami has shown his hands, but what is INEC saying? So we tease with the headline, just so you wait to hear the body of the story. 2023, INEC pick holes in new electoral act. So quite what hole is being picked, we'll find out shortly. Still a lot of machinations, intrigues, and Machiavellian moves, maneuverings to that particular offending, pardon me, to that particular offending section of the newly promulgated electoral bill. How Attorney General Malami Emefiele procured court order deleting Section 8412 of the Electoral Act to safeguard their political ambitions. So thank you very much whoever wrote this headline, because this is the storyline that I have been trying to present to you guys for the duration of when this thing broke. This is entirely, totally about Abubakar Malami being able to pick up a ticket to be the governor of Kebbi State, to park his atrocities under the immunity that position will give him. But he cannot be out of office for 3 months, which is what the new law requires, because that is too long a build-up to ensure that he gets what he wants. So he's willing to change the Nigerian constitution for his own self-interest. I have been saying this all the way through, and it looks as though this headline concurs. Attorney General Malami Emefiele procure court order deleting Section 8412 of Electoral Act to safeguard their political ambition. So it's pretty obvious to me, and it certainly seems as though this headline writer aligns with my thoughts. From that to this, Ortom amongst 9 governors who will return to APC. So this one comes a bit as an alarm to me, because there's nobody, not one single person, not even Reno Omokri, that has been more critical of the Buhari administration and the APC party than this element from Benue State. But then, of course, nothing comes to you as a surprise within the Nigerian space. But this, is it a disappointment, if not a surprise? Ortom amongst 9 governors who will return to APC. Agbase is the person making that headline. And by the way, that storyline all over the media space. So it looks as though there's some veracity to it. It recalls again, Benue, Ortom speaks on planned defection to APC. So is that an excuse or a denial? We find out what he has to say in that regard. Zamfara donates security vehicles to Niger Republic. So this is a recurring thing. That they give them money. There was a time that some governor in the north bought about 100 million naira worth of Quran for Niger Republic. The Malam Buhari is building a railway station to Niger Republic. The Zamfara state governor donates security vehicles. Guess where? To Niger Republic. So Niger Republic essentially Nigeria's daddy, and our resources essentially to build up that desert place that they call a country. So there it is right there in open glare. I wonder what donations has been made to the Niger Delta area where they are all developing newly discovered diseases of the back of the pollution and the soot that is in that space. Tinubu tells Sharia Council to create political department like Redeemed Church. So the Redeemed Church, they created a political department essentially to promote Al-Shibanjo's presidential aspirations. And Tinubu is inviting the Islamic space to do an after you or keeping up with the Joneses. Tinubu tells Sharia Council to create political department like the Redeemed Church. So there it is right there. But what's quite why he's playing religious politics, we find out soon enough. This one now is somewhat laughable and equally as sad. Buhari's credibility is Nigeria's biggest asset. Ibrahim Gambari is the person speaking. He's Man Friday. So there it is right there. Buhari is the biggest asset that Nigeria has, apparently. And we have seen what that asset has brought us in 7 years. Buhari's credibility is Nigeria's biggest asset. A headline attributed to his Man Friday, Ibrahim Gambari. So from Ibrahim Gambari back to OBIANO, how OBIANO spent Anambra's money. So this is one of those satellite stories. Ume is the person making the headline. So we may or may not land on that. And so that's essentially the diet for this session. So lean back, as I said, kick back, as I said, take it easy, as I said. But before you lean back, as I said, or kick back, as I said, or take it easy, as I said, make sure you have clicked already on the like button. And of course, I'm expecting that you're already subscribed. Haven't done both now, do as I've just said, and let me provide a little bit of a musical introduction to ease you into the session. Put on your dancing shoes. Let's go strictly come dancing in the East as we partake in another Python dance.
iPod, omeriwo n'Izu, Oniroya, Abakare, Mama Dawora, Unapori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapori Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance the three. Unapori Meri Nande bu onyedu aimo. Omeri wone nizu Oniroya. Abakare Mamanda Wora. Unapori Meri Nande win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance the 3. Unapoli Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Python dance 3. Unapoli Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Python dance 3. Unapoli Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Python dance 3. Unapoli Meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unapoli Meri Nandi.
And there you heard it, the ugly rumor from the East. Nandi wins the war. That is what they insist. Python dancey, another Python dancey. So Python dancey, another Python dancey. As guys, I bring you this. 2023, INEC pick holes in new electoral act. After the initial relief that greeted the 2022 Electoral Act, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has picked holes in the new act that may derail the 2023 general elections. The commission is seeking practice direction to deal with some of the provisions of the Electoral Act that are considered as inimical to the electoral process. One of such provisions identified by the Commission that should be revisited is the removal of issues relating to pre-election matters from the High Court and domiciling it with the Federal High Court. The Commission said it will engage the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court to get practice direction that will make it possible for cases to be determined where the cause of action arose. INEC National Commissioner and Chairman Information and Voters Education, Festus Okoye, whilst highlighting the challenges that may confront the implementation of the new Electoral Act, hinted that one of the big issues that the new Electoral Act has made is to remove issues around pre-election matters from the High Court and the High Court of the FCT, and it is domiciled with the Federal High Court. Now we need to get back to the Chief Judge of the Federal. Now we need to get back to the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court relating to having a practice direction that makes it possible for issues and cases to be determined where the cause of action arose, so that we do not have the same situation where a political party will conduct its primaries in Anambra and then issues around the party primaries will be determined by a federal court in Borno State. So there it is right there. Domiciling, okay, it still continues. There's still more of it to come. We need to have a practice direction that will enable some level of order and sanity to be embedded in the operations of the several courts as we continue towards this continuous period in our electoral process. The Electoral Act has just come into force, and there are many issues that have been embedded in the Act. We also need to begin a robust training of our staff in relation to some of the issues embedded in the Act. One fundamental issue that bothers the Commission is, since the new Electoral Act has changed the trajectory of collation and transmission of election results, we have noticed that violence have left the collation centers back to the polling units, and the Commission is really concerned about that. So we are going to have a high level on how to protect our staff, especially at the level of the polling units, because the political parties know that results are now transmitted directly from the polling units to the first level of collation, and that those transmitted results are going to be used for the purpose of collation. Pardon me. And that those transmitted results are going to be used for the purpose of collation, and that if there are discrepancies between the electronically transmitted and manually transmitted results, that the BVAS will be called into question in terms of interrogating it to know how many people that were accredited. So essentially, they're expecting the violence to relocate to the polling booths now, not to the collation centers, because that is where the influence can be asserted. And the Electoral Act is also saying that they are moving the capacity to be able to domesticize the lawsuits within where it is most pertinent. So they are wanting clarification on that, citing the example that they don't want an incident to happen in Oyo State, and then they are seeking justice in Gombe State. So that is so it just holds all the way through that Electoral Act. EFCC investigating OBIANO for withdrawing 37 billion naira in cash, looting Shopee funds, a headline attributed to sources. Former Anambra State Governor Willie Obiano is being quizzed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) for withdrawing 37 billion naira of state funds in cash, amongst other allegations of graft, sources disclosed. The anonymous EFCC source disclosed to News Agency of Nigeria on Saturday in Abuja that the former governor was being interrogated over alleged misapplication of 5 billion naira Shopee and 37 billion naira security votes withdrawn in cash. Part of the funds were also allegedly diverted to finance political activities in the state, the source further mentioned. Mr. Obiano was arrested on Thursday at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, barely 6 hours after handing over to his successor, Charles Soludo. He was on his way to the United States and brought to Abuja on Friday morning. The commission confirmed that the former governor had not been released as of Friday. EFCC spokesman Wilson Uwederan said the former governor is currently in our custody, undergoing interrogation, and I cannot say exactly when he will be released. I don't know how long the exercise will take. All I can tell you now is that he is still in the EFCC custody in Abuja. So there it is right there, 37 billion naira. Guess what? In cash. And there it is right there. From Anambra State, though, 37 billion naira in cash. How Attorney General Malami Emefiele procured court order deleting Section 8412 of the Electoral Act to safeguard their political ambitions. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami worked behind the scene to obtain a court order from Umuahia, Abia State, which ordered the deletion of Section 8412 of the amended Electoral Act. Correspondents learned. Correspondents gathered that Malami worked with the Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi and the Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele, who are all nursing political ambitions ahead of the 2023 general elections, to obtain a court order that will keep them in office even if they join politics. It is like having their cake and eating it too. Correspondents earlier today reported that the court sitting in Umuahia, Abia State, ordered the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation to immediately delete Section 8412 of the amended new Electoral Act. The court, in a judgment delivered by Justice Evelyn Ayadike on Friday, held that the section was unconstitutional, invalid, illegal, null, void, and of no effect whatsoever, and cannot stand as it violates the clear provisions of the Constitution. In the suit marked blah blah blah, Justice Ayadike held that sections 66, 107, 137, and 182 of the 1999 Constitution already stipulated that appointees of government seeking to contest elections were only to resign at least 30 days to the date of the election, and that any other law that mandates such appointees to resign or leave the office at any time before that was unconstitutional, invalid, illegal, null, and void, to the extent that its inconsistency to the clear provisions of the Constitution. Whilst signing the electoral bill into law last month, President Buhari had asked the National Assembly to delete Section 8412, which restricts sitting cabinet members from contesting for elective posts without resigning. For instance, with the provision of the Act, political appointees such as Amechi, Minister of Transportation, Malami, Minister of Justice, Chris Ngige, Minister of Labour and Employment, Emeka, Minister of State for Education, blah, 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 and blah, 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 all the ministers, Temipre Silva, Minister of Petroleum Resources, amongst others, have been reportedly linked to presidential and governorship ambitions must resign from their various offices if they want to contest in 2023. Malami is interested in becoming Kebbi State Governor. Nwajuba is being projected by the Project Nigeria Group for the presidency. Ngige said is consulting for the presidency. Akpabio has received the backing of Godswill Akpabio, blah, 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 to also return to the polls. So essentially self-interest. The Attorney General is behind the court ruling in Abia State. He received funds from Amechi and the CBN governor to fund the litigation and find the judge to do as Abuja Federal Court judges refused to touch the case. One of the sources said the AGF Malami was being asked to resign as of last week. He, Amechi, and CBN governor were scared, another source said. Meanwhile, on Friday, Dr. Umar Jubrilu Gwandu, Special Assistant on Media and Public Relations in the AGF's office, said the AGF will give effect to the purported judgment without delay. The Office of the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice will accordingly give effect to the court judgment in line with the dictates of law and the spirit of the judgment. The judgment of the court will be recognized by the government printers in printing the Electoral Act. The act will be gazetted, factoring the effect of the judgment into consideration and deleting the constitutionally offensive provision. Accordingly, the provision of Section 8412 of the Electoral Act 2022 is not part of our law and will not be treated accordingly. This is in line with the dictates of Chapter 12, Part 4, Section blah, 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 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended on enforcement of decisions that make it a point of duty and obligation on all authorities and persons to have the judgment of the Federal High Court, amongst others, to be enforced, the AGF office said. On Wednesday, Malami had said, following the Senate's refusal, the Nigerian government would consider all other options available to it before a position will be taken. It is clear one of the options Malami and others found was a judge to do their bidding. So there you have it, the hire purchase justice system of Nigeria. Hire purchase. So from that to this, Ortom amongst 9 governors will return to APC sources. A social activist and House of Representatives aspirant for Ado Okpoku Agbodigbo Federal Constituency in Benue State, Chief Philip Agbase, has alleged that Governor Samuel Ortom, amongst other 9 governors, will soon return to the All Progressive Congress APC. Agbase, who claimed Ortom confided in him at the weekend, pleaded with Chief Regina Akume, wife of the Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs and Senator George Akume, to accept her on behalf of her husband into the APC fold. He spoke at the home of the Akumes in Makurdi shortly after an interaction with the state executives of APC about his intention to contest for the House of Representatives seat in the 2023 at the party secretariat. I am a prodigal son who has just returned home. Ortom also whispered to me that he will return home to the APC, but I should go first. Benue governor will be amongst 9 governors to return to APC very soon, he said. Agbase promised to be loyal to the minister as he stressed that he had all it takes to provide good representation to his people if voted into power. Meanwhile, Ortom's spokesperson, whilst reacting to the claim of his principal's planned defection, averred that the governor will not rejoin the APC. Whoever peddles such rumors must be a serial rebel rouser who wants attention to himself. This is a fat lie. It is therefore laughable to suggest that Governor Samuel Ortom will dump the People's Democratic Party at a time he is galvanizing support amongst other patriotic leaders of the party to rescue Nigeria from the clueless leadership the APC led of General Buhari's administration has plunged the country into. Let me be clear here. Governor Ortom is not contemplating joining the APC at any time. Rather, the governor is in the forefront, working with other leaders of the PDP to ensure that the party wins the presidency and many other states, as well as retains power here in the state, the spokesman said. So there it is, serve and volley. Serve and volley. So quite where the truth is, we'll soon find out. Ortom speaks on planned defection to APC. So that might well be what we've just read. Let's see. Whoever peddles such rumors is a serial rebel rouser who wants attention to himself. So that's exactly what we've just read. Okay, so it's a short read, so let me just give it to you again. Let's see. Natalie Akua, spokesperson of Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom, has reacted to rumors that his principal's is planning to defect to the APC. Correspondents report that Akua on Saturday asserted that Ortom will not rejoin the APC. Whoever peddles such rumors must be a serial rebel rouser who wants attention to himself. This is a fat lie. It is therefore laughable to suggest that Governor Samuel Ortom will dump the People's Democratic Party at a time he is galvanizing support amongst other patriotic leaders of the party to rescue Nigeria from the clueless leadership the APC led of General Muhammad Buhari's administration has plunged the country into. Let me be clear here. Governor Ortom is not contemplating on joining the APC at any time. Rather, the governor is in the forefront, working with other leaders of the PDP to ensure that the party wins the presidency and many other states, as well as retain power here, the spokesman said. So just a real repeat of what we just read. So from that to this, Zamfara donates security vehicles to Niger Republic. The Zamfara state government has donated 5 new Hilux vehicles to the government of Niger Republic for special security border patrols. This is contained in a statement issued in Gusau on Saturday and signed by the press secretary to the governor Bello Matawalle, Jamilu Banin Magaji. Mr. Banin Magaji said the donation was in fulfillment of a pledge by Mr. Matawalle to support the country with patrol vehicles and other security logistics in the fight against banditry. The vehicles were presented by Governor Matawalle to Governor of Maradi region. It's this same Maradi again. Hey, God. Why don't we just take it as part of Nigeria? Then we know that at least we own the space. You know, this is just it. The vehicles were presented by Governor Matawalle to the governor of Maradi region, Alhaji Abubakar something or the other, at a ceremony held at State House, Gusau. The governor said the vehicles was to provide special border patrol at Maradi and other parts of Niger Republic, which shares borders with Zamfara, Katsina, and Sokoto State. Responding, the governor of Maradi region, Abubakar, assured Mr. Matawalle that the vehicles will be used to fight bandits and other heinous crimes, particularly along the Maradi border. Let me take that again. Responding, the governor of Maradi region, Abubakar, assured Mr. Matawalle that the vehicles will be used to fight bandits and other heinous crimes, particularly along the Maradi border. Recall that in December 2021, Mr. Mataweli visited President Mohamed Bouzum of Niger Republic in Niamey, where the two leaders resolved to explore more areas of cooperation. So there it is, right there. Did you know that the biggest and most important road in Abuja has been renamed after the president of our Niger Republic? That is Malam Buhari, of course, recolonizing Nigeria for his own clansmen. Tinubu tells Sharia Council to create political departments like Redeemed Church. All Progressive Congress presidential aspirant Bola Tinubu has charged All Progressive Congress presidential aspirant Bola Tinubu has charged the Sharia Council to create political departments to promote Muslims in politics. Mr. Tinubu, who was represented by Tunde Badmos, the Asiwaju Musulumi of Yoruba land, made this call at the annual National Conference and pre-Ramadan meeting of the Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria, held at GTM Hotel, Osogbo, Osun State. Other religious groups have commenced political sensitization by creating political departments and directorates amongst themselves to promote their own, Mr. Tinubu said, referring to the recent creation of Directorate of Politics by the Redeemed Christian Church of God. You should create a political wing amongst yourself so that it will further gear your participation in politics. It will be a good platform to support your brothers who are vying for political positions, Mr. Tinubu said. Speaking further, he said, there is a need for us to act towards our prayers. The emergence of a good leader speaking further, he said, there is a need for us to act towards our prayer. Let me try that one more time. Speaking further, he said, there is a need for us to act towards our prayers. The emergence of a good leader, but we need to partake in politics and political activities. Almighty Allah answers our prayers through our actions. So, whilst praying, let us also act towards it, he added. Mr. Tinubu's call comes barely 2 weeks after the RCCG's Directorate of Politics, which, according to the church, is to sensitize its members ahead of the 2023 general elections. So there it is right there. The Redeemed Church is calibrating for Oshibanjo, and Tinubu is asking the Islamias to calibrate for him. Buhari's credibility is Nigeria's biggest asset, Gambari speaking. Ibrahim Gambari, Chief of Staff to President Mohamed Buhari, says Nigeria's biggest asset was the country's leader. The biggest asset we have as a nation today is the credit and credibility that President Mohamed Buhari enjoys in our sub-region in Africa, the Middle East, and the world at large. So please look at that sequence. So in our sub-region, we know he's already bought and paid for the Niger Republic and Chad because they are his own people anyway. So that is his country, and that is where he's putting infrastructure. In Africa, we saw what he did in Kenya. We see how he has put his man in Benin Republic to hold that wing and seize it through their politics and dollars. So essentially, he's expanding in the whole of Africa. The Middle East, of course, the Arabs are his masters and he's doing their bidding, but the world at large is a laughing stock there. Mr. Gambari stated this on Saturday in Abuja at the book launch of a former Nigerian ambassador, Mohammed Ibrahim, titled With Heart and Might, 33 Years in the Nigerian Diplomatic Service. The chief of staff said Nigeria should take advantage and try to institutionalize that credit and credibility which he has brought to our nation even beyond his tenure. Mr. Gambari proposed the building of a national consensus behind the articulation, design, defense. Mr. Gambari proposed the building of a national consensus behind the articulation, design, defense of our national interest in the new millennium in promoting Nigeria's foreign policy direction. He added that Nigeria must continue. He added that Nigeria must continue to establish both in principle and in practice that it is no longer enough to see what the country can do for others, but what we can do together with others in pursuit of our common interest. According to him, it is our country at the diplomatic level. According to him, it is our country at the diplomacy to persuade others that it is in their own interest to try and support us with what we promote and propose as our national interest. If you do not agree with this, just look at what Israel has managed to do with the United States. They made their interest the interest of the United States in the articulation and promotion because you are adding to your prestige when other countries adopt as their interest what you decide. And that is why you have to recruit the best and the brightest to not only define your interest, but let other people define their interest in your own interest, Mr. Gambari said. So that is a very clever statement. I cannot disagree with the thrust of that, even though the messenger is somebody that I recall from somewhat in poor taste. So we land finally on this, then we see who is available. How OBIANO spent ANAMBRA money. So this is a character called Ume. Former national chairman of the All Progressive Grand Alliance ABGA, Senator Victor Ume, has said that the former governor of Anambra State, Willie OBIANO, did wonderfully well with the state funds. Ume said this while speaking on the arrest of OBIANO by the operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) during the 80th birthday celebration of the foremost Nigerian philosopher and President General of Alaigbo Development Foundation, Professor Uzodinma Nwala, in Enugu. Mr. Ume expressed confidence that OBIANO would defend himself. According to him, the former governor used Anambra state money judiciously and committed same to verifiable projects. So there you are. There are the people that fed off him. It looks as though they are still loyal to him. So Charlie Boy, I see you. Ovie, I see you. Ete, I see you. And Prof, I see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. So let's go quickly to you first, Ete, and take your soundings on the talking point. Are you ready, Ete? Okay, we don't have
Yes, I
Ete.
am.
Okay. Okay, so we come to you first then. Good to have you. So INEC picks holes in the Electoral Act. Not really fit for purpose is looking like now. The Electoral Act is saying that any disputes has to be done at a higher level court than what obtains in most states. So that is then to say that a lot of these cases will be relocating and people will be shopping for judgment. So that seems to jar INEC somewhat. So there's just a whole raft of just funky things in that new electoral act. So what are you then making of the pushback against this act?
To me, I feel it's a right step. That's just what I feel, and I feel INEC should be allowed to do his business. People should stop. Anytime INEC brings up anything, the politicians they want to kick back, especially the one that it doesn't favor. So me, I just feel like they should be left to do what they feel is best.
All right, brilliant. Okay, let me take you from that space to another space. EFCC investigating OBIANO for withdrawing 37 billion naira in cash and looting the Shopee funds. So, I mean, it's just a thing, isn't it? How do you even handle 37? I'm assuming it's not done that in one fell swoop, but I'm assuming it did it as quickly as it could. But how do you just handle this volume of money in cash? Is this one of those things where they go and take all the money and bury it in sockaways in their mansions?
That is what I said the other time. The Igbos need to hold their leaders accountable. They need to make sure they monitor their leaders before they start coming to shout about the whole Nigerian thing. Because when you look at it, those leaders from the Igbo extraction, most of them don't even develop their states. They don't develop their states. You don't see any major city there. You don't see any major thing there. It's just the individuals that are trying to make things for themselves. But the government of all the Igbo states, I don't see anything they've done for their people. I don't see anything they've done for their people. They need to start talking to their leaders and asking them questions, because most of them are stealing. Can you imagine, after he finished his tenure, he's planning to go back to the US to show you that he doesn't care.
Within 6 hours of handing over, he was on the run. He thought he had that window that they won't look for him on that day. He thought he had that window. He didn't know they are already at alerted border control.
You sorry, you see that he knew about all these things he has done. That is why you see him behaving in such manner. How would you just finish your tenure and you're leaving the country to go to another country?
On the
You're
day
supposed
on the day of the handover, within 6 hours, he was at the airport. So he didn't even
because
wait
he
till the
knew that.
next day. So that tells you he's on the run.
Yes, he's on the run because he knew that he has lost immunity, obviously. So he knew that these people were going to come for him, and he felt that the best thing for him to do was to move to US. I think a law needs to be even set that these people, they should be in Nigeria and reside in Nigeria, because all these politicians that after they finish their tenure they go abroad. I don't understand. That means you used us as a way to make more money. You
Yes,
use your
cash
people as a way
cow.
to make more money. So
Atiku is a
it's
classic example. He lives permanently in Dubai and he wants to rule Nigeria. How is that possible?
See, Atiku, me, I know Atiku is a greedy man. What he's doing now is just that he's looking for compensation of all his money he has spent in politics. So he's looking for compensation. Anybody that vote Atiku in, and any party that gives Atiku that ticket, he's going to use Nigeria and cash out big time. There's nothing he's going to bring. Nothing at all is going to bring. No development, no nothing. That is it when I'm saying that we the people, we should choose leaders that are after our interest, not leaders that's after their interest. Because look, the way the political class is in Nigeria is just annoying. Look at Buhari's wife in Dubai every day. Then later be telling us they want women should have a spot in the ruling of Nigeria. How does that make sense? You want women to have a spot, but you are the first lady and you're never in the country. Although we can understand your husband is sick, but you're not sick. It's not making sense, all these things.
When has anything ever made sense in Nigeria? But it's just the volume of money. Anambra is a rich state, but I don't think they can afford that level of 37 billion naira in cash. So that tells you that he's intending to steal it because there's no legitimate government business that you have to cash out money for. Certainly not to that volume. So once he cashes it out, then he has no trace anymore. If he
I
transfers
feel
it, the yeah.
I feel like it's like it's not just one year. It's accumulated. and
Yeah, no,
also
yeah, yeah.
from various sources. Also,
Mm,
might be from bribes, might be from other things too that we don't know. But I think EFCC should make him answer that question. What is he doing with
mm.
such amount of money? What is he doing with it?
It's unbelievable. But at least they managed to nab him. But but the thing that was that always depresses me in Nigeria is as they nabbed this guy when we were discussing it in an earlier session. Do you know what we were hearing? I would say, oh, what about Abubakar in the north? What about Mustafa? So they always do what they're not even offended that this guy stole the money. They are wanting to ethnicize it. That what about Mukhtar? What about Danladi? So what about Mukhtar? What about Danladi? Well, we caught
That
this one
that
first.
is the
We caught this one.
problem.
Yeah.
You see when you look at the northern states, they are not developed. There's nothing to write home about. But you look at yourself, the Easterners, instead of you to be happy that they've nabbed a corrupt person, you're always looking at the other side to check if they nabbed the Fulani man. It doesn't make sense. The money was given to your government, to you, to the people of Anambra. It wasn't given to the people of Gombe or to the people of Jigawa. It wasn't. So all these things, that's when you see them, you see some of them online when they arrest criminals. They say, why are they always arresting criminals from the south? They are not arresting criminals from the north. All this stupid
But
ideology. Can't you see the
do you notice that though that the EFCC they are always busting Yoruba Igbo people? I've never seen them go raid in the north. Do they not have criminals in the north?
I don't care if they raid in the north. If they can get rid of all the corrupt individuals in the south, it will benefit me more. That's just the fact. Because if the leaders in the South start doing what they're supposed to do, the South will develop more. Let them continue patting themselves at the back in the North. Then you will see that development and nothing will come off of it. They will, all of them will still be coming to the South to live because obviously the South will be safer. Obviously, the South will be more developed. So we should leave. See, I tell people that leave those people. Focus on you on the one that concern you, the one that is your interest. Because if the South develops today, it is us that will be happy. It is us that will still come out online to brag that we the South have this and have that. Look at the North; they've ruled Nigeria far more than far more than the South, but they have nothing to write home about. So we should leave them. They should continue this their nonsense. And we, once they arrest somebody from the south, we should also look if it was true. And if it's true, the person should face the law. Why should he steal in the first place? We should not defend criminals.
But the point you made earlier is exactly the point, though. Don't worry about Zamfara because the money that he loot was to develop your own state or your state to here. No, don't worry about Zamfara. If they want to loot
Yes.
themselves to death, let them loot themselves to death. But let us not loot our own selves to death. Is really the thing. But the savior apparently is Buhari. Buhari's credibility is Nigeria's biggest asset. Ibrahim Gambari saying this, and this is a guy that is stayed and marinated in politics, deeply soaked. So he's telling us that Buhari is the one golden fleece that the Nigerian space has. But what are you making of that comment? What is your perspective of Buhari being an asset?
Everybody knows Buhari is no asset to anybody. Everybody knows that. That Buhari is no asset to any single person in Nigeria. He's virtually in power because of first the military refused to do coup. We all know on a normal day, if it was 1970 something, they've been coup since. We all know this. Then he's also in power because of he controls the law enforcement. That's why any small thing he feels like they want to take him out of power. Look at NSAS that was protesting about police brutality. He later changed it and started saying that they wanted to take him off power. And they brought people to shoot young Nigerians holding the Nigerian flag and singing the Nigerian anthem. How does that make sense? Buhari will go down as the worst president in the history of Nigeria.
You know
There-
it'll be very difficult for that not to happen. I've never known Nigeria. Even Abacha was not this terrible. Things were not this, and Abacha was the lowest down the line before this guy. But even Abacha was not. And if you consider that Abacha was a military regime and this purports to be a demo, it's the worst by distance. And I hope we never get it worse than this because it's people are dying. People are dying. That's the thing.
You know the thing that surprised me? The thing that surprised me is that even as it is the worst, you still see people coming online and coming out to say, it's the best thing to ever happen to Nigeria. Say Baba this, say Baba that. It doesn't make sense. Even the rich is crying. The rich is crying. Even people that have never cried about Nigerian politics in their life, they are crying now because that is what happens when you put a wrong leader in power. Everybody will cry, whether rich or poor. And the only thing I'm thanking God for this Buhari regime is that it's opening people's eye. Good people should come out and rule our country. We should stop recycling all these old cargoes that have been recycling in Nigerian politics for close to 40 to 60 years. We should not.
All right. You say good people should come and rule Nigeria and we should stop recycling old cargoes. But the problem is that they always rig the rules in their favor. Response to this, Ete, how Attorney General Malami Abechi Emefiele procured court order deleting Section 8412 of Electoral Act to safeguard their political ambitions. So I'm sure you are already familiar with this backdrop. Malami quickly moving to get some very shaky court judgment, which is applied immediately. And he's had the new Electoral Act reprinted because they have to present the Electoral Act to INEC to say these are the rules within which you would superintend the elections. And that act that precludes him from being a player if he doesn't resign his position. He's gone out to delete it over and above the work that the Senate, their reps, and Malam Buhari did, and against the pushback from the Senate that it's not to be deleted, he single-handedly deletes it and reprints the rule book for INEC. The audacity, but this is what happens. They change the rules to serve their own
You, you,
self-interest.
you see, you see, do you know why that is possible? It's possible because of a lot of Nigerians are not politically aware. They don't know about anything. All they know is um, let's go and vote. That when you ask them, are you political aware? They'll say yes, I vote. That is not only being political aware. If the average Nigerian on the street is political aware, I'm sure by now we would have marched to Abuja to tell them that they should stop that nonsense. Because when the people are not holding these people to ransom, they tend to do nonsense. Imagine him going to change the law single-handedly and giving the INEC, and obviously INEC won't do anything about it. We know these
The
things.
INEC will only go by the rule book they give them now. If it says these are the rules, INEC, they are not, it's only the Senate, the Assembly that can push back. But INEC is just to say, give us the rules so that we can apply it for the elections. And if you give them the rules and he puts his own self interest in there, then they just accept it now. They have no pushback.
You see, there's something I told my friend a while ago. I said in Nigeria, look, you're the most laid back group of people that nobody questions at the Senate. They don't even have the mind of their people, their constituency, that where they're coming from to bring laws and anything that concerns we the people. They don't. And they are one of the highest paid in the world. How will a Senate that has sense allow that happen if the Senate is not part of it? Yeah, see all these people, they are friends. Then the opposition, the rulers, all of them, they are friends. They are toiling with our brains until we wake up and say enough is enough. It will continue. Why do you think that in most developed countries, leaders can't come out to just make some decisions? I mean, the leaders, the president himself, can't come out and make some decisions. Why? Because he knows that if he tries this kind of thing, the people will come for his head. Until we reach that level, I'm sorry, Nigeria will not progress.
All right. Nothing comes as a surprise in Nigeria, Ete, But does this surprise you? There are rumors from credible sources that Governor Ortom, Samuel Ortom of Benue State, is considering crossing carpets to the APC. So he makes it just a lily-livered rebuttal, but that rumor subsists. Would this surprise you even in Nigeria when somebody that is probably the most virulent critic of this administration crosses carpet at the last minute for reasons of self-interest?
The truth is, I'm not surprised. There's no ideology in Nigerian politics. It's just party name. So probably the person bringing him in as promised him some incentives that's making him jump ship. Because the truth is, Nigerian parties are they are no way to write about. When we look at developed country democracy, we see this party, we know what to expect. We see that party, we know what to expect. But in Nigerian party system, we don't know what to expect from either the PDP or the APC. So any of them can switch anytime. I won't be surprised if tomorrow Buhari switch to PDP. I won't be surprised.
Now, that one would, that one would be the end of it all. So that would be the end of it all. But did you hear the story about the Redeemed Church suddenly creating a directorate for politics to coordinate politics within the church? And you have to know that that church is one of the biggest churches in the world with members in the tens of millions. So they've suddenly created this directorate for politics, and it's just coincidental they will tell you that their own son is vying for the presidency. So Sinubu goes to his own fate to tell them to mirror what the Redeem are doing in order not to have Oshibanjo advantage over him. So what are you then making then of this insertion of religion into politics? Is it a dangerous move, or do they go hand in hand, religion and politics?
To me, for religion to be made pure, it has to stay off politics. Because politics is not the game for the righteous. Well, everybody knows that politics is not a game for the righteous. So me, I don't know what was behind what they were thinking when they were trying to make that decisions. But me personally, I don't rate organized religion. I see them as a way of indoctrinating and controlling people. Because the truth is, once Redeemed Church starts this, other church that are big enough will start theirs. And before you know it, we'll start seeing clashes here and there. We all know how some Nigerians get too sensitive when it comes to things like this. Because left for me alone, they should leave politics for the politicians. If they want to support a candidate, they should support a candidate because of they feel that candidate is credible. They should leave this politicizing of the church, or maybe they are doing it because of they feel like the face of the church is old, and if they don't do it like that, the church might decline, or the church might have issues. So maybe that's why, because obviously the face of the church is old, and we all know what happens to big churches when the face of that church dies, or something bad happened to the person. We all know how the church declines. So maybe that's why they are doing it like that. You never know.
All right, thank you. So there was a time that this was a couple of years ago that some governor in the north he spent 100 million naira buying Qurans for people in Niger Republic, and we've heard of instances of even as El Rufai giving money to people in the Niger Republic. We know that Malam Buhari is building a train service to Niger Republic. But it looks as though the largest of the Nigerian states towards Niger Republic does not stop. Zamfara donates security vehicles, guess where? To Niger Republic. So there it is. So it looks as though maybe we should not move to Niger Republic if that is the new country that they are building for us. If we are buying them security cars, buying them books, gifting them money,
We need a
building.
Christian
So so
president.
so so what are you then making then of this governor whose state is hemorrhaging from all quarters, but finding the money to gift security vehicles to another country?
You see a lot of them have relations in the said Niger Republic, because we all know that the formation of countries in Africa was not based on ethnicity or anything like that. So there are a lot of people that speaks the same language in other countries. So probably they feel connected more to Niger Republic than to even their citizens. Probably because I don't see why you are facing banditry. You are facing you heard when he came out the other time to say that some local governments have been taken by or overrun by some bandits whatsoever, and you do not take it upon yourself to make sure that doesn't happen, but you are going to Niger Republic to do what? Although I know if Nigeria want to merge with any country, Niger Republic will be the first to agree. I know that for sure because it seems to me that they have this bond with the northern powers. They have
You
this
know,
close.
I think that's already in the offing, because somebody was saying here just the other day, this is not verified, but if you speak the same language, they're essentially saying that you are the same country. Somebody was telling, maybe it was Lord Michael or something, because he's the one that's always coming up with all these funky notions. But, you know, they consider the J Republic more their country than Nigeria, and the governor of Zamfara State, he considers the people of Niger Republic more of his own people than the person in Oyo State or the person in Abia State. He doesn't even know that you exist, but he knows about Maradi.
Because you know they share the same religion with these people, they speak the same language with these people, they probably look alike the same way, like their facial features are the same. So probably he sees himself more in Niger than he sees himself in probably Ondo or Enugu. So that's just it. And that's what I'm saying, that look, the problem of the North is the North. That's why you see today they have deep poverty. When you see chat and saying, and you hear them saying that Nigeria is the is the poverty capital of the world, this
Is
and
the
that.
problem of
It's the North.
Nigeria is the problem of Nigeria also the North? Is that really the
Yes,
biggest problem we have, the North?
yes. The problem of Nigeria is the North, because let's look at it. What do they offer? To
They
me,
offer a
the only
lot,
thing
though. They offer
the
banditry, they offer kidnapping, they offer backwardness, illiteracy. They offer a lot now.
do you know that the only thing the
We
North
need a
can offer
Christian
as a
president right now.
positive as a positive, the only thing the North can offer to win the South is that in case of a war, they have the numbers. That is the only thing they offer us, men to fight in the war front. Finish. Apart from that, they don't offer us anything, whether it being economical, whether it being nation building, whether it being the growth of the country. They don't. They don't at all.
But I even read it out here just a few sessions ago. Do you know that the top 15, 20 most ethnically diverse countries, they are all in Africa? All of them are in
Yes.
Africa. And all the wars, all the ethnic clashes, all the wars against tribal wars, they're all mainly in Africa. So the two marry up. The way that place was carved up, it was carved up to fail. Is imagine Nigeria, because when I try to bring people to what Nigeria is, the understanding I want to give them is to imagine a country made up of the French, the English, the Germans, and the Italians, and you put them together to tell them to form one country. That's never going to work.
Yeah.
Because the German will not subordinate himself to the English or the French. The French will not subordinate himself to anyone, and the English, they think they are better than the whole world.
Right,
So
right,
how
right.
so how will it work? And that is Nigeria now. That
You,
is
you see,
Nigeria.
to me, if it was Southern Nigeria, based on how the different protectorates were,
It still wouldn't work,
we would have
because
progressed more.
do you think we would have the Yorubas and the Igbos would be able to, because we'll still battle for superiority. The Yoruba man yields to no one, and the Igbo man subordinates to no one.
The truth is that the Yoruba, Igbo, and all Southerners has the same ideology. Everybody wants progress. There's no
Yes, we are
Southerner that don't want
progressives.
progress. And when you as a people want progress, your nation will progress. It's only in the north you hear them making some statements that you'll be like, Jesus Christ, what the hell is this guy talking about?
They are
How
so
can he
backward.
say,
They are so backward.
you
It's
understand?
just unbelievable how backward they are.
So to me, I see more of Yoruba and Igbo together than I see of Hausa and Igbo, or Hausa and Yoruba. Because look at it, we blend together easily than them. For example, look at everything, even look at our national team. It is obvious where the
Oh, okay.
talent is
So
from.
in a country formed by the Yorubas and the Igbos, who will be the daddy?
Who will be the daddy?
Who will be the
They,
daddy?
they don't need to be a daddy.
And there has to
They
be a
don't
daddy also. There has to be a daddy. So who will be the daddy?
they don't need to be a daddy. They just need to have boundaries. Because when you have boundaries, a relationship will work. The problem about Nigeria today is that we didn't come and sit down and write a constitution. The constitution that we sat down to write has been thrown away since by the military. You understand? So if we sit down on a round table and dialogue, there's no way a Yoruba man will not live with an Igbo man, or will not live with any other minority tribe in the south. There's no way. Because he knows, for example, when you go to Saudi Arabia to stay, you behave well because you know that, see, this place, we don't accept nonsense, because of they've made their law clear. They've made the principle clear.
Let me tell you the
This
first
is
fight. Let me tell you the first fight between the Yorubas and the Igbos. The Igbo man believes he's an Israelite man, is from Israel. While the Yoruba man is an Oduduwa, is more of a Ifa. So that ago is a religion crisis
that
alone.
one is fallacy. That's a fallacy.
Which one is fallacy?
You know
Which
where
of
the
them is
fight will
fallacy?
you know where the fight will start over here. It will fight over Ichioma or Ifioma, because the Yoruba man wants Ifioma and the Igbo man doesn't want to release their women. So
That one
that
too.
is where the fight will be over Ifioma.
Yeah.
Eh?
Then
You
the
know
issue
that
of
they
no now.
intermarry
Then the
more
Yoruba
than any
will
other
always be
tribe.
the Yoruba will always be
Even
the daddy because of the numbers. They are the majority, so they will always have their way.
Are there more Yoruba? I thought the Easterners have let me just check that quickly. I thought they had
America,
more population.
than the Yorubas.
you know
Because
why the
now, how
Easterners
you want to
appear
drive the
not to
Eastern
have.
affairs? Are you including the Edo Delta rivers and all that into the equation among the?
No, just pure Igbos.
No, now they are the minority compared to the Yoruba. The Yoruba are more in number, so that's another conflict that will come into play. Then, so there's so many. It starts a mini Nigeria do on its own. So there's not that it will be very much impossible for us to live for them to live together in peace, based on
But
religion, belief, ideology, and what have
presently
you.
now, the so-called Igbo and Yoruba, they don't have much conflict with themselves.
Because they are both on the disadvantaged side. I mean, that's what they are feeling. They are both on the disadvantaged side.
To me, Yoruba has never been any disadvantaged side.
I don't say
Never
that.
been
Don't say
any
that to one man. One
disadvantage.
man agree. So
They've
it's
always
because
been part and parcel of
No,
power.
the Yorubas are marginalized now. We are
In what?
marginalized.
see what
In
I
what?
In
They are marginalized in what?
how many times have we been president? Only once, Obasanjo. How can
exactly.
that be with our population size?
You see the
When
problem. Why
when they
Igbo
were
man never
coming
get
together,
one? Igbo man never get one.
And you know we've never had a president of our choice in Yoruba land.
You see
So
how?
we can even argue that the Yorubas have never been president in that country.
let me ask you a question. When
Entire of
the
Africa, you never do
amalgamation
Nigeria.
was happening, how many leaders were from the Yoruba extract?
I don't
You have
know.
up to like 2 or 3 or so from the Yoruba extract coming together. You don't even have anyone from the Igbo. You only have from my side. You
No,
have,
they had the Obongo. They had the
of
Obong. They
Calabar.
had the Obong. They had the Obong.
The Obong of Calabar is not an Igbo man.
It's together join now. Is it not?
It's not together join.
Hold on. Ete, what color gari do you eat locally in your space? What color gari? What is the color of your gari?
Yes. We eat fufu.
Everybody eats gari. What is the color of your gari?
We eat more
yellow gari.
They eat yellow gari now. So it's the same thing. Yeah.
It's not by eating yellow gari.
No, that's a standard now. Is that not what we used to?
Now, see, now just you and one man now they disagree. So now trickle down the argument to another man on the street. Say we now go feel it together in peace. No, it will not. It not go happen. That fight for security will always be there. Whether I like it, that's natural. That's normal. We're a human being. Or somebody, even your own household, you want to be the oga. So that will always come to play.
Let me give you an example of something. When they're in an organization, everybody knows their role and what to play. That organization works. If we don't do it like that, we are going to fight. Even if Yoruba join only Yoruba country, and they don't have their organization well, they are still going to fight. They will say Ijebu this, Ilaje that.
I think that's why one man asked you. That's why one man asked you who is going to be the daddy, because somebody must play that role. Somebody has to play that role of a daddy. Who is going to play that role?
They can give the daddy to the minority. They can give it to the BBOs.
I don't know. If the BBOs are not the Igbo, they are not Igbos now. That's why I'm asking. Are you controlling the whole, that region, south to the south east?
They are not the Igbos, but they can be the daddy. That is, anytime the Yoruba and Igbos are having problem, they can come in to settle it.
Of course, if you want to include them in that region, always see. No, wait. If you want to include that region, sorry, let me finish. If you want to include that region into the conversation, they should be always be there because the resources is there. They own the resources, regardless of their number.
It's the people who have the numbers that will be the daddy,
exactly.
And the people who have the personalities, the big personalities, are always the daddy.
So why would
it's either going to be the Igbos or the Yorubas. If there's a southern Nigerian protectorate or a southern Nigerian country, not a protector, I was just checking. So if there was a southern Nigerian space, somebody has to be the daddy, and it's either going to be the Igbos or the Yorubas. And nobody is going to be that daddy over the Yorubas, and nobody is going to be daddy over the Igbos.
That is exactly the point you are making, which you are right.
So that fight will just come to the south. It won't stop. It will just come to the side.
Exactly. That point you just made, which is the fact, which is the reality. That is exactly how the Northerners feel. They feel they are the majority. They should be the daddy.
No.
That's how they feel.
No, you see, being the daddy is also a function. Being the daddy is also a function of brain as well. Do they have brain in the north? Who has brain?
Oh man!
No, it's also a function of brain now. Is it not a function of brain?
You are changing the goalpost in the middle of the game.
Do you have brain? Do the Igbos and the Yoruba have brain more than the BBOs? Apart from numbers.
No, forget it. Name one prominent BBO man. Name one.
Oh, now politics. Go ahead.
There are plenty.
Okay, then so you can pick one now. Give us the best one you have. What's the best one? BBO.
Let me say Udom Emmanuel.
Who is that? You know what? The first time I heard BBO, I thought it was some sort of food item. I never knew it was a people. What are you talking about?
That's because you are used to Calabar. You are used to people saying Calabar. That's why. You can't tell me you never heard of Calabar.
I was thinking when they said the BBO, I was wondering if it goes with pounded yam or and then they were telling me it's a people. I was thinking
jokes.
Okay, sorry. But that's the thing. So it's a lot more complex. People always romanticize that this southern Nigeria is the Narnia that we're after. But the Igbos are there.
Yoruba the Narnia you're after? Yoruba nation
but that was why I took you to that space that the most ethnically diverse countries in the world, the top 15, 20, They are all African countries. And where you have all these conflicts that are stymieing development based on ethnicities, they're entirely African spaces. So you cannot divorce the two. So that ethnic divergence, that ethnic diversity is an experiment that has failed because fundamentally people are distrustful of each of people culturally, especially if it serves their greater, if their leader. So it just doesn't work. But Yoruba Nation will work.
Do you know why it's like that? It's
Yeah,
like
that's
that
what I was
because
going to say earlier.
there's no
I think
blueprint.
the best,
There was no blueprint.
Etebo,
You said? I
you
can hear
see,
you.
you see, Igbos and Yorubas, we are good friends in when it's platonic, when it's just normal. If it turns to behind, Yorubas would say Igbos always think they always want to use sense. Igbos always think Yorubas to want to use sense. That's why it's difficult. But I think we are good if we are just friends. But forming a country together will be difficult because Igbos don't really trust us. Likewise, Yoruba don't really trust Igbos because we believe Igbos are always trying to do, we are smart. So it's quite difficult. So I think the best bet to just be for everybody to form their own. If you now want to do things together, Igbos and Yorubas can come as southern space to do things together. But trying to come together to form one country will be very tough. I'm telling you what I know. In the business world in
all in the name
Nigeria,
of I want to be a daddy.
even in friendship, if I know people, a lot of people when I was working back in Lagos that have Igbo friends, and the Igbo friends will be saying, you this Yoruba people will say, that one, he thinks he has all this their Igbo sense. He wants to use that Igbo sense. That has a lot to play when it comes to us being together. That's why one man is saying somebody must be the
Are you saying that something like the Great Britain will work for us when we have the Scottish, the Wales, the Northern Ireland, the English coming together?
And who is the daddy in that?
England
Who
is
the daddy? Who is
now.
the daddy in that equation?
England is still the daddy.
Because if
there was a time they had a Scottish prime minister in this country. They flogged him heavily and flogged him out. Gordon Brown. They flogged him like a child. He was one of the best prime ministers this country has ever had. They flogged him, and they flogged him again. The English will not tolerate it. So the daddy.
So that Nigerian problem is not it's not unique.
Yeah.
How about Tony Blair? Where does Tony Blair come from? Is this Scott?
No, I think Tony Blair is English. I could check.
It's
that,
English.
but
I think it's English. I don't think it's Scottish. Yeah.
Please check for us.
All right. But Tony Blair is a peculiar one. Why that guy is not in the Hague facing war crime is just beyond me. I think the Hague is just for Africans, isn't it?
It's just for
Tony Blair.
Tony Blair
is
the southern part of the world.
Tony Blair is well connected to the GA, the one world order forehead. So he's well into the mix. So that's why you see him. But the day we step on toes, that's why we're
for example,
it's still very more useful to them anyway.
If you notice,
sorry, go on.
Yeah, there was a time they wanted to prosecute some U.S. soldiers. You saw Trump coming out to say they should leave them alone and bring them back home, and they did. They didn't prosecute them to show you that this prosecution of the team is only for us. And if we keep on dividing ourselves like this, it will not work. Look at the U.S. for example. The U.S. is mixed. Like when you say the U.S. is like Europe, one country. All Europeans and US, from the Germans to the Spanish to the Swedish to the Finland and whatsoever, they are in the US and they've been living like that and made a great country for themselves. Why is it like that?
No let the average black American hear you. Because if
black Americans, what are they in US? They are nothing. We all know this. We all know that they are nothing in US.
You see,
we all know this.
So, but they use them as an example to us.
All right, just to answer,
Black Nigeria be like that. Go ahead.
Just to answer Black League's question regarding Blair, Blair was born in Edinburgh, which is in Scotland, as you know, but of English parentage. So I'm not quite sure how he categorizes himself. I think ancestrally probably English, by birth Scottish.
And there's something I want to ask you, one man. For example, you see people saying Yoruba, saying this, saying that, saying this, saying that. For me, for example, I was born in Lagos. And my parents were born in Lagos.
Look at this guy.
But I am not allowed to say I'm an indigenous Lagosian. Why? Didn't the Yorubas come to Lagos at a point of their life?
Okay. Let me answer that question with a question, and then your answer to my question answers your question. If a tiger was born in a lion's den, is it a tiger or a lion? If a tiger was born in a lion's den, does it become a lion?
It's a cat.
It's a cat. Look at this guy. 419. Look at I'm starting to know the BBO people. This is what you're like.
But now, who is not in Lagos then? If his parents were born in Lagos and he's born in Lagos,
I think the people, like their worries, the Badagris, this sea coast, these Taka people, all this, this.
So you can't become a Lagosian by birth.
Well, you can claim to be, but would they be accepting? Would they be accepting of you?
A lot of people are Lagosian by just being Yoruba.
I mean, for his parents to be birth there, for his parents to be birth there, and still. That's crazy.
No, you know, Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, and Lagos still refuses to accept him as a Lagosian because, of course, he's from Ogun State. So,
wow,
but he's Lagosian.
Well, there's a guy called Balogun Eko. He does nothing on YouTube other than to rain curses on Tinubu.
That guy
he hates him.
Very fresh guy.
Very fresh guy. Very hard. Very, deep Ijinle guy. He will go into the interiors of the tradition to go and bring specialist courses for Tinubu. Just for he calls him an Omo Atonriwa, which is somebody from the back of beyond. Somebody from the back of beyond that's coming to your land to have dominion over you. But we got very quickly to this space. We usually land in these ethnic spaces later on in the session, but we've gone there too early. But thank you, Ete. Stay with us. Let's go on from Ete to Ovie, and let's try and navigate back to the talking points and land you, Ovie, on this rather somewhat curious behavior in Zamfara State as the governor sets about donating 5 Hilux vehicles, brand new, to Niger Republic. So every time we pick up the news, is they have built oil refineries there with Nigerian money. They've built rail stations there with Nigerian money. The most important road in Abuja is named after their president in Niger Republic, and now they've donated Qurans there. Now, so what is going on? Do they not have needs in Zamfara State? And why is all of Nigeria's wealth being used to develop this dusty back end, non-country that purports to be a country?
Let me put it in a funny way. If what is it called? If Russia is trying to harness Ukraine through violence, and Nigeria is trying to harness Niger through goodwill, I see nothing wrong with that. As somebody with Pan-African mindset, I see nothing wrong if we are extending our goodwill to a neighboring country. After all, 1 billion was donated to Afghanistan recently. We pay into other neighboring, other faraway countries who, in fact, we don't have anything in common with them. We pay into other faraway.
Please mute yourself, Radio Biafra.
So why don't they annex Benin Republic and Togo?
That is part of the game too. As I said it before, if I'm the president of Nigeria today, up to Ghana, we should be within our reach. That's part of the game. If we don't do that, one day they will do it over us. So why not? If we are doing it through goodwill and trying to harness all our neighboring countries, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Maybe we should develop ourselves to a point first, so that we can be the beacon with which rather than annex them. Why don't we set example for them to mirror?
I mean, I can't argue with that, but I think in so many ways they look up to us. And even through these gestures too, they look up to us in so many ways. But again, I see where you are coming from. The immediate citizen of Zamfara could maybe need that more than other, but at the same time, if it's just it's a good gesture if you ask him. But I don't think that part of the country never deny Niger as one of them, related bloodly by everything. And I think just as what you are saying earlier on with the guy that with Ete, you quite agree that how they divided us, that's the word you use if I'm correct, that is part of the problem. So if not for that same, global regional politics that divided us, I think we should be of the same, we should be sharing the same government, the same military gadget and everything.
No. What do you mean we? Who is we? Because there is no. Why are you doing that now? There's no commonality between I and your man, and I wish them well now. But there's no commonality between I and your man and some Mukhtar from Niger. I wish Mukhtar well in Niger Republic, but I have need for my resources. Come on, man.
You deny Ete, who his parents were born in Lagos. He was born in Lagos. You deny him, so I'm not surprised.
No, it is
denying him
now.
If you deny him far away, that actually not. So I do understand your sentiment, but we are one Africa. Let's take it broader. We have a lot in common. The people that we are actually glorifying and trying to be like today, the Western way of life, because to us, because those part of the country is not actually following that footstep that we are following, that means we should not be able to coexist together. I mean, I think we should look beyond if we actually want to, destroy it or demolish those demarcations, those countries.
Do you know what the most prestigious road is in Abuja?
I mean, literally, you mean road, as in road?
Yes, road, the motor road.
Most prestigious.
Yeah, it's the Outer Southern Expressway. That is essentially the Lagos-Ibadan equivalent in Abuja. Do you know what they've renamed it now? They've renamed it the Muhammadu Asofua Expressway. Do you know who Muhammadu Asafua or Asuafua is?
No.
That is the president of Niger Republic. What is going on? I mean, what is going on?
What did they call out? Our brother Rochas Okorocha have built monument after other world leaders.
No, that's different. That's different. Those are just monuments. Those are statues.
I mean, what
no, does it not somewhat...
What if they name it after Big?
No, I think when it comes to funneling, sorry, let me just chime in. I think when it comes to funneling like resources that Nigeria needs and has use for to other countries, I don't think that's acceptable. Be it Niger, Benin, Cameroon. But as to naming like roads and monuments, I understand that. That's just, diplomacy. I mean, there are places in Kenya named after Obasanjo and different parts of Africa.
No, that's different now. Obasanjo is
So Obasanjo is what Nigeria is to what Muhammadu is to Nigeria.
Now.
You understand? So the naming, I can understand that we're all Africans. I mean, we are, what's his name? Your man, Bukola Saraki, named the street after Jay-Z in America.
Yeah.
So
no, that's fine now.
That's fine.
So blacklist.
So I'm saying that's fine. We're all Africans, so it's part of diplomacy. Saraki did that as a form of, reaching out to Jay-Z and, bringing in investments to his country. So it's all part of diplomacy. But when you take your own resources and you have needs, like you don't have electricity, but you're exporting it to places like Niger and they're having 24 hours electricity while we don't. I mean, that's unfair. Like, we're developing others at our own expense.
All right. So, so back to your VA.
Black League, on that naming of road, you should understand where one man's sentiment is coming from. There's a reason why he put that question like that. It's not
No, because there's an undertone to it. You see, because there's a
One man just
pattern.
doesn't like the North, or I don't know whether it's the whole North. Sometimes it's the whole North.
You're being unfair on me now. You're being unfair on me now.
I'm giving you the exact same examples that you're accepting. But when it comes to DJ, yes, I agree with you. They shouldn't be funneling, funds over there when we have use for those funds. But in terms of naming a place in Abuja after a road, that's.
I disagree.
Just to clear up what our Black League said. Sorry, okay. Let me just quickly clear that up. Just for the benefit of people listening, I love the North. It's my favorite place in Nigeria.
You have to, one man.
Yes.
Your Emir in Iwo just got married to a Kano princess today. I don't know why you didn't put it at your Emir in Iwo, the great Oluwo of Iwo, Oba Kambi.
Oh God.
That's my guy, man. He's in Kano as we speak, getting a brand new bride, the granddaughter of the late Emir of Kano, OBIANO.
With Chantel, the
Jamaican Canadian,
high class Ashawo from Canada.
So you see, he's inching closer to that emirship. So no matter what you speak against your brothers, the Fulanis, able men are making, they are building bridges.
My dream is to live in the North. I've always loved Jos, When I was growing up, that's where I was always aspiring to live, in Jos, because they seem to me civilized, the climate very temperate, the pace of life.
Mr. Redman, Jos is not the North.
Huh?
Jos is not the North. It's the middle.
No, it's northern enough. Well, look at what do you even know about Nigeria? What do you know? Look at this guy, Mr. Smith from Hampshire or something, coming here to talk about Nigeria. But back to you over here.
Middle of that country.
What's that?
Come on. Let me ask you something. Why did they say Abuja is in the middle of the country, but it's part of the North?
How do you mean?
Is Abuja not part of the Nigerian North system, but is allegedly supposed to be in the middle of that contraption?
Well, but it's not allegedly; it's factually. What do you mean allegedly? It's factually in the middle of
Abuja is actually located at the center of Nigeria.
The Nigerian system is part of the North, but we are told it's in the middle of that contraption.
More than half of the land of the country is in the North. More than half of the land of the country is in the North. So
why is that?
You're asking me why is that? It's still part of the policies you are talking about. Why is Africa?
That is because there are states south of Abuja that are considered the North and have been considered the North since the British. The British actually drew up that theory for it to be part of the North, and it has never been challenged successfully.
So for your benefit,
so that's like the British making. The British they wanted a way to still funnel resources from Nigeria. So they knew if they made the playing field unequal, there will be endless crisis in the land, and they can keep exploiting our gas reserves, our gold, our oil, and everything.
The alleged population.
Hold on, Radio Biafra, hold on. For your benefit, this is the Nigerian map, and you can see where my cursor is circling now, right in the center of the country. That is where Abuja is. So it's not purportedly or allegedly, it is factually. So you can see it's dead in the center, so it's factually in the center of the country. So I don't know what point you are making.
You have the North Central, you have the Northeast,
and you have the... About?
No, I'm saying that which part of...
Do you concede that the Abuja, because you are looking at it on your map now, this is where my cursor is. Do you consider it's at the center of the country?
Yes, but I'm talking about I'm saying that according to the Nigerian system, it is part of, is it North Central or North?
Wherever it is, it's at the center of the country, which is the point.
Oh my God, okay.
I don't know what point you are making, but that point does not cohere with fact. But
I've actually been there. Even in Abuja, it's on top of a hill, the actual center. So I've actually climbed that hill.
Yes,
they have a little monument on top
that
signifies the actual center. I forgot the name too, but I've been there
It's a
pictures.
tourist attraction. People go there to take Instagram photos. Yeah. Sorry, but over here.
So they say if you measure the land to the Atlantic Ocean and to the border in Niger, that's actually the middle of Nigeria. And also when you measure east and west.
So go back to headquarters.
So basically, everything is upside down in Nigeria. So, Obi, do you still agree that the North has a bigger population than the South? Because you have said that the North has a bigger population than the South.
Are you contending that? Are you contending that?
Yes, I totally disagree.
Because
I read recently that
you've been reading again.
Any country in the north, above the Sahara, has a lesser population. It's only when you come to Nigeria that the desert region seems to have a high population than the people in the savannah region.
No, that is a point. But if you look at the land mass of Nigeria, can you see my cursor? What constitutes the north is from what people colloquially say as the north in Nigeria. It's essentially from this Benue coast all the way through Kogi and Kwara, and then it goes all the way to Sokoto, Yobe, etc. So just by virtue of that landmass, if you look at it, you put the south twice, almost 3 times over in the north. So just by the volume of that landmass, you can easily concede that the population will be bigger. Whether there's more people towards the seas than there are in the deserts, which is just a factual thing, that land mass will occupy comfortably at least twice the people.
So you're basically saying that because, according to what you've just said, that they have a larger landmass, that means that they should have a higher population.
They have 3 times your landmass. They have 3 times your landmass.
Okay, fine. So you're basically saying because of that landmass, that alone is enough for them to have
that would stand with reason and logic.
No, it doesn't. It cannot be.
Does not.
It doesn't add up with other regions outside of that contraption. People in the south, in the southern part of that region of the south, the savannah region, they have a higher population everywhere else. But it's only like you got part
they have a higher population relative to what? You can see look at it now. You can see the land mass. That land mass is 3 times the land mass of southern Nigeria.
Land mass doesn't add people.
Are you saying that whole land mass is not occupied by people?
No, it's full of deserts. Many places are full of desert. When they were counting people, the camels, anything that moved, they were counting.
Just take the logic back to headquarters.
What is the population of the south? Do you know?
I don't know, but I know it's. I know it's a lot more than the north.
But you are not making any concrete argument.
Okay, you tell me what's the population of the north then, according to your whatever findings you have.
We don't know now, but we are going.
I just said the same thing, and you're telling me I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I didn't say you don't know what you are. So certain that you are so certain.
I'm certain it's the savannah region. You go in the savannah region, they have a higher population than the people that live in this.
Do you know they have more savannah in the north than in the south?
In which part of savannah region are you talking about?
Do you know, according to the map of Nigeria, there's more of the savannah in the north than in the south?
Which part of this north you claim that is savannah region?
Didn't you do geography in secondary school? Didn't they teach you a savannah,
you
rainforest,
which part of the north are you talking about? Are we talking about like Sokoto?
The desert is only Sokoto and the rest. It's only very small part of the north that is desert. Very small part.
So you're basically saying that.
And are you not aware of the way they give birth in the north? Are you not aware of the way they give birth in the north?
Like rabbits. Like rabbits.
Are you not aware of the
diseases? And do you know how many is dying of diseases?
let's talk about
Radio
part
Biafra
now.
is just going
Let's
to
forget about what we read. Have you
Yeah.
ever been to any of these states?
No,
physically
start from has he been to Nigeria is where you should start first.
I want to know because
Have
if
you
you have
been to
never
Nigeria
been,
before?
I have been to Lagos. I've been to Delta and obviously the East. Yes.
Okay.
For
What
how
about the
long?
north?
Hold on.
What
For
about
how
the
long?
north?
For how long? For
No,
how
no.
long?
There was a time I was supposed to go to Abuja, but
So you've never
it
been
was
to the north,
cancelled. But no, I haven't been to the north. No.
and you are just not giving
God.
them this label as if you can
No,
actually
hold on.
watch.
Do you know there was a guy? Hold on. There's one guy called I think what's his name? Mr. Wama was talking about him a few weeks ago. His name is something Traveler.
Indigo.
Kayo, you know.
Yes.
No,
And he
Indigo,
said,
Indigo
yes,
Traveler.
and he said in one of his blogs that in the north is basically it's like a desert. All you see is literally it's like
No, he did not say
land.
that. He went to Kano, which is one of the most popular.
Hold on. How many blogs did he do when he was in Nigeria?
We went to Kano. I follow the guy now. He went to Kano. What are you talking about,
yes,
my
he
guy?
did, but he also said
I also follow him, Indigo Traveler.
Yeah.
Like he goes to a
and
lot
he
of
also
countries
said,
and all.
and I remember
But he didn't go to the entire north.
Yeah.
So where he went to was a desert, and he showed what he saw.
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you a question, Rational Radio Biafra, and please answer honestly. You said you've been to Nigeria for how long?
I went there for about. This was a time I was contracting, so I had more leeway to spend more time out there. So I'll say about 3 months when I was out there last.
So the totality of your entirety of the Nigerian is 3 months.
No. I'm just saying from the last. I'm saying the last time I visited.
You're talking yam.
No, hold on, man. You asked me a question. Let me answer you. You asked me. I'm answering to you. The last time I went, I spent about 2 to 3 months out there.
What is the totality of your...
The totality, okay. The totality is about, altogether, it's about a year.
A year. Interspersed in between how long? Over how many years is that 1 year?
So about 2 years.
So you do the
2 to 3 years, yeah.
You did a rapid tour of Nigeria, Lagos, and your home.
Hold on. He asked
for 3 months, and then this makes you an expert
on
on Nigeria.
Mr. One Man. Hold on.
What are you doing now?
A question. Where am I getting all these findings from?
We know where you are getting it from. We all know.
Yes, and is that wrong? Is that a wrong tool to get information from? These are independent people that have gone there.
Yeah, but you should not be arguing with the people who actually experience both worlds. You should not be arguing people who actually experience both worlds. That is where we are disagreeing with you. There are people here who have experienced both worlds, can tell you physically how the north looks and how the south looks.
Yeah, but
they are telling you are arguing with those.
Okay, let me
are a one Nigerianist. So whatever you say about the north,
personal attacks. No personal attacks.
I need to answer Obi's topic.
Can you hold on? Can everybody hold on? When I say everybody, that includes you. Let me ask you another question. You know that Savannah narrative you just gave us now, Radio Biafra? I want you to answer honestly. Where did you get that narrative from?
I've read it online on Facebook and all this thing. Yes.
Where did you first hear about it?
Where? I get it from Facebook and
you got it on Radio
research.
Biafra. I was on that session when they were talking about it, so I know where it came from.
You have to respect yourself. Sometimes you just go. You try to start free speech. He just told you found it from the internet. Why do you want to?
He did not find it from the. I know the guy now. What are you talking about?
So where did you find it from then? Tell me.
You found it on Radio Biafra. You found it on radio.
Where is Radio Biafra? Is it not on the internet?
Well, there you are. So there it is. So
hold on.
You want to retract that
you said
statement?
That you heard it on Radio Biafra, yeah? You heard it on Radio Biafra. Did you call in to dispute that?
Did you not hear it on Radio Biafra? Because I heard it. Did you?
That is your business.
No, I haven't actually.
No, look at this guy. Look at that.
They might have spoken it on Radio Biafra, but I did my own research when I
came
across
it. You did your own research. What do you mean you did your own research?
Research where?
You said it on Radio Biafra now.
Is it not online? Is it not online? You Google these
Radio
things.
Brava, let me ask you a simple question.
Hold on,
My
Mr. Man.
goodness me.
Let me say
Radio
something.
Brava,
If somebody says something and you are not satisfied with
Hold on,
it,
one
you
person,
don't.
please.
If you have
One
a
person
security
at a time.
Look at
document,
that.
you bring it on.
it is a
Don't
wrong information. It's not
The
about being
goat is out.
satisfied.
The goat
It
is
is a
out
wrong
Okay, I
tonight.
want to
information.
hear from you. Speak.
Let me ask you a
You know,
question.
hold on.
See,
I must just say this. Radio Biafra, every time you come, you dabaro the session.
Oh my
I don't
God.
want you to do that. Don't ruffle
We are
up the
talking
session this
important things that affect this contraption that is damaging a lot of people. So anybody that this is what this platform is all about. It was sharing ideas
Yeah,
to
but that's
hopefully
my problem with you
sharing
is that
factual
when
ideas.
you are
Facts.
Oh,
arguing
so
with
you're saying,
people,
well,
when you
hold
are
on, Etty. So are you saying now that anything I've said is total lies? Like what you're saying?
It's
Yes!
entirely made up.
You're
It's
sounding
entirely
like you're
made up.
I'm
indoctrinated.
making it up.
You're sounding like you're
Yes!
indoctrinated.
Entirely. The
You have no
totality
my
of
idea.
everything you have
You
to
have no
say is
idea
made
how
up.
the North looks. You don't know if the
Okay,
North
you
is
tell
You've
me.
not even
What does
been
the
there.
North look?
exactly, but you are arguing. How can you learn when you are
No,
arguing?
you tell me. You
Okay,
say
you are
that,
not
oh,
making
in the
sense
north,
with
they're
your
producing
analogy.
No.
babies like rabbits,
Radio
yeah?
Mafia,
But at the same
by
time, you
your
don't say that
ideology,
they are dying like
Radio
fowl.
Mafia,
That's silly.
Radio Mafia,
That's
by
an
your
urban decline
ideology
He
that
right
just
you want
comes
to
now.
here
talk
to shout,
about.
man.
I'm
Okay,
not shouting, Mr. One
I'm
Man.
going to either ask you to mute yourself or set you to the background for a moment because I want to regain this session. I'm not going to let you steam it out of. Don't do that.
One man, can I interject, please?
Yeah, please.
Why don't we? He's made an assertion on this thing as far as him saying they have a lower population. I mean, the numbers are out there for us to quickly check and verify whether or not that's the case now. I know we have issues with our census, but at the end of the day, we can take a look at the trend and then just easily agree or debunk this and move
But
on.
The
Ison, you have
numbers
to.
favor the
Okay.
North. That's what we are saying. The numbers favor the North. That's what we are telling him.
It's not worth the effort
Yes.
because we've made the effort to show the map, which shows a 3 times more land mass, which then coheres with the logic that 3 times more land mass would equate to at least a higher population. The numbers you can quibble, but the percentages you cannot. The
Okay,
weight
let
you
me ask
cannot.
you.
You
Yeah,
cannot
what
say,
You
oh
know,
no,
his
I don't want
argument, his
no, I don't want to
argument
hear you
is
shouting here anymore, man. Just
his
keep on.
argument is the assertion people have made that the north is sparsely populated, and
Yeah,
because it's sparsely populated, that means that the land mass doesn't necessarily mean a higher population,
all
or
right.
that
That's really a satellite point, and I don't
No,
really want
but
to be labeled by it. But anybody can do the
how
research
many
and bring it to
states?
us.
No, how
But
many
I'm not going
states
to
in the
bother.
South are more populated than Kano, Maiduguri? I'm talking about the state capital, Maiduguri, Kaduna, Bauchi.
Only Lagos
Let me
is
finish.
close to Kano.
I said how many southern states are bigger than this state we are talking about in terms of
That's what
population? So
That's
only
what I'm
Lagos
saying.
in the
Only
south.
Lagos is close.
Exactly. So only Lagos in the south, and still, I don't know why you are arguing.
yeah,
These are about 5 cities in the north I've mentioned that are
yeah,
larger
Ovie,
than
you are going by Ovie, you are going by your own personal experience of having traveled there, right?
Yeah,
So
live there.
all I'm saying
No,
is
it's not personal experience. Actually, the numbers from the census say the same.
justify it, right? That's all I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
just pull up the numbers and let's end this conversation.
Everybody knows
Everybody
this
can pull
number.
up the
That's the
numbers,
problem.
but the landmass suffices for me as indicative of higher
And the
numbers.
problem with this
You
guy
know,
is he
when you
doesn't
are
really
3
want to
times the
listen to
no,
other people
it's
to
from Radio
learn.
Biafra now,
And sometimes I understand his arguments, but if you
Lord
don't
Michael is
know,
asking me to respect myself. Maybe you respect yourself.
if you
Come in here
don't
to
know, if
scream
you
and
don't,
shout.
I'm not shouting, Mr. One Man. Come
You
on.
are
I
shouting,
think
and if you
Mr.
carry on,
One
I'll
Man. Do you
just
know
ask
what
you
it
to
is?
leave.
Yeah. No, hold on. Do you know what it is? Is that you don't like somebody to come out with another narrative that you don't want to hear? That's what it is.
That's not what everybody does all the time. Every single
jarring
person
your mind,
disagrees
your
with me.
senses.
Every
You
single
want to
person
hear
here
one thing.
disagrees with me on everything.
It's not true. You're interrupting others that's trying to bring a different narrative that is
You
closer
don't bring
to
a
mine.
different narrative. You bring propaganda that you pick up from
It's not
Radio Biafra
propaganda,
and
man. You
regurgitate
heard eyes
all
on.
over.
You said, okay, bring the map. Let's put the numbers together
Yeah,
and see where
Ayuba
we
can
come.
go and do
But
his
you don't
own
want to do
research.
that.
I'm not obliged to be led by your
No,
whimsicals to go and be doing
okay.
anything. I'm not going to be led by your whimsicals. What do you mean I should go and do research? Am I the one talking nonsense to be doing the research?
One man, you might
Please.
be. You might be. If you don't know and somebody knows,
All right,
and
thank
you're
you.
not
I
ready
don't
to
want to hear.
debunk the
No,
person
please. That is just a no.
educatively,
Yeah, go
you
and
let
do
the
your own
person do
research
it.
now. Also, he's the one present. He's the one. He will do something has to I'm not going to justify his nonsense. So if he has the figures, then
One
he
man,
goes
mind
and
your
bring it.
language.
Oh, yeah, why don't you
Don't let
mind
people
your
copy
language?
you.
Why don't you mind
No,
your
don't let people
language?
copy you. I
No,
know what
why
I'm saying.
don't you
Ladies,
mind your
calm
Don't get
down.
language?
angry. Don't get
Why
angry.
don't
Calm down.
you? No,
Calm down. Calm down, bro.
You're telling me that I should respect myself. I should mind my language. Why don't you
Hmm?
respect yourself and why don't you mind your
Uh-uh.
language? The guy
One
comes here
man,
to
chill,
talk
chill.
nonsense. I'm saying
Don't
it is
calm
nonsense,
down,
and
bro.
you're telling me to go
Calm
and be
down, Mr.
researching
One
his
Man. We're
nonsense. Why
just
should I be?
debating.
Get out of here,
Where
man.
is Ajani
Not you,
Coco?
One man, please, please,
please,
please,
man.
please.
Don't do this.
Please calm
Anytime
down.
this guy comes here, he just comes to
One
spin down the
man,
place
please
and
calm down.
dabaru the
Calm
whole
down.
session.
What
Don't
about
do that
Mike?
now.
Mike does it worse than me.
Oh,
All I did was try to bring a
no.
topic
Thank
that
you. I
might
think
be.
I've had enough. Thank you. Enough from you. Please, Ovie, back to you where you were.
This is why I'm supporting. When I say I'm supporting the North, I'm one Nigerian. This is why we can make peace. Anyway, still on our brothers in Niger, part of being a regional dominance, regional daddy, as one man put it earlier on, is what you see happening. We exchange a hand of faith, hand of gratitude, and part of it, we are not military powerhouse to be defended in terms of all the other stuff. But I mean, as I said, I don't see anything wrong with extending out to anybody within the West Africa, and if we have it. But it's funny that the house got rattled up. That's Nigeria. That's Nigeria. We can make it work. That's
But Ovi, I noticed something.
Yes.
Anytime an Easterner comes here, certain things go crazy.
Sorry?
If that's the case, then Eastern people should leave Nigeria. If that's the case.
You said what? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I'm saying, I know it's a problem that when Easterns come here, they make the session rowdy.
I don't know. Is that noise coming from your end? Is the background noise or is that Prof?
All right, where were you? That guy has somewhat discombobulated me. One thing I cannot abide is just a shouting voice. You can assert yourself in a civil tone, so let me take you back to the politics of it. Abubakar Malami, Amechi, Emefiele, they procure a judgment to try and truncate what the new electoral bill was set up to institute. So the back and forth of that, Ovie.
I think well, if that you are not wrong in seeing it from that perspective, even my own favorite presidential candidate is affected to his an appointee. So I lean towards that. But on a different angle now, I wonder what the governors, they are kind of mute on this. Or am I missing anything from their own end? They are not saying anything about it. Because in a way, it favors them. Because they have a lot of them have unnecessary PAs and commissioners of what have you, just to use them as delegates. At the right time or when they're doing the convention. So for them to be mute about this, so I don't trust their angle too. So I see if that is the case, I don't see the National Assembly winning this case. I see the declaration by the court stands going as they declare. But and again, looking at them on Malami and the rest, I don't think resigning three months to pursue the admission will actually have any effect.
No, it will leave them more vulnerable the longer they are away from, because these people, they're going to use the weight of their office, the resources and everything to strong arm in their own favor at the primaries and at the conventions. But if they don't have the weight of that office, then they are naked like everybody else. So they don't have, so they need the power and potency of their office to push their political.
That's true, but again, most of the time, these people also have influence over their successor. They recommend who to take over from them. So, and in that case, their power, they still reign. They can still influence those people to use whatever resources if they actually need it. But I don't think people like Malami who have been in that office for the past 7 years. I don't think 3 months of not being in the office but at this point, yeah, it should be at the finalize every move that he actually wants to become a governor or whatever office he's aspiring to. At this point of the game, it should be a done deal. So I don't really, if 6 months to the election, I understand, but who knows, even though the primaries are still going to, I mean, they have now in June before the primaries. So are you not going to say unless they didn't succeed in getting their ticket, which is likely, but these people that we mentioned, well, that of Amechi is a tall order if it's a presidency, but Malami governorship and who again? I mean, I don't think that should be a very tall hurdle for them to escape, them being in the office at that critical time or not. But people like them, Amechi, well, I can see. But again, at that level, if they are real contenders, it's about the forces that are behind them, not necessarily the office they occupy presently. The interests. Who are the interests? Who are the highest donors? Who are the people who are actually pushing this? I think that's what the most important thing.
Setting the pecuniary interest of the people promoting the subversion aside, do you just as a standalone, do you agree that whoever is a political appointee must resign that commission sufficient enough a time to the primaries of selecting candidates for elective positions? Do you agree with that, just as a matter of principle?
100%. I think even 3 months to that, 30 days, as they are saying it to that, is even small. A year to 6 months should be it. Even to the incumbents, I don't care if you are a serving governor or president now. If you actually want to run again, maybe the presidency
you can't. No. I think it should more apply to appointees than elected people.
They
because
should.
you can't ask elected people to step down from their mandates. I
totally agree for the appointee to step down way longer than what they are proposing. 3 months or 6 months for them to actually come out. If you actually know you perform, and people like them, Malami, who have been there they've been there 90% of their time already, spent almost 7 years plus. If you actually perform, that should be enough to get whatever support you want. Not just him now, but anybody in that category, anybody in that position, any appointee. We are just putting Malami and Amechi and the rest because they are the only one visible on TV. There are a lot of directors, a lot of special advisors who also have ambitions to be senator, rep members, governors, and councillors and all that who are equally they're going to be affected. This is going to trickle down to them too.
And the audacity of just procure, is it even legal? Because he's not saying that he's going to tell the government printers to exempt that particular clause from the new electoral bill, just as an act of instruction, which then overrides the rejection of that move by the parliament and the ascension that Buhari gave to that bill with that clause inside. So he overrides all of that just through some whimsical something that he procured from Umar here. Is that even possible?
Yeah, if I want to go by what my statement, the son, what's his name? The son from Edo. What's this human rights activist lawyer, Mike Uzakime. I want to go by what he said. He said yes, is what the Senate, what the what's it called, the section 48 is as dead as dodo.
No, that guy is that guy is just laughable. How that guy made son, I don't know.
It's as dead as dodo.
It must be quota system. Maybe they just wanted to give Westerners son too.
Come on, man. Come on. That's my uncle you're talking about, one man.
Have you ever listened to him speak? It's just so.
Mama, I say that quota system. So if I want to quote him verbally. He said the section 84 is as dead as dodo. So
not dodo, as a dodo, which is a bird. There's a bird that's long extinct, so that's usually the reference that is as dead as a dodo.
Okay, so you get the point he's trying to make. So I think if I want to go by that, it stands. And for the fact that it's on the side of that's what the president won, not just the Malami. And as I said, the president that we say that he have, presidential favor, we don't know him. Maybe in that category too, we don't know. So let's see how it goes. But again, I think this will go a lot. This is actually overshadowing what's the plan to do the convention, which I still doubt if it's going to hold. So all this thing too is playing towards. Earlier in the earlier section, you were talking in the morning. You were talking about police plan to strike. I was listening. I was laughing so hard, and he said they plan to strike on the 26th of March.
Yes, I did note that. That's a power move right there.
I say, okay, our almighty convention is what? 26th of March.
Yes.
So what is happening here? So the game is becoming so interesting as time goes. On our politics, let's see who's going to win at the end of the day. But I just know that we lost. The masses have lost already. So make we just watch them, cheer them on. They will always have their way. But for the fact that the governors are not saying anything about it, are not making so much noise about it, means they are supporting it.
It serves their peculiar interest,
yes.
But it doesn't serve the greater good of the country. And this thing, I'm not quite sure where they found the courage, but the assembly rejected it. And that should then tell you that, because who is the representative? What's the voice of the person? It's your parliamentarian, isn't it? It's your rep member, it's your senator. If that's the voice of the people now, but the voice of our Kebbi state is telling us differently.
Yes, it's I don't know, because I think, again, if you look at the other side of this game, now let's be peculiar, because APC get the government now, they have about 21 governors, right? If the Senate and the House of Rep are not even making a big deal about the leadership torso of APC, that again says a lot. So everybody's having his interest. Why the governors are going head to head with the federal government, with the executive over the leadership of the APC, and the Senate are going head to head with the executive over if the servant should stay till the end or they should bow out. You see what is happening here. At the end of the day, they go. It's getting interesting so far. And again, if you Tinubu on that, where Tinubu stand in all this,
Tinubu is a passenger very much in what is going on in the APC at the moment, because he is just outside of this system, and the people that circle the party now, they are going to. For me, I see the APC as the governors, some led by El Rufai, and then I see shadowy figures led by Malami and Buni. So those shadowy figures, they have control of Buhari, and Buhari has the final say. But will the weight of the governors be able to overrun them, or will they overrun the system? So what plays out on the 26th, which is just next week Saturday, is going to tell us a lot as to the direction of travel. Yes. But in all of those plays, Tinubu has no influence. It doesn't even have an insider, especially amongst the Malami set. But even amongst the governors, it doesn't even have a strong insider, apart from Sanwo-Olu, who nobody really gives any, they don't pay attention to him.
Yes, if you want to go by some gossip in some quarters, that the Tinubu campaign group are exploiting another option, alternative party to run on in case APC did not go his way. They are not trying to put all their egg in one.
I don't think that's viable. Not this late into the game. Do you think that's viable?
They say SDP is viable. Just so it has followership. It's building. According to the gossip, is using Ekiti as an experiment. The coming election of Ekiti governorship election, is used as an experiment. It's solidly behind the STB candidate. Not that they don't, because it's becoming obvious by the day that Fayemi is not in support of his how did he tag his what I know the campaign team is going to be
swagger,
childhood ambitions. And that's a very good message to preach if you eventually succeed and become the president. That as in Nigeria, regardless of where you're from, who you are, you can dream and achieve your dream. But again, is it the right person to actually drive that message? That I don't know. So it's obvious that Fayemi is not in support of his ambition. and he too has, is pushing for that #1 seat. And in case he doesn't get it, and in case the Southwest doesn't even get the presidency or vice presidency, he stands a chance to become the SSG to the federal government. So all these are in play. That's why it's becoming obvious, even when Tinubu visited the Oni and the king of that region, who happened to be from the same place with Fayemi. Fayemi took off before Tinubu landed.
I don't know if that, because I think you've been trying to push that point, but I'm not quite sure if that is a point. But
it's a good move if
that's your calibration. So
that's what I'm saying. It's a gossip from one quarter, but we see how things go. SDP, if it's going to be the next Yoruba party, I think they have a reason to drive it. Now Abiola party. At the end of the day, even that be at the end of kill. If Tinubu dies and SDP is a good. I mean, this is me just making things up, but I'm kind of impressed how it's supports for whoever how the party wants to be. It's not visible. It's not obvious. Nobody can say this is where Tinubu stands in this whole. I think I respect that. I see the wisdom in doing that, and if it's 100% focused on reaching his childhood's ambition.
Sorry, Ovie, I must just address one thing because it's somewhat irritating me somewhat. So I want to address this. I've noticed that there are certain elements from the eastern space that goes around our platforms to, I don't know if they are covertly being sent to go and disrupt as disruptor. Radio Biafra being an example of that they just come to try and unbalance going on within platforms. If that is a thing, then it's not a thing here. So don't do it again, Radio Biafra, to come here and scream and shout down the place. I allow for all voices and I allow for yours as well, but I will not tolerate it. Don't do it again. Don't do it again. So back to your VA.
Don't you think they are just doing it deliberately, knowing that
they are doing it deliberately because I've seen them on so many platforms acting in the manner that this character just did, shouting down the place with just whimsical and nonsensical. Do not do it again. Do not do it again.
One man, if I may make a suggestion. One man.
I think the fact that you are always in that space too, a lot of them can't stomach or can actually comprehend that.
No, come here and argue back. Too. I will take a logical argument all day long, and I will be defeated by a superior argument all day long. I will take defeat if you present a superior argument, of course, because I want to evolve also. But I will not tolerate just that rowdy, shouting, screaming. You don't do that. This is not the space for
we all don't know it all now.
Okay, calm down, please.
I just
somebody jarred me. He just jarred me. That shouting, it jarred me somewhat.
I know. One man, please. You've made your points, and I believe he has learned his lesson. So
all right, so we move on. So I don't want to label it, and I don't want to target you, but please don't do it again. So we move on. Let me move over on. Let me move you on to this somewhat surprises me, but does it surprise you that there are speculations that Governor Ortom wants to carpet cross back to the APC? So nothing surprises you in Nigerian politics, but
sorry guys, woman, sorry to cut you short. In the midst of you saying what you were saying, I think Aizon was trying to say he has a suggestion, and I think maybe we should listen to what he has to suggest.
All right, let's hear from you, Aizon.
D, thanks for that. No, I was just going to say, I understand it can be frustrating sometimes when people come into your platform and they're trying to make a point, not through the conventional means of trying to make an argument, but instead, after all, we're Nigerians, people come in with passions high. They want to express their point, and sometimes people feel the only way to express their point is if they can shout louder than the voice they're arguing or debating with. So I think, with a lot of these people, usually is to get to the crux of their argument. What is your central idea? What is the central point you're trying to make? Once they analyze that, okay, let's talk about that. Is it valid or is it not valid? Why is it valid? Can you back up your points? Yes. Okay, back it up. Show me examples. If it's not valid, you debunk it with ideological, simple facts, and you dismiss them through logic, and they be gone, tail between their legs, argument done, they don't come back. But a lot of times when, and sometimes I can understand they get to you, my brother, but you have to sometimes rise above and help
I
them
don't
understand.
want to especially give oxygen to that Radio Biafra cusp, which is a form very aggressive, very toxic, very in your face sort of a space, and I
Mr.
think it's a
Woman, can I say
deliberate. I
something,
think it's a
please?
deliberate thing that they do. They
Mr.
just go
Woman.
around with all this. They give them talking
the
points. They give them talking points in their talking spaces, and then they go around other spaces and try to overrun that space with the ludicrousness that they've been indoctrinated with in their space. I've noticed that as a trend. We had a period when we had a whole. Well, Ovie has been here, man and boy. We had a period when we had nothing but these elements come here to constitute a nuisance to the space, and I will not tolerate it.
Woman, and I would say, you know what, you're right. You don't have to tolerate it. And I would say that the best way to control the conversation, my brother, is to, if someone is debating in a way that's not reasonable, you have the power to mute the person until they're ready to talk in a sensible manner. Then you bring them back on, and you have a sensible debate based on merits. And if they can make the merit on whatever it is they're trying to argue from the eastern side, then we will all listen. But if you're coming to shout and insult and to belittle, then you mute them and say, when you're ready to talk like a man, let's get on and discuss like men. We're not boys, we're not children. And they will sit down and have a conversation with you, make their point, you listen to their point. And the best way to defeat an ideology or something that you don't agree with is through logical counter arguments. So my point, that is my suggestion to you, is because sometimes I think when they come in and they get you angry, you're giving them the upper hand. You understand? So I think, in just you control the floor. It's your floor. It's your platform. So
no, it's just I don't want to ban anybody. You take something for me to ban people, but it's just we have to.
Platform. It's our platform.
No, it's for everybody, and I want everybody to participate equally. The guy is still there. So, but just the shouting, it's not. You can't outshout me, or I can shout as well, though. But my wife will come down and give me a slap.
One man, they say if you wrestle with a madman, they won't know who's mad and who's sane. So,
all right.
Yeah. So just
all right. Let me just give Radio Biafra the right to reply just for balance, and then we go on quickly from there. So, do you want to say anything, Radio Biafra?
Yeah. I just come here because I listen to your platform a lot and your guests, and some of the things they say is jailbreaking. But again, I try to bring it because there's a lot of things that they say that needs answers. It's like Tony. Some of the things Tony says, I kind of understand where he's coming from, but people shouting down maybe because he's the way he's talking is quite loud to some people, and they just don't see it as he's talking sense. But I can get through to some of the things he says, and some people are not happy about it because these people come on this platform because they want to hear one thing. And that one thing is what they want to hear, even though it's a load of what's the French? Well, excuse my French, but it's a load of rubbish. Do you understand? Like I can name you a lot of people that come onto this platform and just talk absolute gas. It's just absolute nonsense.
From your point of view, from their point of view,
what authority are you saying they are saying? You know it all or what?
What authority? My authority is things I've read online. I've spoken to people.
Your authority is Radio Biafra.
You don't have monopoly to that, though. You know that. You don't have monopoly to reading, listening to people. We all do that.
Exactly. So this is why.
So why do you think yours is more superior than the other person's own? That every other person is garbage.
You know one thing. You know one thing. What Radio Biafra?
Okay, let me answer that one.
Let me tell you one thing. You know what you consume is largely led by your worldview.
Okay.
What you consume is largely led by your worldview, and you go and listen to the sort of things that are not you especially, but most people in general. What people consume is already they want to go to places that come.
Okay, let me give you an example. Yeah, Mr. Wama, I know you're a very clever guy.
No, I'm not a clever guy.
No. Well, to me, I think you're clever and you're more learned than you put out. When you want to say the truth. And when you listen to some of your guests that come onto this part and say the same old gas, and then when you decide to to say the truth, you will find them kind of like backtracking. You kind of hear like because they've never been challenged before as they should be. Do you understand?
Neither of you, though. This is what we do here. We debunk long-held beliefs. This is where
but Mr. Woman, you don't do it always, and I saw that,
including and especially within your space.
I'll give you an example.
When you go out making up stories and then.
Okay, let me give you an example. When you were talking to Lord Michael, and he was talking about that cockroach in Finland, and he was saying that Lord Michael was saying that that they were the leaders of DOS were in Abuja and all this thing, and you were challenging him. You wouldn't have done that a few weeks before.
How did I challenge him?
You was actually saying that no, I disagree with you, and he was on the back foot because he was coming out with something that was basically not true. A lot of things he was saying.
I remember that conversation.
Yes.
The conversation was around Nnamdi Kanu being stepped down as the leader of the IPOB, which is factually the case.
No. Let me put that correct, Mr. One Man. Now, IPOB has a secretary by that name, Sophie Kalu. She is the secretary. Now, Radio Biafra contract is coming to an end. So who is going to renew that contract?
Is that what they are saying at headquarters?
Okay, see what I'm saying?
I'm asking you. Let me ask
you. Who is the one that can renew the contract of a company in this country, including this house? Who is the person that could renew that contract? Is he not the director of the company? And where is the director of Radio Biafra? Is he not illegally detained in the Nigerian dungeon somewhere in Abuja? Or DSS, whatever?
I don't know where you're getting that from.
The only person that could do is the secretary. And that's why she stepped forward to change her name so she could go and renew the contract. And then... They
deleted Nnamdi Kanu's name so that they can access the loot. That's just what happened.
My God. What loot?
Your subscription fees, your membership fees. That's the loot.
Lord Michael said another thing. He said that, Chike Doziem and Chine Saworo, they were seen in Abuja. Nobody asked this man.
Look, nobody especially cares about these people or that space. It's somewhat a comical space.
The point I was trying to make here is that when I was listening to that, you were challenging him. Do you understand? Before, you would have allowed him to talk.
I challenge everybody on everything.
It's true, Mr. One Man.
Everybody gets pushed.
It depends what mood you're in. Mr. One Man, it depends what mood you're in, I've noticed.
But a person like me, 99% of the time, I'm always on the opposite side of One Man.
Yes,
and he gets challenged. Even Lord Michael gets challenged. Everybody gets challenged.
Sometimes
which you never did this time.
The truth. I know that
it's always the motives. Are you a sensitive bunch? Is that what it is? Are you sensitive?
In what? Why would you say that?
No, because you get somewhat prickly anytime you are prodded at, and you get prickly
to lies, and that is what I think we face since this agitation. We get a lot of lies thrown against us because obviously the Nigerian want to put a narrative against IPOB so they can get their own way against us, but we cannot allow that. So whenever platform is out there, we've got to get in there and put the record straight.
I have a question. Who burnt the leader of Ohayense house this morning or yesterday?
Who burnt it?
Yeah.
Us, the head of the Nigerian Security Services, DSS.
No, it was ESN. Now we know that. This is what you do, isn't it? This is it.
Well, how did you come it was ESN, Mr.
How did you know it's DSS? How did you know it's DSS?
Can I say something?
How did you know it's DSS?
Hold on, because the Nigerian security or Nigerian government is doing its damnest best to try and get ESN IPOB labeled terrorists.
So you see what I say now, that they get this talking point from headquarters.
Nigeria. So why would Nigeria security body?
Do you remember Ekwemadu? Do you remember Ekwemadu? Not Ekwemadu.
Let's say on Ohayense is pro-Nigeria. So why would Nigeria DSS border his house?
So say that again.
I said, Ohanaeze is pro-Nigeria. So why would the Nigerian DSS burn down his house? The leader,
I just told you, man. I just told you. They want to do anything they can to get IPOB and ES and tag the terrorists. They are literally going around the world begging international leader organizations. Say, see, this is what they've done. They burned this out. They killed this man. Oh, please, see, tag the terrorists. Tag them. That's what they're trying to do. It's simple logic.
No, for
Ovi, do you remember the former leader of Ohanaeze, what's his name, Mia Wado? There was a time the same thing happened to him. So what was the conclusion of that one? Who was it? Where was the IPOB guy that claimed that burnt his house? Where is the guy? Answer that question. To this day, we are still scratching our heads. You could come out with IPOB, but to this day, you have not got the man.
Listen,
this is what they do.
When you talk, you allow other people to talk.
Okay, sorry, man. Carry on.
Can I say something?
I want to ask you one question.
Yeah, go on.
Just call somebody a cockroach in Finland.
Exactly.
He is a cockroach. In fact, now let me tell you my French here.
Good. Now let me ask you one question. What do you know about Biafra?
What do I know about Biafra?
Yes.
It was a former homeland that existed before Nigeria.
And who told you that?
Who told me that? Yes. Research online.
Who told you that?
Online.
Wait, let me ask you that question.
Wait, Lord Michael,
Lord Michael, I
have a question. Please, let me ask him a question about Simon Ekpa. Now, when Nnamdi Kanu was...
let Lord Michael push him. So because the Radio Biafra has now seized the center stage whether we like it or not. So let Lord Michael push him first, and then you push him later.
So what tribe are you? What tribe are you?
I'm Igbo.
And who told you you are Igbo?
Sorry, who told me I'm Igbo?
Who told you you are Igbo?
Okay. Well, sorry, your question is who told me I'm Igbo? Is that your question?
Yes.
Well, my father was born in Igbo land. My mother was born in Igbo land. We speak Igbo. All our market days is Igbo culture. My mother's wear two-piece wrapper. So I don't know what else I can define myself. I'm Igbo.
Something you don't know. Calm down. You see, you don't even know if you are able to start with or not. You don't even know anything about Biafra or Nigeria.
So what am I if I'm not all those things then?
Hold on, let other people
speak. Who are you?
Speak.
What do you know? What do you know about struggle? What do you know about freedom? You know about freedom fighting.
What do I know about freedom?
It's not to watch yourself.
I know freedom is not walking.
What you don't know is bigger than you. I am trying to save you because you might end up destroying yourself if you go ahead making such insulting statements about people you do not know or what they stand for or what they fight for. Don't just go somewhere and listen to garbage.
Is working with the Nigerian DSS.
Because you will be destroyed.
Simon Ekpa is working with the Nigerian DSS.
Stop about Biafra. Just stop it. Go and face your UK and eat your burger.
Wait, you can't tell him to stop now. Why you going to let me get stop?
No, nothing.
Simon Ekpa is working with the Nigerian DSS,
let me ask you a question about that Simon Ekpa space. Lord, sorry.
Okay.
So, I mean, obviously you are a staunch member or follower of Biafra, right?
Okay,
so
yes.
When Nnamdi Kanu was captured, and the news
he was kidnapped.
However you want to put it, the news went viral that Simon Ekpa has been given the authority to broadcast on his behalf. Is that a fact or a lie?
From what I've heard, is true, but he refused to sign the code of contract.
Oh, so that's
from what you heard, not from what you know.
Okay, that's what I just answered. From what I understand is he refused to sign the IPOB code of conduct. Code of conduct.
Now, so is his refusal to sign those the code of whatever that now make you guys to tag him that is working for
No. He's anticipated since then. There's a lot of people that have had suspicion of his activities, but a lot of it is all coming to fruit. He claims that he's a disciple of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but at the same time, he's coming out with his own radio radio platform. He's attacking his colleague, the daughter of Jezebel, is attacking the family, saying that they all must be, all the Kanu family must be
what is
chased
his
out.
radio?
And
What
he's
is
still
his-
standing with this one, and he's still claiming that he is a disciple of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. How can that be
What
so?
is the name of his radio?
Look at the antecedent this man is doing, and you're telling me that this man is working with
No,
Can I
Mazi Nnamdi
interject?
Kanu?
calm down, slowly. What is the name of his radio that is?
Voice of I think it's voice of well, I don't want to use his
Don't
voice
even
of
know. It's
Biafra.
called Voice of Biafra. That was launched just this month.
Exactly. So you claim
And
that
you are-
you're
and
hold
you are
on,
one
Mr.
of
Hold
the
Hold
on,
like
and
happened
listen
9
to
months
other
ago.
people. Come
You
on,
don't do
man.
nothing. Just keep quiet. Don't make
So,
yourself. Don't make
what do you
yourself
think?
talk for yourself.
What do you think?
Jose, hold on.
This guy is just dead.
You know what, guys?
What
Let's
have I
move
said
on.
that's wrong? That's errant, Mr. Lord Michael.
RBL.
I don't
One
understand
thing
where
I've
he's
noticed.
just
One
not
thing
Re-
I've
happy
noticed
with
about
Radio
telling the truth.
Brafia, are
Radio
you
Biafra.
aware that you are practicing a religion now? Because the way you are sounding and all the terms you are using are terms of religion, not terms of any form of agitation or whatsoever. It's like you're worshiping Kanu, what's his name?
No, how?
Biafra,
In what
Biafra
way?
is a way of
No,
life.
I'm fighting for my
that is
freedom. I'm fighting for
which
my
freedom
children's
are you
freedom.
fighting for?
I live
You've
in the
not been
West.
to
I
Nigeria
want to
before.
Miss
You've
Etty.
been to Nigeria only
Etty.
just how many times you're fighting for
Etty.
freedom?
Yes.
Wait, let me finish. Let me
Okay.
finish. Do you know that even the name Bafia, I'm sure you've heard Bia, you think
Yeah.
it's
I
come
like
from
the way you
Igbo.
say that.
You understand? I'm sure you feel like, oh, it means this thing, Bia, that Bia was gotten from Igbo. Do you know that it's not even an Igbo word? Do you know?
What's the
Do you
where
know
is
how
it
the
from?
whole
Is it
Brafia
are you
stuff
going to say
started
Portuguese?
from?
Is it Portuguese?
It's not.
Where is it from?
It's gotten from the Bright of Brafia. It's
Bright
the
of
whites are
Biafra.
named that place a Bright of Brafia. Yes.
Hold on. I thought that place Bito Biafra was Bito Bunny. So that is wrong, is
Bright
it?
of what?
There
It's
is a
Bright of
Those are
Brafia.
two different bites you're talking about.
Very different.
Very different.
So
But you don't
Two
mean by
different locations,
Guys,
two different bites.
hold
There's
on.
bite of Biafra, there's bite of Bontem.
narrative.
But you
RBL,
don't.
thank
But
you
on the
very
map,
much.
if we look at the map now, we
Ove,
don't see
can
the
we
Bite
go
of
on,
Biafra.
please?
All we see
Because
is
I'm
Bite of
getting
Bunny.
tired of this.
you don't see Igbo
All right,
in
let's.
even the Bright of Brafia.
We
The
can't.
name
We
was not
can't.
even given by an Igbo man. Do
If
you know
somebody's
that?
not gonna listen to
Who gave the name?
Sorry, DOG.
if
Now, let's
Tebo,
talk some.
please
What
let's
do you want us
allow.
to
Let's just move
let's go
on.
some? What do you want us?
Ove, continue
Yes.
from where you are. Thank you, please. Jesus Christ.
Yes, we were.
Okay, are we done? So I hope you all have the same headache that I have now, because I should not be the only one that have
This is cancer.
pulsation. Oh God!
This is cancer.
On behalf of one man, let me push that question to the question you're trying to ask me about Ortom. I think Black League, you follow Ortom more when he first when he was. I think he was a member of APC. APC at first, right? If I'm not mistaken. Black League, sorry.
Yes, he was an APC member and then ran to PDP.
So
I'm not surprised if he's trying to run back. But I know he's trying to become a senator right after his tenure expires as governor. So if the PDP doesn't give him the ticket, then he may return to the APC. I mean, that's normal with Nigerian politics. There's no ideology, so they'll keep
Has he
moving.
not served his 2 terms?
He has. So he's leaving soon, and he's trying to get his the Senate ticket.
Because why I'm kind of if I should go by this, I don't know if the same article that I read one man. It's a I think one of his commissioners was trying to be as of rep that is talking to
the seniors in their state.
Yes, Mark Akume.
Akume, yes.
Yeah. So he alleged that it's not just him, but 10 or 9 other governors are going to follow him. So
how does that even happen off the back of the Dave Umahi situation? I mean, I thought we already had some sanity in that space.
Well, they are all living there, but they are all coming to the end of their term. So I can understand that.
Please, sorry. Am I still in the same show?
Yes,
Yes,
you
you
are.
are. You told us stage that we all the fighting. This is what we do. This is it's a madhouse. Welcome
One
to
piece.
the
Please, where
it's
is
a
that?
madhouse. This place is
Where is
we are
that
all
Biafran?
Holy
lunatics. We
Where
are
is
shit.
all
that
One
Biafran
lunatics
piece.
in
guy?
this place.
I've been seeing him
It's
commenting on the comment
it's
section. Said, "Do I have to buy a coffee to come up?"
no. You don't have to buy a
Holy
coffee. It's just
shit.
I was explaining to him that you only 10 people are on the screen. So Charles had to make way for you.
Oh
But
my god.
so there it is. This is what we do here. It's
Please,
a
This guy.
madhouse. Yeah.
please. Where is that Biafran guy that was speaking
Oh,
just
okay.
now?
It's still here, but measure your conversation because he doesn't take it. It will just okay
Do
to
you really
you.
want to
No.
go there?
Even though it doesn't take it, we have to enlighten these people. So many people are lost. Sorry to say. So many people are lost. The guy is saying he's Biafran. I don't understand. Biafran just came about 1967 and said you are a Biafran. Your mother were two rappers. Jesus. Jesus. Do you know the meaning of Igbo? Igbo is not a language. Igbo is a word to describe certain people. Do you know how come about Igbo? Do you even know your history? Jesus. In 21st century, and you are, I don't know, but you speak and you speak Fune, and you think you are bright or you are Jesus.
No, he doesn't
just
speak
go
for
and
Neo.
go down, forget
He's
about
an
this video.
Englishman. So he's not putting on an
Sorry,
accent. He's
I
an
don't need to bust
Englishman.
anybody
Yeah.
bubble.
Yeah.
When it comes to trade, Igbos are smart. But when it comes to politics and any other thing, they are 100 years backward. Sorry to say.
Word
I'm not trying
peace.
to insult
That's
any
because
Igbo
we
man.
don't like to bend our backwards to northerners.
How can you tell me that you are Igbo? Una the kind of supposed to die in jail? Do you know how many people that guy has killed?
Yeah, he has killed.
Like
Oh,
I say, you are
that's a
being
new one.
marginalized. You don't just come
He has
marginalized. Go
been
to every
killed.
embassy. You say, "Oh, Igbo
Oh
star."
my
Have you
goodness
seen a
me.
Benin man becoming a president of Nigeria? Have you seen a Benin man complaining?
I don't think.
Do you
But I
guys
don't
enjoy
think we
laughing
should
and smiling?
If I
categorize
still
all
have
of
my,
them.
world
World peace. I
peace,
don't
if
think we should
you talk
Exactly,
about
categorize all
Benin
of
empire,
them.
exactly.
you want to speak
What
it.
peace?
That's
What
the word
One
of
peace?
God.
piece. Which can
What
piece?
peace?
Now we are
What
peace.
peace?
So
Let
don't
it
bring your own
slide.
countries and borders us.
Let it
Allow him
slide.
World peace. You don't categorize all of them.
One
Although he's saying all
more.
northerners are backward, I'm not supposed to be supporting him. But
Yes,
I'm still, but he's still
no.
wrong either way. He's still wrong either way.
I'm
Yeah,
not saying,
Black
see,
King.
see,
Guys are
I
Black King,
have
welcome.
thank you
Igbo in
for
my
that.
blood.
That was why I
Have
It's
Igbo
not.
like
in
It's
my
the
wrong
blood.
to
way.
categorize all Igbos
No,
as
Exactly,
backward.
sorry.
This
I'm
same
sorry.
no
exactly.
One Piece. I don't know if you can hear me, but this same Nnamdi Kanu message is not only these people hearing it. There's a lot of people hearing it. I'm sure Professor Datao also hears the same message, but I mean, he comes here, his stance on Nnamdi Kanu would never change. A staunch supporter. But you see the way we relate to him is different because the tone and the language, just calls for mutual respect. So
Yeah, I'm not
we
trying
might
to.
not
I'm
agree
not.
with what he's saying, but the
Yeah,
points he will bring up, I mean, you have to respect it.
Yeah,
So that's
sorry. I'm not
different
trying.
with someone just coming to,
Sorry.
rant
Yeah, I
and
understand. I'm
go
not trying
on.
to insult him. I'm
I
not trying
know
to
that
insult
will
him.
call for you to, fire back at him and just categorize them. But no,
No,
let's
sorry.
look
I'm not
at
trying
them
to.
individually.
I'm not
This
trying to insult him,
It's,
man.
it's
But
one
fire for
piece.
fire now. Fire
This
for
one
it's
fire.
piece.
good,
This
and
is
it's good. We should say
Yeah, it's
things the
your
way it
name that
is.
misled us. You said One Piece, One Piece.
Attire.
No,
Yesterday
no
we said
verse.
what you want.
No verse. Sorry. I saw this guy will come.
don't know they carry last though. Don't
See,
know they
sorry,
carry last.
saw this guy. See, sorry, Igbos have the right to agitate. It's not a problem. But this IPOP everything is the right time for us to tell them it's wrong. The way they're going about it. If when you don't, they say if you not tell Pekin say you do wrong, you're saying that you're facing they repair the thing.
One
If you
piece.
not talk and say if you not tell person they spoil the country, say they spoil the country, you're saying they fix them.
One
We should
piece.
at least one time tell them this thing you are
What
going
is
about.
who
You
they
are going
spoil
about
the
the wrong
country?
way.
No, who they spoil the country?
Listen, One Piece. You give you give them credit for one thing. They are very good businessmen.
Yeah.
Don't turn business venture. They see there's money in that space. Why you want
Too
me?
much money.
Igbos are more than business.
What are you
We are
talking
academics.
about?
We are
So,
engineers. We are we're into many things. Artists.
I beg. Let's come back to reality. Let's come back.
guys.
One Piece. Biafra. Let's come back to reality. Let's come
Your
back to reality.
Let's go back to
RBA,
reality.
your
That was why I
engineers,
like.
but
Hold on. Let's hear from Black League. Yeah.
no, I don't understand. RBL is going, back and forth. He's saying we are engineers, we are doctors, we are this. Would you say you're also cockroaches? But that also came from you. You know, you're calling your people roaches at the same time.
No,
You're
I
saying
didn't.
you
I
have
called one person. How is that one
You
person
know, well,
evil?
anytime
One
Radio
person.
Biafra comes,
rightly or wrongly, that's a leader within that space.
He's
No
not
matter
a
how you want
leader.
to look
Come
at
on.
Simon Ekpa,
He's
he's
not
a
a
leader in
leader,
his right.
man. Come on.
So if you're belittling someone like that openly, calling him roaches, I fear
Yes,
what
he's a
you will call
cockroach,
us
but
that
he's
are
not
not
a
even part of
person. I
it.
didn't say, oh,
no,
these
he wants us
people
all
are.
killed.
I mean, man.
The
One
funny
man.
thing
Hold on, can
about
I
all
say
these
something?
things is that
The
Let's
next
come
time
back to
Radio
reality.
Biafra comes
Let's
here, he
let's
doesn't show you his paper and pen. Don't let him in. He has to learn.
let's
You
come
know,
back to reality.
anytime
Let's
Radio Biafra comes on, my heart just skips a
Yeah.
beat because I know
I
that
think
it's
we
going to
should leave
get,
Radio
just.
Biafra.
Okay,
So I
Mr.
don't
One
want
Man,
to ban him
when
because
Mark
I must
comes on,
allow
what
him
does
to
he give?
speak.
What does he give to your heart?
Please, let me say something, please. Sorry for the last time, but let me just put in one or two things, See, this guy, Biafran child or Radio Biafra, don't think everybody's suffering, man. I have Igbo in my blood. My great grandmother is the Igbo woman. You cannot be Igbo more than me. I'm a Benin guy, as in full Benin from the palace. At the same time, I have Igbo in my blood. But the way people go about all these things, it's not right. We need to tell
Can I
ourselves the
ask
truth.
something, please?
Huh?
Can I ask
Hold
something?
on. Oh, hold on. Let him make his point, and then you
Okay.
have
Yeah,
the right to
it's not
reply.
right.
Yeah.
You people just you people paint every other people like every other people are the bad ones. Like if you don't buy into your struggle, then you are sabo. We don't
Hold
buy
on.
into your this,
Oh my.
we are
Okay,
wrong.
can I answer that
You have
quickly, Mr. One
you have
Piece?
engineered little kids to start insulting elders, traditional rulers, all you know of your struggle. Is that how you get struggle? You come here and make everybody look like, oh, you don't understand what you are saying, that only you understand what you are saying. You come and tell you, oh, that you are a coastal region, you are Igbo, your name looks like Igbo, you are Igbo. For that, you're Igbo. And you don't even know your own history. You don't even know
But
how
the
come
guy
what
to
even
rapper
led to
now,
that
to rapper now.
67 coup. You don't even know. You just buy into a narrative and you just hold on to it like a blind man
Word
holding
Piece.
a
So are
chicken
you saying
intestine.
that? Okay, Word Piece. Are you saying that the
Your voice
Igbos?
is not clear. Your voice is echoing back.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Are you saying to me now that the Igbos in these so-called outside these 5 states are not Igbos, like in Delta, Rivers,
That's the
in
problem. Let me tell you something. Let me give you a little bit of history.
Okay, tell me
Igbos,
then.
let me give you a little bit of history. And everybody have different history, But I'll give you little I know from my father, from my own tradition. Igbo came, there's original Igbo. If you go to Igbo land, what have you wonder asking yourself why they call some people original Igbo, why they call some people slave? You're not Igbo. Have you ever asked yourself why? Because in the earlier on our forefathers' time, some Igbo migrated from Ghana. You still have your history. Some Igbo migrated from Ivory Coast and Congo. That's Biafra. That Biafra was a slave camp.
They are all from Israel. They are all from
I thought they were from
Israel.
Israel now.
No, hold on. Just hold on. We'll get there. Go check your history book. Cameroon was a slave camp. Bonny Camp was a slave camp. Badagry was a slave camp. Gold Coast, Ghana was a slave camp. Some part of Oyo was a slave camp.
I don't understand where you're going to. You're just telling me that this
Let me try to tell you the Igbo.
Okay, hold on, Mr.
Let me tell you, Asaba. See, let me tell you. In Anambra, there's Kogi community inside Anambra. Kogi community inside Anambra.
Yeah.
So you're gonna call them their Igbo too?
No. Hold on. Oh my goodness me! I need to answer. Do you mean those people called Igala? In Kogi?
I said in Anambra State. There's a community inside Anambra State.
I know. Are you talking about
hello?
Igala.
Hello.
Is in. Oh my God.
Hello. Is that One Piece? Please. Let's not go over this discussion that length.
Let's go back.
I will say this, please. I'm from Anambra. In Anambra, there's some Igala people. They're from Anambra.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Igala people speaking. But as one thing I want you to know, Igbos, Igbos are in all these states, regardless of what people say. That one is clear. And
Igbos have never said Igala people are Igbos. So when we say that people in Asaba are Igbos, how come we've never said that Igala people are Igbos?
Let's
and
move
they
away
live
from
in our midst.
See, wait, hold on. Let's move away from
It's
history.
you Benin
Now,
people are
hold
misleading people with
just hold on. Let me just finish this
your
last
lies,
one.
saying that they are Benin
Wait,
people,
hold
but
on.
they have
Let me
Igbo name,
chip
they
in the
speak
last
Igbo
one.
language,
Let me chip
they
in this
have
last
Igbo
one.
culture. How is that the case? You claim that
Listen, let me chip
Benin
you
has
this last
big
one because you speak a
civilization,
lot of
but
English. Listen,
Benin has
I like
never
to
left
argue
any
a
of the
lot. I
civilization
love to talk.
outside
We
the
can talk at the
original
same time.
Benin
Radio
lands.
Biafra, what peace? Radio Biafra, I have one question for you. Do
Okay.
you know why God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth? Because you don't seem to listen. You seem to just want to say what you know and what you've heard. Most of the time, it's even what you've heard and what you've read. Sometimes when people are saying things to you, you need to listen to them to pick up. Like Black Rick told you something. Professor Lata, that you are looking there. I don't think you can even love Nnamdi Kanu like him. But when it comes and speak to that space, we don't have all this rumble jumble on this platform. And please, can we just even move on and leave this like everybody has said? Please, let's just move
Oh, yeah,
on.
we'll leave it. Yeah, thank you so much. We'll leave it. But quickly, let me tell this guy,
see,
this Radio Biafra, one thing.
No, you don't tell her everything you want to talk.
No. I'll tell you about the 5 states. You have 5 states. In my state, I don't have 5 states.
See, this man no go ever agree with you. You should know that by now.
Igboland is not 5 states. Majority of River State is Igboland. Majority of Delta is Igboland. Igboland is carved out in Benin.
Oh my God.
I give up on this guy when I found out that most of his information are gotten online.
That's why
information is Mr. Ete. Is that the way?
Please.
Are you talking about Wikipedia?
Please, I think we have a discussion going on already. We have a discussion going on already, and I would like us to, detour from that discussion.
Exactly.
Let's come to reality. The reality be say Ortom won the camp, and that should say a lot. If a governor who is been in position for 8 years sees scared that he's not going to get a ticket to run for a Senate seat, that means what has it done for the people? 1. 2, that means we never count as a people. 2, and the reason we don't count is because we are never together. And this is the thing that is tearing us apart. A governor who is being in power for 8 years is scared of not being elected by his people that he govern. That should say a lot. That's what we should pay attention to.
How are we sure it's not rumor?
But it's happening. It is happening. Governors are decamping after 8 years. How you go lead your people for 8 years and you believe they cannot vote you in again? That says a lot. Either we don't count.
No, I don't think he believes that they won't vote him in again. He knows that we saw what happened to Dino Milaye in Kogi State when he got 95% of the vote and they gave the seat to Smart Adeyemi. We saw what happened in Ekiti State when they rejected Fayemi and they imposed him. We saw Osun State when they voted Adeleke and they got Oyetola. So he knows that he has to be with the APC. Otherwise, he's doomed.
So, Wama, you are saying you are right, but that's it said to make my point that we never can. The only why they always never put us into consideration is because we are not together.
Honestly, you know my problem.
And that is a state. I'm not even saying the whole country now.
My problem with these guys is how come you've been a governor for 8 years and you still want to go and contest again?
Thank you. That's
after 8 years.
8 years.
Is it not madness? Is that not madness?
What do you want him to do?
Well, the Senate is almost filled with former governors.
Every single somebody should do the thing. At least 60% ex-governors.
That is why you see this permutation that is going on in the legislation and the Senate about all this also now. How not to get schemed out of this game because they are scheming a lot of people out and they scheme themselves in. So it's just really about them. And I keep saying that they can afford to do all this thing in our presence and just laugh at us because we ourselves we don't even agree that this is a game. That's why we can't even come together in 10, in 20, in a small village to challenge and say, okay, our vote must stand. I understand, say, okay, yeah, killing another, but hey, it's part of it. We are in it already. Because it doesn't make sense. A man who has been there for 8 years, see they get this kind of fear. That scares me. And again, you say make him go back. Go back to what? This is the people who are busy embezzling, not even to invest in their immediate environment. They can go back to and challenge them. They steal and push them out of the country. So you can see why that and that immune whatever that they enjoy as a political figure, that's what they believe that is more sure for them than to say, okay, let me even attract investors. That's why when Rational Man is not here, and I was trying to argue about that Soludo will not perform because the state resources is not enough. And I was trying to draw attention to in America, say how much federal government they give them. Texas, for instance, BP companies, Teslas of this world, the HP of this world are moving to Austin, Texas because of what the governor, the program is putting in place in that state that is favorable to business. Nobody because how much they get. So these governors are not looking inward to actually invest. Steal this money for me. Since there's no way at this point that we can stop them from stealing, steal this money, invest. If you invest in your immediate environment, I'm sure. Benue is known for farming. I'm baffled if that man will get hundreds and thousands of acres of land into the farm already within that region. But still, because they know they never served the people for that long, that is why they have to look for another shield to keep shielding them, not just from their political bewitched themselves. I mean, OBIANO is being arrested. I wish he's being arrested because actually he will serve with him because he actually used the people's resources on his behalf. No, he got arrested because that amount of money, they are looking for a way to share it with him. He said about 24 billion. By the time the man surrenders some percentage of it to them, it's over with. So at the end of the day, the game, now we they at the receiving end. Somebody is saying that Nigeria will happen to every one of us. It's happening to everyone's already, and the reason it's happening because we don't care. Talk politics. We don't care. Even my brother, when they come and shout about Biafra, they have succeeded in putting themselves in a group that politically they will be at the receiving end for as long as we see they are alive.
Yes, that's what I think. That's what World Peace was trying to explain. That the politics of the space is just not calibrated properly. I think everybody outside of that space can see that their politics is not properly calibrated, but they don't want to hear it.
I wish Nnamdi Kanu can mobilize this further, this energy, this followership that I said.
If they can repoint it, if they can repoint all of that energy, everybody will be worried. If they can repoint
Mr. One man, have you forgot what happened to the yam eater in Germany?
Which yam eater?
That is not smart.
You ask the yam eater. Who's the yam?
Ekwemadu that went to Germany to eat yam.
Oh, right. Okay.
You
right.
forgot about
What happened to him? What happened to him?
Can I tell you about
we gave him a fucking
we're going back. I'm sorry for bringing the Igbo side out. We are going back to that side again.
Yeah, but let me just really.
No. For the case of conversation.
So this guy
can I say something interesting? Can I say something interesting?
Okay, let's say something.
Do you know that man in Finland? He was also at that day to go and eat yam. He's lucky he never came out. We would have given him a flogging if we knew what he was like back then.
When you say we, were you there? When you say we, were you there?
I wish I was there, but unfortunately I was enjoying the beatings.
He read it online.
I saw it online as well. Didn't you see it?
Mr. Man, what
anyway, if we could channel our anger towards each other.
Let's go to the next topic.
And we
the next
think
topic
that
is religion.
attacking us.
About religion. Let's
go from. Calm down. Excuse me. What is your name?
Radio Biafra. Radio Biafra London is what is going on.
Nothing Biafra should be attached to his name. What is your name, Mr. Man?
What's your name? Mr. Lord Michael, what's your name?
Michael, Lord Michael.
Lord Michael. Well, my name is Mr. Radio Biafra.
Okay, thank you. See, let me educate you on something. You see what happened in Germany? Was not IPOB related.
You can't educate this
IPOB only claims. Was it autopilot? Okay, calm down. I just want to make something clear. It was a group of people.
Lord Michael. Let him.
Yes. Good. It was a group of people from Enugu who saw Ekweremadu, who were angry because of the misdeeds this man has done to them in their own states, that mobilized for him to be beat up. But
so why was it that about Tekiri? What's the name? That Explorer minister.
Can
about
I
the
finish?
Queen. What's her name again? Can I just say something?
You know the Radio Biafra. So what happened there is when they did that, because it was for a greater good, because Ekweremadu was the deputy senate president, that was why the Igbo people claimed it as a victory. If not, there was no plan by anybody to lynch Ekweremadu. So sometimes people like you just here have big stories and they come here to capitalize on it without doing their
Lord
assignments.
Michael.
And
Why
you
was
need
it
to
that
keep
the
quiet and
diaspora
doing the
minister, what's that lady's name?
I'm not going to
Whatever.
tell you. I'm not
She
going to tell
went
you.
and
You're not
lodged a
Igbo. You
complaint to
don't know.
the police minister that IPOB had beaten that man. And the policeman came on TV and said, no, this is
Hello,
just...
Radio Biafra, please, let's get some things clear. Radio Biafra, let's get some things clear. That thing that happened in Germany then, I will not say it's IPOP. It was a set of Igbo people. Let me just put it like a set of Igbo people. They were not happy with Ekweremadu. One. Number two, do you know the main reason why they went against him? Ekweremadu came to that meeting with a Nigerian attire, not with Isiago wear. That was one reason why they came and he was attacked. I won't say it was an IPOP. And please don't call Simon a cockroach.
He's a cockroach, Mr. Dato. He's a cockroach.
Don't call him a cockroach. I won't accept that.
I'm going to insult you if you do that again.
Lord Michael, Professor,
Please, can I, I don't know who say,
you.
can I interject in a minute?
No, free speech, freedom of speech, it comes at a price, and this is the price that we're paying now. Every instinct I have is to boot this guy off, but I cannot because he's expressing himself freely. So this is freedom of speech. But World Peace, you wanted to say,
Yeah, I wanted to say something before I forget. This slap of a thing. I remember when that stuff happened. I was trying to go through my phone, my album, because I met Ortom in Japan when he came with Buhari to Japan. We met, and I was with my Igbo friends. And I remember there was one boy, the school boy here. It was the, I think, one of the iPod boys around here, in Japan here, in my city. So I called look at Ortom, we were taking pictures, and he was started calling some other Igbos to come around. But they couldn't do anything. I didn't do anything. And the guy took picture, we talked, he hugged my daughter, and he left. So if you're saying it was IPOP that slapped Ekweremadu in January, why didn't they slap Ortom in Japan?
Ortom is not Biafran.
Hold on, Governor Ortom of Benue State.
They were slapping people that time. They said they were slapping. They were catching the governor. They were slapping.
Are you talking about Governor Ortom of Benue State?
You know,
of their leaders.
Hold on,
but anyway, let's move away from this Biafra thing because it's
oh my goodness me! No, please, what please? Are you talking about the governor of Benue State?
No, I'm done with that. Thank you. Sorry. Let's move on to the next.
All right. All right. So, but we're staying with Benue State, but not with. No, we're not actually staying with Benue State. We're staying with because we've already commented on Governor Ortom. But it's almost boring talking about corruption in Nigeria, but we cannot but talk about corruption because this is the thing above all else that is just holding us by the throat in that country. EFCC investigating OBIANO for withdrawing 37 billion naira in cash, looting Shopee funds. So how is that even a thing? I'm assuming that it's not done this in one single action, but over even his tenure as a two-term governor, what volume of money must and where is he parking this money even? What is the income of Anambra State that somebody would just purloin 37 billion? So no anticipation for his release very soon. OBIANO and his wife Kiri forever. Ovie, what says you?
Yeah, well, forever come. I don't see that happening. It just have to. They are negotiating in Igbo, man. You have to make sure the percentage is going to be part away with DSS is something that you can deal with. I mean, it just goes. I'm not going to just say that's OBIANO. I think that goes to pretty much all what we are expecting from all the 36 governors. All of them. It just they all have way of either you are, according to my uncle Oshomole, join my party and your sins will be forgiven. There are a lot of that who are, going that route, and I suspect even Ortom, him going to that party, apart from the fact that he's seeking for a future election, automatically he will be exonerated if he join the party. So maybe OBIANO, I mean, it's still very far from Naabga man. At the end of the day, things like that will either come out, either a part with some of the money, or you join a party, or you donate to. So it just is a tip off of what is happening to all of our states. Those when if you fly out, they go and make deal. Those when if you fly out, they escape. So I think 37 billion naira. I think if that's small.
Too small. It's small.
It's a rookie governor.
I always try and do the dollar conversion of it. I cannot, off the top of my head, do that. But I'll be surprised if that's not
30-something billion. It's not up to $1 million. $1 million.
Okay.
Am I mistaken?
The one that
it's up to $1 million.
No, 37 billion is not up to $1 million. It's more like $20-30 million, I imagine.
Yeah. Well, that's what is on the open, right? Maybe at that government, a lot of revelation will be coming up. But where is the alarm from that my Apple brothers? That's what I'm trying to say. Where's the alarm? Where's the alarm for
good question. Let me tell you something.
Governors to
Simon Ekpa was even part of those.
That is a fantastic question. The outrage should be the same, even more. You know what they say. You know what they say. When your enemy steals from you, you put him in prison. Yeah. If it's your brother, you kill him. Excuse my language, one man. But the thing is, the outrage from them, if they are really championing their people, and their whole premise behind all of this is for the elevation and the survival of the Igbo people, then the outrage. As a matter of fact, Texas should not even be safe for him if he goes to that Texas. Because I personally know a lot of Igbo guys that live in Houston. It shouldn't be safe for him. 100%. Good point.
Can I tell you something?
Okay, go on.
About that OBIANO space. In fact, Simon was part of those who exposed OBIANO. Simon right now is exposing the governor of Enugu State, Ugwanyi. And this is what Simon is fighting against, even in IPOB. There are some people who are criminals in there, do not like him and do not want him.
IPOB in our space.
Well, one day we're going to devote one day to that IPOB space, and we have a good shout out. A good shout out.
No, let me tell you, before OBIANO went to Lagos to be caught, they were already looking for him. The Igbo people were looking for him because they knew he no longer enjoys immunity. They were looking for him to lynch him. They wanted to make an example with him. But he's even lucky that it's EFCC that caught him. Just imagine if some youth had caught him.
No. Hold on. Just steady down.
Some youth have caught him. What would have happened? Maybe there will still be war or a lot of deaths would have happened by now.
All right. All right. Thank you, Lord Michael. Ovie, you asked the question, where's the outrage from the Biafran space? So let me give you the outrage from the Biafran space. It says people were crying when it dawned on them that Governor OBIANO was leaving office. And no less a senior figure from that space, actor Yul Edochie. So that is actor Yul Edochie. So this is their response. Actor Yul Edochie says that people were crying when it dawned on them that Governor OBIANO was leaving office on March the 17th. OBIANO completed his 8 years in office on March the 17th and handed over to his successor. In a post shared on his Instagram page on Saturday, March the 19th, Yul, who served as senior special assistant to the former governor on creative and entertainment media, wrote, "People are crying at the inauguration when it dawned on them that Chief Willie OBIANO was leaving office. The moment he came down from his car, many people started crying, hailing him, saying good things about him and how they will miss him in office. Such things only happen when good people are leaving office. And I can boldly tell you that Chief Willie OBIANO is a good man. Sadly, the negative events that occurred on the inauguration day have overshadowed other remarkable things that happened on the same day. Of course, bad news always flies faster than good news. While I was SSA, I spent a lot of close moments with him. Akpoku DK is a good man who did his best for Anambra State, a youth-friendly governor who gave lots and lots of opportunities to the youth, a jolly good man who welcomed all, always jovial, always welcoming, ready to do all he can to build Anambra State. So that is the response that is the rage from the East as the guy walks away
One man, I must correct that
$37 billion.
No,
37
I must
billion
correct
naira.
that before it flies. That is a rage from his SSA, like
Look
you
at
read.
that. Look at that.
You are saying the same thing. One man is
No,
always
it is
They're in the
sarcastic.
same WhatsApp group.
No,
One man is
it's
being
from one
sarcastic,
man.
Lord
Right?
Michael.
Did
Now the
you
same
did you go to that man's calm
They're in
down?
the same
Have you
WhatsApp
gone
group.
to that man's Twitter space and see the outrage on his Twitter space and the
Look at
attack
that.
on that man for writing this?
Look at that. Eh?
Can I say something? Yeah. Why was Obiano found in Lagos International Airport and not in this airport that he claimed is an international in Anambra? Why wasn't he using that one?
No. There's a simple answer to that. You see,
Why?
airlines have designated airports or that they use. He was going to America, and I'm not sure that the flight to Houston goes from Anambra. So that's where the flight goes from. So
And
that's the
the
simple answer to that.
classroom field he built there, calling an airport, has exposed him.
Lord Michael,
Because
are you
if that was
Biafran?
an international airport,
Lord Michael,
that would
are you
have been
Biafran?
upgraded.
Are you Biafran? That's a
from there.
Biafran question. That's a
Like
Biafran question.
one
You
man
guys
said,
have not noticed that Lord Michael speaks like
No, Lord
he
Michael is
he knows something.
autopilot.
That's why I say you should leave him with
He's a
RD or
good man.
one man said, even in every standard country, not every airline, like some standard countries that have 3 or 4 international airports, but 1 or 2 is the main international airport that the country uses. Like New York, New York and Los Angeles is the main international airport that anybody coming through the country gets to first before moving on to the final destination.
Not just New
So-
York and LA, there are more.
No.
There are more.
I know there are more, but
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Point of entry.
but that too,
Point of entry, yeah. I know,
point of entry, that too, and when you that too. So like Japan is Narita and Osaka, but we have other international airport here. But you get into Narita or Osaka, you know. So Obiano living Nigeria, he has to go to Abuja or Lagos before flying out. So one question I want to ask one man, please. Do you think there will be APC after Buhari leaves?
Well, I've suggested here before that APC will just be this moment in time in Nigeria's history. So the party is going to implode almost certainly, and we have seen it playing out. It's already started now. When El Rufai goes to tell us that Buhari told him to sack Buni, Buhari goes to meet Buni goes to meet Buhari in London, and he tells him that, okay, I changed my mind. And then Tinubu is outside looking in, and Malami is changing the constitution. How can that hold? There's just so many divergent interests. It's not a party, really. It's not really a party. It's just that they're in government that is just still what's loose. They're just, it will fall apart very quickly.
It will be interesting.
One man.
It will be interesting.
And it'll be
to see-
ugly. It'll be an ugly falling. It'll be there'll be blood on the
One man. Dino call them an NGO.
Yes, you know,
One man, don't tell me these people will shock you in 2023 because they are winning that election.
I know that. That's what I want to say.
I don't care about the division, what Erufai told Buni or the president. I don't see APC losing to PDP. Will PDP put up a good fight? Yes, better than they ever did. But will they win the election? Absolutely not. And would any other party come to that arena of those two parties? Absolutely not in 2023. So those people will win that election. Yes, some of them may break out and go support some other party. Some may decamp and all that. I understand that. But the core people controlling APC will still be the ones.
There's a good chance that they would lose that presidency, they will lose that election even before the election. There's a good chance that they will lose that election before, shortly before or after their primaries.
Yes.
They
When
will
you're
lose.
talking
Yes,
about
yeah.
public opinion,
No,
but when
no.
you're talking
No.
about what INEC will release, no.
No, even INEC cannot let me tell you where I am
Oh
going
my God.
let me tell you where I'm going with the thinking, and then you can disagree. When they have their primaries, a lot of high stakers will lose out. They will lose out publicly, they will lose out brutally, and they will lose out shamefully. So now those high stakes people, they will then want to make the decision that because they are only parking in that space to serve their own interest, and if that interest is not served, so would they be held by threats of the EFCC, or would they just cut loose to go to their bases? So by the time they have their primaries, that party almost certainly will implode. It will hemorrhage it will hemorrhage at least 40% of its strength after that primaries. So it will almost revert to like a CPC party, a Buhari party, which he had before, because that will be the core element of it. Because some people, they would know categorically that they are subordinate within the system. So do they want to continue to, just for reasons of being in government, continue that subordination or revert to where they have strength? So I think by the time they have the primaries, that party will fall apart, and it will fall apart sufficiently enough that even Mahmoud Yakubu would not be able to rig them back in.
Black Lake. Black Lake. Black, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I buy into your narrative. I respect you when you talk. But now let me tell you something like what one man said. It's obvious, it's written on the wall. Buhari is not on the ballot paper. The last thing that happened in 2019 won't happen this 2023. Go write it down. APC, listen, please listen. The last election, 2019, we still not recover from that election. Buhari spent so much. He took raw dollars from Central Bank, used our military, you forcefully ring that election. You think that will repeat himself 2023? No. Everybody knows. That's why everybody's going to the race. It's not going to happen.
Why is it not going to happen? Why is it not going to happen?
See, the last election is contribute to this problem we have today. The money they took from the Central Bank, how they stretch our military, is still affecting us. You have the RICO effect is still on us. But you just want to hand over and leave that problem for the next person.
I like that word. Hand over to who? Who is going to hand over? He has a lot.
Exactly. The problem of APC right now is not winning the election is their problem. Who boys want to hand over to is the big problem.
See,
why you have a structure? You have a big structure on the ground for the, let's say, I don't try to be tribalistic. Buhari has a structure for his own clan, the Fulanese. And Nigeria politics is Nigeria president is the most powerful president in the world. The way they structure it right now is central, it's absolute. The president have the total power. It controls everything in Nigeria. Now, Buhari put all this thing on ground. If the next person come, it won't do it with just one say.
Now, let's break it down one at a time. If now the party now has APC, let's say Tinubu, it will not be surprised if Tinubu decides to opt out and join another party. Tell me who is going to follow him in that party, in APC as it is now.
If Tinubu, what?
If Tinubu decide to leave because maybe they didn't deny him the ticket and decide to leave, tell me who is going to live with him. Because right now he's the main force that is going against the cabal. If you want to put it like that.
If Tinubu leaves, I don't know much about APC. Though I have my uncle that they are big caucus people, but I'm not really interested in them. But if Tinubu leaves, I think he's going to live with his own people, his own caucus people, and then I don't know who's going to be left there.
That's the problem. See, you know why I asked that question? Because if Tinubu leaves, him leaving, I don't see those people that he brought in, all of them living with him, because he actually leave a space for other positions, because we keep focusing on the presidency, which is a lot, as you rightly said. But there are also important positions around the presidency and other political positions that we make the CPC now, just as one man also put it, to attract other people to say. Just as I earlier alluded to that, Fayemi is also hired to be the second SSG of the Federation. You think he's going to live with Tinubu? Tinubu brought him in. No. So those are the things you will look at. Tinubu alone leaving the party, I don't see him crumbling the party. I don't see him threatening the APC winning the election come 2023. They are still in control of everything as it is now.
I agree with you. But let me finish what I'm trying to tell Black League. Like what you were saying, yeah, true. If Buhari decides to continue his foundation, what he has laid on ground, he can swear go into Third World War again, the 2023 election, forcefully oppress everybody's vote and install an IPC man there. But I'm not seeing Buhari going that route. I don't think. I can only say think, because anything can happen in Nigeria.
So you think Buhari will hand over to or he supports a different candidate outside his own party?
Does Buhari even know what's happening around him?
Why you go say you don't know what's happening around now? Now, wow. Person will say he get candidate, I need to keep a secret. Me they no kill him. I know say you don't know what's it.
No, he does not know what's happening around him. Let's be factual.
I mean, listen, let me factual here. He knows that there are vultures around, moving around to take over.
Your mic is not clear. Your mic is not clear.
I said he orders. If one thing I'm sure Buhari knows that he understands that there are a lot of vultures moving around the presidency trying to take over from him, and that is why he's keeping whoever that is wants to favor secret. So for him to be aware of that, he knows what is going on.
The mic is not clear.
No, it's clear. Maybe your listening device.
Okay,
and again, it's not just about him. They are also power decision makers who are of his caliber within underground, not even the political place of men who also he has to convince and work to collectively. So it's not just about him now. So I don't see him handing over to any other party.
Sorry, Ovie. Let me ask Black League why he is so confident that APC will win the elections. But because there's nothing that guarantees the confidence that we hear in his voice. So why are you so confident at Black League?
Well, I studied the history of politics in the country. It's difficult for a sitting party, they call them ruling party, to lose election. It can only happen with Jonathan, who's not really, when we say things, we say all things being equal. In Jonathan's time, things were not equal at all. I just don't see it happen. Buhari as a person, yes, he may not care. He may just want to retire in peace. But there are strategic politicians around who are very selfish and are selling it to him like, well, if you hand over to somebody you don't even have no interest in, that person may tarnish your legacy, all you've built, maybe in terms of infrastructure and so on. So you need somebody who's at least gonna maintain your legacy and keep the discussion going in a positive light when your name comes up. So that's really the motivating factor now. That's why they need somebody loyal to the APC. This is the first time they are taking power, and it would be a shame that after just one president, power leaves to another party. So yes, when PDP is in charge, with a person like Jonathan, who's not really a politician, yes, he rose through the ranks. But when you actually look at the history of Jonathan, a lot of credit is given to Patience Jonathan for his political trajectory. She's a good mobilizer of women in the South. She's known for that. So that's really what propelled Jonathan to the level. He himself is an academic. So in terms of politics, you don't expect his ambition to be as crazy as the people you have on ground. I mean, here the people you're mentioning, Malami, Amechi, El-Rufai, these are grounded politics. They are with the president. They are not elected. Nobody voted. But because of the president, they are controlling the country today. So, I mean, with the exception of El-Rufai, but those ministers and appointees around the president. So once the president leaves, they've lost everything. They cannot afford to lose. Right now is when INEC is in their pocket, the police is in their pocket, Army is in their pocket. They have a lot of civil society organizations in their pocket. The courts in their pocket.
If I may
Brilliant,
interject,
brilliant
Blackley,
SANs in
Blackley,
their
can I
pocket.
interject?
So how can they lose? So Jonathan case,
And
we
the will
shouldn't
of the
look at
people. What
Jonathan's
about the
case.
will of the people? What about the will of the people?
One man. Really?
Will of the people in terms of voting, right?
Yes, in terms of what the people want, the government they want.
Yes, but that is easily overturned, one man. We are not new to this. I mean, all they do is pay people to rewrite results. Even as high as the returning officers, some are vice chancellors of universities. I'm not talking about the level of Agbero right now. I'm talking at the highest of the highest level. These
Blackley, if
people
I
have
may
been
interject.
manipulated. They are being induced with US dollars. And the will of the people, yes, but the Nigerian people are not really good at directing their protests. I mean, you just gave an example with what's happening in Anambra and how much uproar is out there. I mean, people are over there commending the same guy that has looted the. So I mean, that's normal, and it's just unfortunate. I'm not saying this because I support APC or I want it to happen. It's a very sad situation we find ourselves in. I'm only, seeing things as realistic as I can see, going by our history. There's
Yeah,
no
quick
way a
question.
sitting party, no matter their internal ramblings, would lose power.
Okay,
all right.
quick
Take a
question for
position
you.
from Aizan. Yeah, Aizan.
Yeah, so your rationale for Jonathan being I guess the example of this happening before was that he's not a career politician, he's an academic. And then you said in this particular case, Buhari is surrounded by career politicians, vultures like Amechi and all these guys. They're not going to want to cede power. But Jonathan himself was surrounded by vultures and people that didn't want to cede power. As a matter of fact, you can even make the argument that some of the people around Jonathan had a longer history and were more entrenched in the system and were agreeing to cede power. Yet, and PDP had been in power even longer, yet they lost.
Who are these people that work with Jonathan?
Let me answer.
I'm going off your logic now. I'm just going off your logic.
One at a time. Yeah.
So the thing is, now given the Jonathan's case, yes, there were extenuating circumstances such as the defection of key PDP members that left and formed a different party, so they were able to challenge the status quo. In this particular case, if Tinubu is screwed and he does leave, don't you see the same thing repeating itself if he leaves with some power brokers as well?
Blackley, can I respond before you answer the question regarding that the vultures around Jonathan at the time? One of the biggest reasons that make Jonathan lost that election was the fact that my uncle again, late Tony Anene, and few other ones around the inner caucus insist.
Sorry, Tony Anene, your uncle?
Hold on now. Let him follow through.
I'm from that state. I'm just
okay.
That's why I use it, quote unquote. So insisted that good locks must be the ticket carrier during the second April election, and that pissed a lot of women of that party up. That they, even while they are sitting with him in the living room, they are working against them. Example is the chairman of the party at the time, one I think he's a former governor Bauchi, Mazu. Mazu was the PDP chairman there, but he was 100% working against the party. So that's exactly what was really wrong, because pretty much everybody was against good luck continue. So the big guys were, there's nothing they can do. Tony Anene was pretty much the guard them, controlling everywhere, and he's a master stroker. They respect him a lot. He insisted that good luck must continue. And those that did not leave, the likes of Amechi and others that left, those that did not leave, that stayed behind, work against the party while they are still top officials of the party. That's why he was successful like that, to just take them out.
Yes, and why I said he's not really a dogged politician. And the people who worked around him were weak. Those that were strong worked against him. And to be really a dyed-in-the-wool politician politician, you have to know the people working against you in your circle. I mean, he brought people who had no electoral value. Overnight, Fani Kayode was his greatest critic,
That was
tore
the
down Jonathan completely. Overnight, Fani Kayode got the job to be the spokesman of the campaign. Such a strategic position. The likes
that
of
was one of
Doyin
his biggest
Okupe,
mistakes.
the likes of Mike Dome. I mean, I can keep going on with the list with Jonathan.
The Arise
The
man.
people,
Abati them.
those people had, but what he essentially did is contracted party duties to private entities, and they started coming up with this great nation, great people, great nation, or one nation, great people, and really the party was supposed to sell him, but he started bringing people like Ifeanyi Uba and the rest of them to sell him. And that didn't work for him. It worked in 2011 because he had strategic politicians working for him without any form of betrayal. But in 2015, he could have smelled the betrayal in the air. Any real politician would do that. So I think Jonathan did not really do it. And for him to lose like that, he could have just not contested at all. And I mean, he's still respected, but I think he would have been more respected if he just didn't contest than to contest and lose, knowing that people were working. What Ovie just said about the national chairman working against them is absolutely true. A governor then came out to say this, Governor Fayoshe. He said he was speaking to the national chairman. He said the national chairman told him, "Oh, I just left the president, Jonathan, right now. I deceived him that I'm going out of the country. I'm still here. Just misleading the president, giving him false information." Fayoshe came out to say all of this, and the then national chairman
Even Dasuki, who was his NSA, he betrayed him, and he came out and said he betrayed him, which was ironic then that he got what he got of Buhari at the other end. He said that some of the pronouncements of Buhari during the build-up to that election, that they were so treasonous that they were sufficient enough for him to have just picked him up. But he could have picked him up. Well, all these languages of the dogs and the baboons and all this sort of threats.
Even Obasanjo that actually brought him to give him that position, practically, work for him, turned against him 100%.
Everything was against that guy.
So
only the people were with him.
And also, you said that it was the governors that affected the elections. Yes, it did affect the election, but it's not just their defection. They had the backing of the United States government. I could tell you.
Was just against that guy.
Because the governors, Obama invited the northern governors to the White House.
Yeah.
I mean, when I read the headlines, I mean, that morning it happened, I was really surprised. I'm like, so the U.S. is really. They definitely have a hand in dividing Nigeria. How do you invite governors of a certain region of a country and not invite the governors from the others? So I just saw that as Jonathan's regime coming to an end. Yes, I'm listening.
Sorry, Aizan. Let's hear from DOG, who wanted to come in earlier, but he got muffled with the voices. DOG, you wanted to say?
Yeah, I understand what Black League is trying to say about the ruling party. I think APC primaries is what is going to probably mess them up or keep them together. Like one man has said, and with the look of things, even Tinubu is not guaranteed as we speak. And with the way things are going, once Tinubu doesn't get the ticket and all these things fall apart, I'm telling you, regardless whether they are ruling party, I don't think Buhari really cares that much, to be honest. Once they fall apart and the thing goes away and PDP can keep themselves together, I'm telling you, whoever the candidate for PDP is, people are just going to vote for him. because people are not looking at PDP because most people like from the southwest are looking at, okay, we want to vote our person in. That's why people will actually really go and vote for Tinubu. Not like anybody really wants Tinubu
If
there.
Tinubu leaves, does it take Lagos State with him? Because Nigerian election is essentially Lagos State and Kano. That is really Nigerian election.
I
It
think
depends.
Tinubu,
It depends on the role.
I've,
It depends on the role. Like, sorry,
I've said it.
Build.
Tinubu, with the way he's going with things, is losing focus of Lagos.
Lagos, yeah.
Just like the way they lose focus with Buhari, they were all about what they wanted in the part, what they wanted to gain for themselves. That's why Buhari brought all these Malami and all these guys and co. And they've actually even, I think they've even lost the party because Malami is now
No, they've lost
controlling.
the party. The party
You
doesn't belong to the.
you see, so yeah, carry on with it.
The only way Tinubu, there, just as one man put it, if Tinubu, the only way Tinubu can carry the whole Lagos with him, it's how it depends on how he decides to leave the party and who comes along with him. Because Lagosians still love Balaji Tinubu, what's his name, Babatunde Raji Fashola. So what about if he publicly declare that he's not going with him? So, and with everything,
Okay, you have taken us to some.
No, I mean, him taking the whole Lagos. That's what I'm saying. There are men that it's okay if they decide to promise a fashion like
okay, no, let's not go down that direction. Let's not go in that direction because that's
what will
direction
actually
leads
determine
nowhere.
what will actually determine that for Lagos will be the candidates they are putting down. APC is putting down. But let's face this presidency. I think this their primary will determine a lot. If Tinubu doesn't get it, one, if most of those guys are not happy with it, I'm telling you, because if you look at that party, it's a conjunction of two parties. So it will just
or
everything.
Even three, there's a strong element
exactly,
there as well.
Exactly. So APC now, the AC now will come on their own. The CPC will go on their own. Then there will be disagreement. Then when you see people backsliding and going to other parties,
if you look at some of the names they are permutating with, Rotimi Amechi, that sort of, can Rotimi Amechi pull a party together? He cannot. He cannot. I don't think anybody thinks he can.
But it is not. It's not realistic that all APC members will go, all that party members will go. Just look at the PDP. When it happened, Saraki left with other people, but other people still remain. Tinubu will leave. Not everybody that I brought to PCP.
No. You see, you have to understand that Tinubu's caucus in the APC is a loose convenience caucus. Buhari's caucus is probably more tighter, but they just weigh under an ideology which is umbrellaed by their guy. So if that space, if they don't really get fully, but I don't really, what will they be able to offer Fashola to make him remain in that space? He has been governor. He has been governor. You know, I don't even think Fashola really wants to be in politics because the language just sounds tired. That he's just tired of it all.
Yeah, exactly. People like Fashola won't.
Maybe that's his style. I don't underrate that guy. I don't underrate him like that.
Don't worry about that.
Fashola won't stoop so low to
no, but not just Fashola alone.
Fashola is a principled man somewhat.
He would rather just go and not be anywhere for that.
No, not just Fashola alone. Now, what about? I mean, Tinubu brought a lot of people into that party.
So that's what we are saying here, Ove. Yes, you see, those guys you are talking about.
No, what Ove is saying is they will abandon Tinubu and stay with APC.
I won't say that.
It doesn't work like that.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
saying.
Okay. There are some of his people that they will say are charged with some juicy position. You understand? That they will dangle, they will look at their future and say, okay, this man now in last phase in day. Tinubu is in his last phase. What begets me after
you have to understand that it's also an ideology. It's a lot more. It's a lot more complex than all this horse trading. Politics is horse trading, but there's a lot more at stake. You know, they've all been on that journey to this sport. Okay, so they abandoned Tinubu. That's fine. Who would not abandon Tinubu? Aregbesola is ready to abandon him. He has already even abandoned him. Fayemi, you always come here to try and tell us that he conveniently made himself unavailable. So there's all of that. But under that Tinubu narrative is an ideological political narrative. So it's not just Tinubu, it's an ideological political narrative, which is essentially Southwestern. So these people are individual career politicians. So you say their interest, they go to that first. But then what is even their interest? What offer is there to, because these people, they've been through the systems to that level that they can be ideologues now, They've been minister. Is it minister you want to offer them? They've been governor. Is it governor you want to offer them? They are wealthier than Mansa Musa.
What about those who are trying to escape prosecution after their office?
So that's the one element. But even that though, they can. How many of them are they going to lock up before it starts to look ugly? When you start, you round up all the.
I don't think they will go that far to see they want to lock everybody. They have other way.
Maybe they threatened Atiku now at the height of 2019. They were even picking up his son-in-law, his relatives. They did all of that, and he did not yield.
A big fish.
But funny enough, woman, I want to bring up one thing. Do you guys remember when Tinubu was governor? I think he has a very good relationship with Atiku, because Atiku spends weekend with Tinubu back then. They were very close. Very
one of the oldest friends in politics. Forget this, they are parted.
No, it was just funny the way.
Ambition cross.
50 years now.
Now, what will happen to their friendship?
And after the elections, they'll come back.
They'll be friends back, of course. Because I know he used to come to Lagos to stay a weekend with Tinubu.
I think that is the spirit we should all adopt, both the Biafrans. Now, all that politics. It's all politics.
Walk. Don't bring this Biafra master here again.
South, South, East, and North. All that politics.
Let's have a reason. Yeah.
You said that the Tinubu championship, or him being the champion for, is a Southwest ideology. Is it only a geographical ideology, or is there something underpinning that ideology outside of just a Southwest?
The Southwest space is ideologically an Awoist. If you look at, I can bring you pictures of really most of them. If you look at Fayemi, he wears the same hat as what is it called? Oshibanjo. And if you Fashola not too far away, he doesn't wear a hat, but he wears the hat on his sleeves. So it's an
Oshibanjo too.
Oshibanjo. So it's an Awoist ideology, which is a progressive yet socialist sort of. It's a
woman in symbol, not in practice. In symbol, not in practice. If Ajanle Koko was here, he would object immediately with you, right? In symbol, not in practice.
How so?
In other words, it's symbolic, but in actual practice, they are far from Awo.
Because
they don't champion the same ideology. Awo stood for an ideology, and he showed that through his educational policies. He showed that through what he was trying to provide for the masses. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I've yet to see any one of these guys show any kind of example that even closely resembles what Awolowo did.
No, I think they all do the same thing. They all do that our template: education, agriculture, social welfare. That's the Yoruba politics. Education.
Okay, please give me an example of Awo/Jakonde that any one of them have done. I stand to be corrected, but I haven't seen it.
They've all invested all equally. These are more sophisticated times, so that might not be what shines out, but those are just standard measures that they go to. Education, agriculture, social welfare. That is the underpinning of the Yoruba political thrust.
Woman.
Yeah.
Sorry. In the West, apart from let me just say, okay. In the West, apart from Lagos, or let's say a little bit of Ibadan, which other states in the West is developed or this?
Have you been to Akure lately?
Akure is just my backyard here.
Okay.
Which which other
and when you go there, you are not impressed.
Wait, hold on, just hold on, please. I have not seen the impact of these politicians you just mentioned that is trying to replicate our ideology.
Sorry, repeat that.
You said these people, the Yoruba politics is more of
It's
agriculture,
agroist, yeah,
agroist, and that's apart from Lagos and some part of Ibadan. I'm not saying the effect in this other state, Ekiti, Osun, Ogun, as you're saying, really seeing the agroist ideology really taking place and is thriving and seeing different.
I think Ogun State, in terms of investing in people, Ogun State, where I'm now, like, I will narrate to the sport aspect. Apart from Delta State, I think Ogun State will be the second state that has the most stadium, and that is geared towards the ordinary people.
Sorry, no, I'm not. My level of education is not like yours. I beg, use the common English for a common man to understand. Say it again.
Nah, I know just that you getting grammar now.
Enough of the isms. You're not Aizon. Only Aizon is the easy. Aizon is the ism man.
I say in terms of our being his ideology tailored to the common man. You can see it in education and what have you. And you ask which, apart from Lagos, which other state is getting towards that ideology or even do anything for its people. And I said I can say Ogun State in the areas of sport. And I went ahead to say,
Ovie. You can't use the building of stadiums. Mass education of people.
Can I finish?
These are the people who are our leader of tomorrow.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Please allow me to land my point. Today, Delta State has used sport to alleviate their kids from poverty than any other state in Africa, whether I like it or not. Some of the people who are flying Nigeria, any from themselves today, are from Delta State, and they are all below 30s. Most of them are below 20s. As we speak, through sport. Well, you know why? Every nook and cranny of Delta State today have stadium. That's a reduced. Let me finish. We're talking about draw towards the masses. Tell me one other avenue that actually focuses on the Nigerian masses.
You know when I think of people from Delta
and Edo State. What are you talking about?
Do you know how I think of people from Delta and Edo State? I for no reason, and maybe I'll be able to further the thought in my head to come to the reasons. I always see them like Jamaicans, Yeah, I would say people like Jamaicans.
So let me finish. We are talking about which other way can you affect
one man will come for you. One man, relax. I will come for your question. I will reply you. Since you think we are Jamaicans, but let Ovie finish first.
In a complimentary way, or not a disrespectful way.
I will get back to you. No problem.
No. When I'm thinking about it, I think about it in nice ways. So I wasn't being.
We're not arguing. No. Let Ovie land. I want to hear Ovie.
As a young person, which is largely they have the largest number of population in every state in Nigeria. Which other way can you elevate them as young people than sport? Tell me. I give you an example for a Delta State as small as it is. They reign supreme. I will focus on athletics, the world of athletics. In the whole freaking world, that small state. Why? Because if somebody decides to take it upon himself and decide to build stadium in every nook and cranny of Delta states.
Okay.
There's a reason for that. Today, in NCA, in Nigeria, in American university, you have more Deltans in Nigerian university in America, and largely more than 60% of those people are from sport, directly scholarships.
Okay.
So you want to affect your people? Tell me which other way, young people in your state. Tell me which other way, apart from investing in education, which goes hand in hand with that. Tell me which other way. And the same thing Ogun State is doing as we speak.
I'm learning.
Right.
I'm hearing this.
I'm not
for
sure
the
how
so when I make a point, allow me to elaborate on why I said that. I'm not saying they look at sport. I say you live in Japan. Tell me how much Japan generates with what they host the Olympics.
Okay, please, Ovie, calm down. Ovie, calm down. To me, I feel Nigeria development is on paper. You can't see practically, you can't see physically. Everything you say, you say it on paper. Hold on. Even if your sport you're talking about is on paper.
How?
I didn't see Nigeria winning the last
Listen,
nation league.
Hear him. He heard you. Hear him.
Listen
He
now.
heard you.
Listen now.
What is on paper?
Hold on now, you heard. He heard you. Hear him.
Very relax now. If you say sport data set invest on sports so much and it's taking out the hoodlum out of the street, I agree. It's good thing. It's okay, but I'm not saying the effort in Nigeria giving back to Delta State. The last Nations Cup just finished. We dropped out, and nothing at what stage? Anyway, how much is the stadium generating for the state? The stadium said they are building. How much is generating?
When you finish, my brother, I'll make my point. But go ahead, please.
So how much is generating? Those are just like those. Sorry to say, those are the dead investment that don't generate to the state. Rather, is a luxury. State keeps spending to maintain it. So when you go into that route, to me, it's shocking to your standard of education. Like sports take people out of. How many times have you seen a wrestler being a president of United States or president of Nigeria? Or like see people dancing.
What are you talking about?
Hold on. Let me land over. We are talking about really see the impact on people, not stadium. We're supposed to be hearing like, okay, this state have done this, build this for bring this job opportunity. Then we just okay, fine. You're impacting the people. I'm not gonna speak English. I'm not supposed to speak. Anyway, Ovi, I don't buy into your narrative. Probably Black League could help me out.
Even Nigerian leagues, our league service.
Just look at the reason.
Okay, let me help you out.
How does Nigeria dropping our concerned Delta State? You said building stadium has nothing to contribute to the development of the country. I don't get it. These kids are told they're in university today, putting Nigerian name at the highest level you can think of.
How did we even get here? But let's hear from my son. Who wants to
I don't understand.
Yeah. Ovie,
share money for streets.
Ovie, if you're going to talk about development that these elected officials have done.
One aspect. I'm not the person that will condemn everybody from head to toe. Yes.
Okay, have you taken your team today? Maybe you should take a break.
Ovie, I guess this started by one man saying they embrace the Awa ideology. And the Awa ideology, and the question I was asking him was Awa's ideology, as he said, a kind of socialist education for all, providing the basic necessities for the masses. If you look at it from that point of view, right, the people that we're talking about in APC from the Southwest, I don't see them exhibiting what Awu did. Now, your example you made was outside of Delta State, Ogun State has the highest number of stadiums. And stadiums, to me, is not a benchmark for how you measure development within a state, because stadiums are classified from the Nigerian context as white elephants, being that they build these things which overinflated budgets, they get established. The so-called sports clubs in the state that are supposed to generate employment and everything else for sports are owned by the state. So they're improperly run. The people that run them are used as political favors. It becomes part and parcel of the corruption within the state. The stadiums barely get used. And even the maintenance of the stadium, you hear they budget money to those stadiums every year, but you know the grass is abysmal. So when you look at it from that standpoint, it is not a developmental category. If anything at all, it is a means to chop additional money, and the schools are still dilapidated. The graduation rates are still poor. The educational level, when you see the reading and writing of the basic students in some of these states, are really terrible, which is why private universities and private schools are growing more in Nigeria than the public institutions. Awo, on the other hand, championed public education, free primary education, and lifted majority of people in the Southwest out of poverty through education and financed it with cocoa money. There is no example like that right now in Nigeria. None. So when you talk about development,
hold on over here, please.
Wait.
You know, when people go to Awo, there's a big space that you always miss out. Those times were simpler times. So people continue to template Awo, which was in the 60s and 70s, to contemporaneous times, which is more sophisticated, a larger mass of people, more dynamic. People are more educated now than they were during our times. The social needs, the physical, all the needs are more. There's a multiplicity of them, and they have a greater sophistication and of a greater spend than at our times. These were just simpler times now. People keep
Yes,
templating Awo as though, you know.
Outside that,
but the reason why the owl thing is coming up is because you're saying that these people, these so-called politicians, are embracing the owl ideology, and I don't see it. I don't
but
see
it
where
would
they're
not
embracing his
manifest
ideology.
in the manner
If
that it
anything at all.
manifested under Awo because it's more
No,
sophisticated.
but one man, these
times.
people, as a matter of fact, you can argue they have more resources at their disposal than Awo ever did. He had to rely on Cocoa Money to fund education. They
have more resources to
yeah, they have
Let's be honest.
Yeah, but they have education. Education is a primary need of a state. It's a primary need. Healthcare, education, drinking water, power. These are fundamental things
that the population
which other
of Nigeria
responsibility could trump any one of that.
60 million, about 60 million people. The quota for the Southwest maybe about 20 million. They just you could drive for ages, not see a single person. All they were it was an agrarian society evolving into modernity. So it was just simpler times.
And again,
okay, let's even accept those numbers. Let's even accept those numbers. Wait. Let's even accept those. Wait. Let's accept those numbers that one man just put forward. That because of, I guess, for whatever, the numbers now are much higher. Even if you were to say, have they accomplished 50%, you still would not be able to point to what they have done in the terms of a primary need such as education within that space. The schools are dilapidated. I mean, are we looking at a different Nigeria here? The schools are terrible. Public schools have failed. There's no other way to describe it. That's why private education is such big business. Private education is such big business in the country because public institutions have failed. These people are running around. If you look at the budget for education in most of these states, they have failed. I mean, you're talking about Edo and Delta. There was something recently on Arise where they showed a primary school in Delta. The students were sitting there with water dripping on their heads. This was a public institution. So
but
at the end of the day,
show those schools. They will not. If the school was spick and span, there's no need for it to be on the news. It's only the
but it's not just that. There's even a newsman. I can give you different case
numbers
studies.
of schools like that, they are high. Even there are schools I know there are no chairs. No chairs, nothing.
Come on, now, one man. Let's
how do you expect these kids to learn? So teachers just send them up and down to go and buy food while the teachers sell clothes and gari to each other in the staff room. It's so sad. If you know how much people pay in private school, you and not everybody can afford it. If you are not rich, you can't even send your kids to private school. So the less privileged people in the country have to send their kids to these schools that has no chair, no standard, nothing. Everything has fallen.
Was that not the system that produced Goodluck Jonathan? This system that you disparage?
I have a question.
No. In those days, he only was just walking with no shoes. Or what did he told? That's what he told us.
Yeah,
but when he gets to school, he gets the normal.
When others are talking now, sorry,
he gets the normal education that any other student, any other person will get. He only suffered because his parents were probably not rich. He walks with barefooted to school, but not what they teach him in school. He gets to school and gets proper education, good teachers, everything were there back then for them. And it's sad. He was just only telling us about his struggles, not like he was suffering that there was no chair in the class. He doesn't just have shoes to wear to school.
Did you go to a private school, DOJ?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Primary, yeah, I did primary. My
what about secondary school?
Was public. That's the same school.
And here you are, articulate, intelligent, well-educated.
Yeah, but that was back then. Then I have to select school. I have to select which school. And you have to select
one man. Your day will come. Your day will come in this platform. Your day will come in this platform. Everybody will sit down face you.
That's what I'm saying. I have to select what school. And your proximity to that school too matters. Because even if your parent can't really afford much, you can't even travel too far to go to a better school.
I think a good 80% of us here, we probably went to public schools in Nigeria, and we are able to have this high functioning, very detailed.
But that was back then. We are talking about now, one man.
We cascade all the way through. Okay, Solly is not here. He is of the now generation. and he
One
went.
can I make this point across, please? A girl, let me counter your ISO and DOG education claim. Yes, you guys are complaining that the current politicians are not directly invested in education, because that's pretty much they are not directly invested in the poor people. As I speak today, now from your local government, let's say you are from Buretu local government, if 5 to 10 people from that Buretu local government alone get a free scholarship to study University of Texas A&M, LSU, what is it called? What is this every leg in some of the big schools as we speak? What will you time them as?
If they get scholarship,
yes.
How many of them are getting scholarship? And
yes,
how many of them? Then before those poor people can get scholarship, they must probably be brilliant and very intelligent, and they must have
now let me prove you wrong. I am giving you a real example from Delta State. As I speak to you, 12 people the last time I count between last year and this year, people who their parents can't even afford to send them to public school in Sapele and today in those schools that I just mentioned to you.
So how many can you count like that in the
Let me finish. Now that's if you keep blocking me. I'm giving you a specific example from a particular region, from a particular
but when you give that example, we look at numbers. You look at numbers. You look at not. It's just like the same thing this guy does. People comes here and talk about his states in Lagos, not looking at the whole broadness of Nigeria, how big Nigeria is.
Let him talk. When it's done, you can talk.
No. I think DOG has seen his escape route and is trying to block him off. So that's
my point here. For over 1 hour, I'll be quiet because I want people to talk.
Like Michael, my point is boiled down to
Lord Michael, I've kept quiet. You need to let's keep quiet. Let's listen to him. If you want us to listen to
my
him.
point goes back to what one man raised. I be with the question he put forward that how many people are still from that region as a state, how many people are still putting up policies that gears towards the poor, which is our law stand for. So we are not talking about Nigeria now, we're talking about, that's why I bring out Delta as an example. You rubbish stadium, that's why I'm still bringing this. These 12 kids that I told you about, who their parents cannot even afford to send them to public school, today they are in LSU, University of A&M, Florida and all that. Courtesy of what? Because person called Ogba and championed the idea you have to put stadium into those villages because of the talent those people have. Not be brilliant to carry them go LSU.
But how many? That's what I'm asking you. How many is happening like that in the whole of Nigeria? Can you tell me the same story in Lagos? Can you tell me the same story in Osun State? Can you tell me the same story in Niger State? Can you tell me the same story in Castina? Can you tell me the same story in Bauchi? Can you tell me the same story in Ebonyi?
Wow.
On and on like that.
Would you respect?
Let me tell you something. What you are saying.
Listening now. Would you respect how you take the learn? The question was from a real.
No. All right. Okay.
No. The question was very specific.
I don't think this conversation.
No, it's a very specific question. Now we are giving an example of states. We're talking about Nigeria. That's why I say one state is leading by example. You say no, not rubbish. We're talking about Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm not sure that any point is going to be made in this conversation.
You say that paper. I'm giving a practical example.
All right.
I will give you names if you want me to.
No, don't give names. I think you have made your point.
There are policies out there from some states who are actually focusing on the poor within the nooks and villages of Nigeria. Some states, I'm not saying everyone, and that is how they are doing it. And I just focus on Asaba. I focus on the Sapele. That's just Sapele, and I focus on that. And I can go around.
Ovie, I'm from Delta State. Okay, so your point in using scholarships as an example for development, I mean, it really doesn't count. And here's why.
That's not my point.
Wait. I was listening to you.
The state don't give it. No, that the state don't give it.
Don't listen to education. That's the problem.
Okay, so the stadium gave them the ability. Wait. The stadium gave them the ability to excel at a sport that the stadium gave them the ability to excel at a sport that they eventually used to get a scholarship. I get what you're saying. Good. My point is the numbers. When you take a look at all the youth in secondary schools in that area, in the local governments you mentioned, because I'm familiar with them, and you take a look at the number of people that actually get scholarship, it is less than 1%. When you really look at it. So what happens to the remaining people, the remaining 90% of the people there that don't get access to scholarship? So if you can't run under a sub 10, or you can't dribble the ball very well with 2 feet, and you can't get the scholarship, what happens to you? Sport is an avenue. It is not the all-encompassing avenue.
Let me answer
so
that.
the point I am making, I'm not disputing that. The point I am making, I'm not disputing the fact that if you provide sporting facilities, you can use sport as a platform to get further education abroad, which, by the way, my brother, adds to the brain drain in Nigeria. The fundamental question that we have to answer is the ones that are there, the ones that have to stay in Nigeria and get educated in Nigeria. If you don't provide good educational facilities so they can achieve and become the lawyers, the engineers, the medical doctors that are trained and developed in Nigeria, you have failed them. You have failed them. And that minuscule number cannot account for the numbers that have to be developed within that local government area. That is the point I am making. And when people want to compare the Awolowo example or the Awolowo case study, the Awolowo case study was mass education. Mass, not a handful that gets scholarship to go to America. Because that, to me, it's a benefit to that person and that person's family. And by the way, there's no guarantee that person is going to return to Nigeria. So let's call it for what it is.
No, you are not. I disagree with you on that. You understand? I disagree. Totally disagree you on that. Because there is no way, even though the education towards the masses, there is no way that everyone is going to turn out successful academically now. Because it's not even a guarantee that you are going to successful or turn to a good citizen just because you went to school. So if you want to narrate
hold on, Ovie. You cannot say that.
The father is not hungry. Because the father is not hungry.
Hold on. What? I don't think you can. You please hold on, Ade. I don't think you took on board fully what Aizon was saying. Aizon is talking about percentages. Am I right in saying that you're talking about percentages?
Yes, right? You're right. You're right.
So
yes,
he is saying that if you look at the mass of people eligible for the educational system, that narrow space, which is minuscule, as Aizon said, is not a sample of anything, because if you provided more for a mass, even if they hemorrhage, as you said, that not all of them will make it through, just by sheer mass of numbers, there's more probability of a higher percentage of them coming through, which will elevate the whole of society just by through education, than all these tiny little fractions that is being pulled out just because they've been gifted genetically to be able to jump and run and kick a ball.
There are many ways to mold a child to be useful in a society outside of the 4 walls of education. I'm not against that. There are so many ways to do that. And sport is just one segment of it. So just because that is not living up to expectation doesn't mean they are not doing anything at all. And I just point out those 12 people who are schooling abroad. Within those 12 people who are schooling abroad, there are 20, 30, 40, 50, hundreds of them who are using the same opportunity in Nigeria. Now, I am talking to you from a perspective of a... Wait, now, let me finish. From a perspective of somebody who lives in the village, who, regardless of the free education you brought to that, without extracurricular activities, it might end up not being manifesting as you want it. You understand?
Let me clarify both of our arguments here. Let me clarify both of our arguments. Ovie?
I'm listening.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. So the point you're making is not lost. That yes, you can provide opportunities for physically or gifted athletes to achieve a means to higher education in a country that's more advanced.
Not just
yes, in a country. I'm just saying higher education. Yes. Okay. Even within Nigeria, because they are good at the sport. Now, I'm also involved in the sports industry, and I understand that, but I'm not disputing that. But in terms of numbers, those athletes or those gifted youngsters are a minuscule number when you look at the masses of people in that local government area. So what I'm saying is, it's not a case of one or the other. I'm not disputing giving opportunities to people that are good in sport. Yes, that should exist. But in the case of majority of the young boys and girls that don't have access to decent, bare minimum education. I'm not even talking about really, really good. I'm talking about bare minimum education. You are failing the youth in that region tremendously, because majority of them will not get a scholarship. Majority of them will not be able to go to an American university. And that is a fact. So my brother, I understand what you're saying. I'm not losing sight of it, but I'm saying that cannot be used as a benchmark for development.
No. What about the employment aspect of this stadium that we're talking about? Because that's a sport industry.
No, hold on. Ovie, take on the point now. What is being said is that the emphasis and the spend should always be for something that will capture and give opportunity to as mass a number as possible, because that is just the most viable thing to do. Yes. But this sports element is a tag-on rather than a mainstay. It's a tag-on. So it's as well as, but a satellite little tag-on, not the mainstay. The mainstay cannot be sports.
No, it's just one aspect of it. Because it's a long-term investment if you want to.
How from how ideology we even get to this stadium?
How to policy that touch the poor. That is our stand. Policy that affect the poor.
Yeah, but it's not sports. I know you're right. I know sports is your field, so that's where your passion is. So I get the passion.
There are also a lot of job opportunity that aspect of business industry brought into the equation. I just focus on that because when I say he built a stadium, it's a sport industry, it's a sector on its own. It's a long-term investment. In the next 30, 40, 50 years, the benefit of what has been put in place in that region will still be invested.
Yeah, no, but nobody is disputing that though. But what I suspect Aizon is saying, and certainly what I am saying, is that cannot be a mainstay policy. That is just a tag on. That's a tag on. That's
and again, my argument is coming up from the fact that you make a very good point. I say that the times of Awolowo and Nans are different. They are more sophisticated time now. So even the education, mass education we are talking about, I don't think government need to come up publicly and proclaim it. These days, you don't really need to be in the four walls of our schools to actually get educated. I mean, we're talking about the sophistication of our
Wait a second. Wait. Yeah, woman, Ovi, are you saying that because times have changed, the government cannot produce a decent level of education for its masses?
No, he didn't say that. No, he said there are more sophisticated ways of educating people beyond the four walls of.
Yes, there are more sophisticated ways of getting education, but we're talking about Nigeria here, where we haven't gotten the foundational elements correct. So the point is, in other words, even if there are more sophisticated ways, and we all know what those sophisticated ways are because we all live in the West, but the bare minimum is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about teaching kids how to code. I'm talking about the bare minimum. Reading and writing, solving mathematical equations. The bare minimum, they are failed. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not even talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Just
being able to provide the bare minimum.
I am making that argument because pretty much the countries who follow our own kind of system of government are losing it when it comes to public education. There are more private schools in America than public schools you can think of. Are you saying they are not?
No.
Oh my God!
The times have changed. That is what I'm trying to say. There are so many ways to get educated without going through that. I'm standing on my point.
I think you agree with me. I think you agree.
No, I think you agree with each other, but they say there are two strands to communication: listening and speaking. But both of them not happening. Certainly not the listening part. And I think from all of us, really, in most instances. But
I don't dispute your point, but you are disputing.
Okay. Let's just abandon it because you will say it, and then he will come back, and then we'll loop it round again. So let's not loop it round again, but let's instead point it in the direction of world peace, only because it's coming in from Japan, and that somewhat tickles me. So world peace, are you still there? Oh, okay, we don't seem to have world peace. Let's point it then in the direction of Black League, our American.
I'm here, but just give me a minute.
All right, okay, I'll give you a minute, but then we'll take that minute with Black League if it's available. Okay, Black League.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, brilliant. So Black League, our American correspondent. Let's let's take you then to Nigeria, our homeland. I'm not sure if you are aware. There's some West African country called Nigeria. Black League is what we are seeking your opinion on. So let me take you to this space. No, let me not take you to Zamfara State because that's too obvious. But let me take you to this space. So just about a week or so ago, Black League, the Redeemed Church of God, Enoch Adeboye's church, they've come out with creating a department, a directorate for political affairs. This is what they've tagged it, and they've mandated that all of their body churches have similar something recreated within all the satellite churches with a representative to liaise with the hierarchy. All of that structures being put in place, of course, no surprises to guess at the space that this is to facilitate for Oshibanjo. So Tinubu now looks to religion as well, and he cries to his faith. Tinubu tells Sharia Council to create political departments like Redeemed Church. So politics and religion, this is something that has existed since the Roman times, but how it plays out in Nigeria, does that portend danger? So what are you them making then of this call to religion by Tinubu?
Well, I think he's just balancing it up with the redeem narrative. You know, it's all politics, so you shouldn't be surprised. Because the narrative will come out that the redeemed is trying to, you know, get involved in partisan politics. So, I mean, that would sound to his allies in the Muslim North that he's trying to use that religion because Oshimbajo is still seen as Tinubu's boy. So, I think that's just what's happening. So he's trying to balance it up with the Sharia thing. But it's all, I don't think it's held for our politics, for religion to, you know, take the center stage and be used not as a force for good, but as a force for division and ultimately. But the redeemed, they have their pastor as the vice president. So, of course, the stakes are high now in politics. And I always wanted to ask this question. Do you think after his tenure as vice president, whether or not he becomes president, do you think the Redeemed would ease out the current GO to make Shimbajo the guy?
No, I don't think so, no, because he's too much of a politician and they will want more a man of religion. That's what I think.
Okay. Oh,
or what do you think? Is that do you have that suspicion?
I see that too. I won't be surprised if it happens.
Yes, because politics we started from the church.
I mean, it might happen, but I don't think Oshimbajo personally will want to take such a role.
Mm. Because they are looking for a successor for that man who is of a certain age now, and he's indicated that his time is up. And you know, by the way, he did not create that church. You know that he didn't create that church, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Of course, I do.
Because now a lot of people actually think he created that church, but he did not create that church. No.
That's because he has been in charge for a long time. There was a GO before him. So people thought he would retire before now, but he's still in charge. So, but I think they should leave it out of politics, please. If they want to play politics, you know, take off that religious toga and let's face you as a politician. But if you're over there hiding behind a religious organization, you know, I just think it's difficult to play both.
All right. So the person who created, just for the purposes of information, the person who created the Redeemed Church is Josiah Olufemi Akindayomi. So that's actually the person who founded that church, Josiah Olufemi Akindayomi. So there it is right there, just a piece of information that you may not previously know. So to the space, Abubakar Malami and his Machiavellian machinations, how Attorney General Malami Amechi Emefiele procured court order deleting Section 8412 of Electoral Act to safeguard their political ambitions. So this is something that I have been laboring especially hard on this platform for quite a few days now, and it looks as though the voices now converging to that space. Self-interest in totality, and this guy the temerity to procure some fake judgment to delete from an act of parliament that has been assented to by the president. The audacity, Black League. Are you knocked out by the audacity? Look at this guy. What are you up to, Black League? Knock, knock.
His attention was needed at the other room. So.
Okay, it's the other room.
No. Just say it one more time. Wama, I didn't catch the tail end of that.
No. I was taking you to the Abubakar Malami space, and I built
they
it
have
up.
Procured judgment. What they couldn't get through the National Assembly, they are trying, and I think they've succeeded in getting it through the courts.
Do you think they have succeeded, or do you think there'll be a pushback from this? Because the House of Representatives were saying they were not even served notice of any court thing. The Senate have already taken a decision to reject it. Everybody is up in arms. So will this subsist, or will there be pushback on it?
There will be pushback. This issue made history in Nigeria. That's the first time that the National Assembly, the rubber stamp, went against the president. This is the first. So I think it means a lot to the legislatures. That's why they're really pushing back, and because those political appointees also affect them in their states, where you have a political appointee that's favored by the governor coming over to take over your seat in the House of Representatives or Senate and things like that. So they're really doing it for their own interest. And also, in turn, is going to stop the likes of Malami and Amechi. It's not really going to stop them. They can still be relevant post-2023, but it's just going to bar them from contesting and going for presidency in terms of Amechi, and Malami wants to be governor of Kebbi State. So this is just personal interest of these politicians at play. The people still status quo. The people will keep experiencing what they're experiencing, but these people will tinker with the law. And Malami is the Attorney General of the Federation, Minister of Justice. So anything law, he should know the most in the country. But I think he would use it to his advantage.
I don't think we've ever had an Attorney General that has quite served self-interest and partisan interest like this guy. He's not the Attorney General of Nigeria. He's the Attorney General of first Buhari, then the APC. First Buhari, second himself, and then the APC. And Nigeria can go and whistle. Remember when there was that thing, when was it Nedunwoko and some other criminals? They were trying to steal $500 million from Nigeria. They tried it under Obasanjo, he flogged them. They tried it under Yadua, he flogged them. They tried it under Goodluck Jonathan, he flogged them. And up pops Abubakar Malami, and he signs the check for $500 million to Nedumoko to be going to do something with Regina Daniels or whatever. The guy is just is God Almighty. This is why he needs the immunity in Kebbi State, because just the atrocities are just too much. That guy, a gangster. Let me take you from there to another space. Zamfara donates security vehicles to Niger Republic. So this one, it doesn't sit with anybody. It doesn't sit. It just does not sit. However justified, if they are saying they're using it to fight banditry, the banditry equally vest upon Niger Republic as well as Nigeria. They're a sovereign nation. They should sufficiently be able to afford vehicles for themselves. And this continuous donation, especially that Maradi, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because it's a border town. All Nigerian resources going to Maradi, even now cars. So what are you then making of this latest investment in another country?
Well, I think the state government in Zamfara is justifying it by saying, Zamfara is like the mother of all the bandits in Nigeria. That's where it's housed, in Zamfara state. And they move freely to Niger Republic also. So I think they're saying that they're donating it to Niger to really curb the security threat within Zamfara. The bandits that run away and go across the border to Niger should be, adequately captured. And well, at least that's the reason I think the state government is given. It's hard to question anything when they put it under security. It might as well be a channel where funds were siphoned. You don't know how many millions or billions was budgeted and how much was actually spent, and whether they've done enough to, curtail security within Zamfara itself. Whether or not the bandits flee to other places, whether they're actually doing enough with the resources they have, is a different question. I personally don't think they are. I think this whole Zamfara and Niger Republic is just a way to siphon money into private pockets.
All right. And the rumors of the defection of Governor Ortom to APC. Now, nothing surprises in Nigerian politics, but this somewhat caught me off guard. There's no one more critical of Buhari as an individual and the APC administration as a party, as a governing party, than Governor Ortom. I don't think there's any day that is not wailing and lamenting about these people in the papers. So if he crosses over, then we can just surrender. That's just, that would just be that step too far, wouldn't he? He tries to debunk it, but of course, no smoke without fire. Would it catch you off guard if that happened, Black League?
I mean, if it's a step too far, then, what would you say with situation like Fani Kayode?
No. That one is a prostitute now.
He was a tough critic of the administration also, and just for him to go back and join them. But for Ortom, I think he has everything to lose by going back to APC. He has more stakes in the PDP. The current chairman, Senator Iyorchia Ayu, is from Benue State. They actually come from the same ethnic group. They're both T. And Ortom was very instrumental in getting him to power. So I think within the PDP, Ortom, is a leader in his own right. And I think moving to the APC would not be good for him in the long run. Now, that aside, this whole moving of politicians from one party to another, just at the frequency it happens, is alarming. It just shows that they don't believe in anything. They have no ideology. Even in places where the political parties have ideology, it does happen where you see politicians move from one party to another. So it's just at the rate it happens in Nigeria is almost embarrassing. It's like it's like they stand for nothing. While saying other climes, for example, in the United States, people like Hillary Clinton, they were Republicans. Overnight, they turn into Democrats. It happens here too. So I think that's what politicians over there.
Same as Trump.
Sorry?
I said same as Trump.
I don't know what part. I don't know if Trump.
Trump was
might be right. Might be right.
Yeah.
There was a time Trump was part of the Democrat Party. Now he has seen sense and come over to the Republican Party.
No, he was a conservative.
So, yeah, but all these words, even in countries where it should be clear because they've had the most experience with democracy and they're the ones literally forcing everyone to follow. We should see some
Black League. What do you
some
mean
form of decorum there. When Hillary Clinton is moving, and now I'm hearing Donald Trump even did. I haven't seen it, but If people are saying it on here, then I believe it. And I have to
But
read.
the difference is they don't do it from America. They do it out of office. That is the difference.
Exactly what I was going to say, Lord Michael. Are they doing it in this manner our own people do it? They don't do it in this manner. A sitting governor is already thinking of crossing to other party. I don't know. It's just crazy. They are not
they do it.
They are not
It's
in
all
the office where
semantics
they are all
and
crossing. So it's quite different.
It's
But
all
what's the
semantics.
ideology
It's not
between
really concrete.
APC and PDP?
Even in the United States,
It's not
I mean,
different.
you go to states like Montana, a Republican there with Republican ideology. In places like Florida would be a Democrat. I mean, someone who really understands the politics here knows what I'm talking about. So it's not really clear cut or set in stone. This thing is run by humans, and they're humans at best. It's open to flaws and errors, and but these politicians in Nigeria are just taking advantage of it to a point where it's just a vehicle to get them into office.
All right. What is Bonksma saying to you here, Black League? Is she toasting you or what? What's this?
No. She
no toasting, no Bonksma. What's going on? It should not be the other way around.
All you heartless men can't even notice there's a change in my voice. I actually have I have allergies right now. That's why there's a change in my voice. That's why she's asking.
Okay, you've got the flu as well.
All you heartless men cannot even notice change in your brother's voice.
No, you have.
It takes
You've always had
Bonksma, thank you, my dear sister. I appreciate it.
You know, we always see you anytime you want to hide like this, you come under this kind of voice.
No, you always have a throaty voice anyway.
Which other room?
Bonksma, no toasting, no toasting.
Mr. Angelico is here, right? Angelico is in the house, right?
Yes, it's right here.
In the house,
yes, but now you pay money to see him or talk to him, and he's financial advisor.
Yes, and then Leko was not. It wasn't going to come in until you started to speak ill of Awolowo, and they had to come and correct you.
Great thing. So I've missed you. I've been waiting for you to come on the show.
Oh, I'm here, my brother. How you doing?
Actually, because of you, I would join the show. They give one man money we don't get before they subscribe and all that. Just to hear your voice, Black League and Rational Mind.
No, you don't have to. That's what I'm saying to you. You just log on. That's all that is.
No, I went to log in. I didn't know the rules then. I went to log in. I thought I have to be a member. But don't worry, now credit card will cancel and no worry. Soon.
Don't worry. There you can cancel it. No problem. Yeah, it's just the only thing you have to do is thumbs up, which is just all I ask. You know, just do that.
Now, so now they do for other platforms. Tell us where we know.
That's our brother from Japan, right?
Yeah, that's our Japanese. You have to go konnichiwa. When they come, say konnichiwa. That's what they say, konnichiwa. And they don't say konnichiwa. They say wa. Why did they do that? Wa. Why they always drag the last syllable in the? Why did they do that? Wa.
I would say it's Asian thing. Just like we say how far. They do like that too. Yeah,
that's how Port Harcourt people do. Now why?
Just like that, they have their own thing to like my children now say it's always drag the last.
You hear Wike do it all the time. That is to tell you
you know that Wike is a very funny guy. You know, he talks in a peculiar way. He will say he always wants people to land what he's saying. And they will say, and that will be and then they will say, yes. I don't know, man. That guy is a character, you know. He's not of this world, you know.
He wants people to follow up. That's a teacher's pattern. You know, that's what teachers do in school. So Wike is a teacher. That's what he does.
He's not a lawyer.
He's a lawyer, but he taught now. He taught this thing, and that's why he had experience. That's why they gave him a junior minister under education.
Oh, okay. That's good.
He's checking it and following him up.
Okay, right, let's move to the next question. I'm waiting.
All right. So let me take you then to let me take you to the space. Ibrahim Gambari telling us that Buhari's credibility is Nigeria's biggest asset. So that's almost like poking fun. Does Buhari have credibility? One is the question, and if so, amongst whom?
Amongst the chiefs.
Oh, I thought it was on me.
No, Black League, you
go
go
ahead.
first. Because let Black League go first. Yeah, Black League, yeah.
No, I mean he can go first.
No, I'm learning from you. I'm here to learn. I'm learning.
I'm
Go.
also learning on your.
No, our
Richard.
ROBL is here, ready to fight anybody if it comes to now the matter. Adelko was not here to listen. Anyway, Mr. Blackley, please continue. I'm listening. Please.
Yes, onto Buhari's credibility.
We don't fight, man.
So hold on, Black League. You've had your moment. So two things. Does he have credibility? One, by your reckoning, and then amongst whom? Two. So to that space, because obviously I don't think he has credibility, but I think he has credibility. Okay, yeah, you answered the question. Yeah, go on.
Personally, I think credibility in terms of honesty, you can give that to Buhari. But with the people working around him and the actions he has taken and has not taken towards them, and the level of corruption we've seen, and just sheer power play, I think that would bring his own credibility to question when you look at it totally. Why? Because personally, he has always been an honest and straightforward person. I listened to all his interviews before he became president. His stance on fuel subsidy, his stance on insecurity in the country, his stance on corruption and what needs to be done to really tackle corruption. He was very honest with that. Even when he came to power, he was sick. Everybody was lying on his behalf, including the pastor vice president we have, saying this man is hale and hearty. I just visited him in London. When Buhari touched down in Abuja after his illness in London, he was asked by a journalist. He said, "I've never been this ill all my life." So he keeps it honest. I mean, I respect that in a president, even going against. But now when there are people in your team that are corrupt and you're not taking adequate actions to really take them out, then it's a problem. And I know that comes from his military background. All military men have that. They take loyalty over competence any day, anytime. Why? Because really their life depends on loyalty, not competence. So that's really the military mindset. So I mean, that's one of the things we get for having military, especially the Nigerian army, so dominant, taking over power and still maintaining power even in democratic regime. It makes us think like them, military men. Professionally, yes, you could go with in military set, you can go with loyal. People like Malami are said to be loyal to the president since the CPC days, where he didn't have a dime to give them. He kept losing elections. They used their personal money to keep taking his case to the Supreme Court that they lost 3 times in a row. So now that he's in power, he's empowering them, and people are saying they are corrupt. As somebody who has spent the larger part of his life in military, he's thinking loyalty over whatever you may deem as competence. To him, competence is in fact loyalty. And that's not just him, that's military mind.
All right. I want to make that a round-robin question, actually, because I think it's important enough to make a round-robin question. But with the round-robin questions, it's just a snapshot answer, not a long, lengthy one. So, Ovie, you come up first, and it's the poser that Ibrahim Gambari has put into the space. He's saying Buhari's credibility is Nigeria's biggest asset. And I'm asking, does he even have credibility? And how do you quantify that, and amongst whom? So does Buhari have credibility according to your view, and amongst whom? Obvious, just a snapshot answer to that.
Yeah, I think. Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, carry on.
I'm
Yeah.
ready for the night.
Yeah.
It's Saturday. Well, I think I kind of agree with what Black League is saying. Personally, as a person, individually, I think yes, he has credibility. Even those around me can testify to that. Those around him. But now, when it comes to the nitty-gritty of the game, I think he doesn't really care. He doesn't really care. Once you believe it, those people who have been around him for a minute, have been around from day one, and they go, he ride with that, he ride with that. So, as a president, officially now, as a president, I think it's fair. I would say it's not being honest to concerning the issue facing the country and other things that is expected of him. Yes, they might not be living to expectation, but I think they are keeping it 100.
All right, thank you. So, he's on. Yeah, the question: does Buhari have credibility, and if so, amongst whom?
I don't think he has credibility. I think the buck stops with the president, and I think even if you want to give him a pass and put the blame on those surrounding him, it starts with him, especially when he consider he ran on a platform of fighting corruption. He has failed woefully.
All right, thank you. So let's go to Ajanle Koko. So the question, does Buhari have credibility, and if so, amongst whom?
He's a man of no integrity and he lack credibility. All his promises before the election that brought him to power, he failed to fulfill them. He said he's going to do restructuring, he failed. He said he's a Democrat. He did not abide by the rule of law. Economy, he said he's going to revamp economy, he failed. On security, he failed. So he's a man of no integrity. He's a man of no integrity. And Professor Gambari, I don't know what get into his head for him to say that in this modern Nigeria that we have seen everything that
it's almost like he's mocking us, isn't it, with that comment?
Yeah, I don't know what get into that man's head. He's a man that I really respect before, but since he joined this government, has been making some utterances that it does not fit no purpose. I just feel disappointed in our people that are serving in this government. So Buhari failed us completely. Under him, thousands, if not millions of Nigerians have been killed. And he has done nothing to stop it yet. And he failed to comply with the Constitution. What the Constitution said about what they call this character.
Federal character.
Federal character. This man does not comply with it. Instead, he appointed all his tribal men in all the strategic position in that country. That is not a person of integrity. A person of integrity in the position of #1 president who's supposed to be a Nigerian that bring people together, that we always see as a father. But he showed to us that he is a president of Fulani and he represents the interests of Fulani, and we do everything to protect and promote their interests to the core. It's not a man of integrity, or what do you call him? It's not a man of integrity at all.
Credibility. All right. Thank you. So, Lord Michael, the question, your answer. Lord Michael. Okay, I don't think we have Lord Michael for the moment. Let's go to Ete, who hopefully we have.
The thing is, the professor is smoking Amiibo with dollars.
Amsterdam blend. Amsterdam blend.
Obviously, so we can't take anything he's saying serious. To me, Buhari has never been incredible. Never been incredible in this life. That was just a political mantra that he was pushing to get the position. And we've seen it clear with his administration that there's nothing incredible about him. All those things they were saying before 2015 was total nonsense. It was political talk that he was saying to get into power. Also, the Boko Haram sponsors were still waiting. We've not seen their names, and he says it's incredible. There's nothing credible about that guy. He should go and sit down.
All right, thank you. So, to you, Radio Biafra, Buhari's credibility is Nigeria's biggest asset. So, this is somebody that would say that that this is the secretary to the government, Ibrahim Gambari. But do you agree that Buhari's credibility is Nigeria's biggest asset? And if you agree, amongst whom would you say he has that credibility, Radio Biafra?
No. He hasn't got no credibility at all. Everybody knows all the international players at the time that helped him get into this Nigerian presidency. Barack Obama and what's that British one? What's his name? David Cameron. They knew they knew that this guy was a jihadist, because I remember one time they were all walking and Buhari was amongst the mix, and Barack Obama and David Cameron they didn't want him to be level with them, and they wouldn't even acknowledge him. They were just like walking ahead quickly. You understand? Because they knew who that man was. They knew he's a terrorist. That picture, that video, I keep remembering whenever I just keep thinking about how they allowed this man to get into that office. They know what they were doing. This is the same Barack Obama that helped to kill Gaddafi, who was one of a fighter for Africa. You understand? So they knew that this man he's a terrorist, and look at what's playing out. All the killings, Fulani hurts people, you don't say anything, and that's all they want is the Fulani bloodsucker like him to get into that office to continue so they can get free oil and all this thing. They need Fulani people to be in charge of Nigeria for them to continue doing what they're doing. You understand? So, he's not credible. He's a credibility to the people in the Ariwa hardcore people in the north. And to some extent, by and large, people in the south, because to me, I feel that the people in the south and even the middle belt, they like these Fulani nutters in charge, because that way it allows them to continue with their criminality. Do you understand? That's why the southern leaders are very weak to the north, because they don't want to let go of this Nigeria. Nigeria is good for them. So let the Fulanese carry on with their shenanigans and all this thing. So yeah, he's the man. He's a jihadist, So this is who those that didn't learn from the first time. Second time they went and voted for him. Now they're crying again. I don't know the people in that space called Nigeria. They don't learn. Don't vote. Just keep your vote away, and hopefully these people, Nigeria, will just despair for world space. That's what we want. We want peace in this world,
All right, thank you, Radio Biafra. So, to you, world peace, the question, your answer.
Yeah, Mr. Ajalogo have answered it for me. Buhari have no credibility, and they say thieves have no honor. The only honor he has among his friends, thieves too, and that's just it. That's my own view.
Oh, all right, brilliant. And to you, the OG, surely Buhari has credibility with you.
Jokes. That guy's got no credibility. His only credibility and honor and loyalness lies with the jihadists. I remember him going to one international function and was trying to support, some jihadist nation, and it boils down again to how he supported them with some money recently. That guy means no well for anybody. And recently too, he said he's sorry for making us suffer, for making Nigerians suffer. So where is the credibility? He failed in all his promises. So I would say he has no credibility. Whoever will say that must have been on crack or something.
Smoking, what's it with what did
Colorado?
Colorado. You know that is what your king in the world smokes, according to his wife.
That man is a comedian.
Why is that guy a king in Yoruba land? He beggars really.
Sorry, Blackley. Sorry, Mr. Wamba, I want to ask you this question. How is it that anybody big crown in Yoruba land ends up being Oba, even if it's not from the blue line?
How so? Sorry, I don't understand. That's more a question for Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko
Okay,
is more steeped in Yoruba than me. But ask the question again so he understands it.
Oga Ajanle Koko, how is it that everybody they crown in Yoruba land ends up being Oba, even though he's not from the blue line? He's not related, or he's not a cousin to the bloodline.
No, there's no.
What bloodline though? Sorry.
Okay, like for example, in Benin, I'll use my one I know. Like in Benin, we only have one Oba in those states, which is no doubt. But for you to be a like a duke or like a chief, that word chief, there's some chiefs that is hereditary with the bloodline. Dukes are bloodline. So there's some position you get, you're supposed to be on that bloodline to get it. So, but in Yoruba land, you see everywhere is Oba. So I don't understand which is Oba, which is a chief, which is a duke, which is a lord. I don't know anymore because everybody be an Oba.
No, not anybody be Oba. What happened is that wherever you see Oba, you know that it is either they attain that position by hereditary or by you know, there are some before someone is entitled to that position, it is either by bloodline from father to son or from different houses
Families.
or families that are entitled to that position. So those are the two.
Maybe why is confusing it? There are some that they are just chiefs, and it can be honorary too. Those chiefs can be honorary.
Yeah, the chief can be honorary, and chief can be by a position of integrity in the society, and related to ancestral what do you call it? Ancestral heritage to that position. So those are the qualifications to that can give somebody that position of chief or Oba. It's not just but these days they have abused everything. You know, everything with money.
I was waiting for you to finish because I was watching.
They abuse it now.
Yeah, because I was watching one interview. There was this guy in California.
Yeah, they abuse everything now. You know, money has taken over everything. They mess everything up. You don't even know what is who. But there are some kinship position in Yoruba land that you don't mess with, like that of Alaafin of Oyo. Alaafin of Oyo is one family. When this Baba Dia, you know, God will still give him long life. After him is going to be his first son. And that one, when it reaches the time that is going to meet the ancestral, is going to be his own first son too. So every first son of whoever that attained that position will take over after him. So that one is clear. That of Oyo. That of Ile to that throne, and they rotate it. After this one there, another family will take over.
You mean of Oni of Ife?
Of Oni of Ife.
Oni of Ife is not a chief priest.
He is a chief priest. I keep saying to people that they keep it's not an Oba. It's a chief priest. It's an Ifa priest.
No, don't listen to some people that will just carry anything. He is the king. Is the supreme king of Yoruba land.
Okay, Adelekoko, let me just give you a little for my own history. Sorry,
all right, Adelekoko, what piece wants to add on to what it?
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
No one good thing about this story or history thing. Yoruba kingmakers, I will tell you, when you're talking about the line of the Oduduwa, they're called the Oba Bini, Alaafin of Oyo, the Egba of I'm not used to the word, but they call like 5 bloodline. Oni of Ife is never there, and they will say Oni of Ife is a chief priest that says you should look after the throne when all the sons of Oduduwa went to form their own kingdom, and because of the vacancy, since Oni of Ife was the chief priest then looking after the throne, knows the rules and how to appease the deity, so they told him to just continue to take care of the shrine. Alaafin of Oni of Ife was never a king, he was never a king, never.
Even in that name you mentioned, Alaafin, Afin is palace.
No, he's not disputing the Alaafin. He's disputing the Oni.
Oni of Ife
who
is
a lot
never.
of
Say,
people,
let me tell you,
including myself,
let me tell you,
he's a chief priest. Not,
let me tell you what some Yoruba people don't know. For the Alaafin of sorry, for the Oni of Ife
hold on, Ajande Koko. Let
me finish.
Yeah.
For the do you know that Oni of Ife hardly comes to Benin to see the Oba. He goes to see the Oba subject, but hardly can't see the Oba on the face. You know why? There's a rule, there's a law promoted, the log stick, or how do I use the English? For the Oni of Ife to see the Oba of Benin, he has to.
Boy, you feel talk as you say about we sabi everything though. So just give us as a day. Yeah.
For Oni of Ife to see Oba of Benin, he has to keep 5 cow. 5 cow, and if the Oba of Benin is coming to his father's throne, the Oni of Ife has to kill 2 cow that the Oba of Benin will walk on. Oni of Ife and my father accompanied the Oba of Benin to the thank you visit. Now, Oni of Ife killed a cow with his hand. He's a chief priest. He's a chief priest, not ever a king. He's never.
My friend, let me tell you this. Don't believe all those stories that people are passing around. A story without fact. Even the name on it today, that wasn't the original name. It evolved. There was a time they call it Adimula. There was a time they call it Olopi. It was before they went to create Oyo. It was Olofin. The title was known as Olofin. And then when Oromiyan left Ile-Ife to create Oyo, and he named that title Alaafin. Olofin and Alaafin, they are the same. So they don't look at that title or need to say, oh, because the title reads so, it sounds so. No. It evolved from Olofin to Oni. But before then, it was Adimula to Alaafin, to Olofin, and from Olofin to Oni. So let me tell you this. Those that are saying that Oni is not a king, that is a blatant lie. Oni is a king, and he remained the #1 king in Yoruba land. Nobody can contest that. Even Alaafin cannot contest that, because the grandson who was Oromiyan was the one that went to set up Ibini. He was the one that went to set up that Ibini. After Ibini, he went to set up Oyo Kingdom. So how could somebody that set up a place now be paying homage to Bini by cutting, have to slaughter goat on the floor before he saw something? I don't know about that, but what I know is that people want to say story that is good for them and condemn other people's position that they are superior than them. That is what is playing out here.
All right, let me ask you a question, World Peace. In the Odua hierarchy, where does the Oba of Benin come? So in the Odua, because they all come from the Odua family.
Yeah.
So where does it come in that hierarchy? So they're contending that Alaafin the Oni has supremacy, but some of us feel that it's an Ifa priest. But just for the purposes of just getting to the point, let's say the Oni is there as the paramount Yoruba king, and then they're Alaafin either of Oyo, either of equal measure. The Awujale of Egba land, a strong king too, but in that Odudua pantheon, the Omonoba of Benin is part of that family too. But where does it come in the hierarchy? Is he below the Awujale of Egba land, or is he even above the Oni of
Awujale not from Egba land. Awujale from Ijebu land.
Yeah, Awujale of Ijebu land. But really, the question,
Alaafin of Egba land.
Okay. Is he above? So it's just in that pantheon. Where does it come?
Okay. According to our own history, our own history is our own history. We're not going to focus on anybody. You understand? You have your own history. According to our own history, first of all, Oduduwa is our son, Ekaladera, which is Ezodua, which came to Ife, which found Ife. Does not mean that there was no people in Ife. He found the kingdom, the monarchic system there. So he gave his son back to us when after we have issues about the kingship, when we have the head of administrator, when the Ogiame, the four chiefs have to go back and look for their son, their missed son, their lost son when in Ife. First of all, they went to Igala. Igala directed them to Ife because he first went to Igala, called Uwe. From Igala, they directed them to Ife, that's in Ife. So he gave them his first son, because he was too old to come back. He gave them his first son, which is Oromia. And Oromia came to Benin and gave birth to Eweka, the first. They couldn't stay because of the interwar with the Ogiame, who didn't allow him. He left and went to found Oyo. According to our history, we are the first. Because
so your history will tell you that you are the fathers of Yoruba land.
No father. That way people get it wrong. Not father. When Oduduwa came to Ife, there was a system there already. There were people there. He came to make people. But he became one of the recognized king. What happened there, we don't know why he became the king there. That they all respected in that throne.
Does your history put you above Yoruba people? Is where
No. Our history said, that kingdom, the kingship founded in Ife, founded by our son, not the people. The kingship as Oduduwa.
So the kingship in Ife was founded by your son, and the Afin in Oyo was also founded by your progeny.
Yeah, because it's on your history too.
So you're essentially the daddies of the Yoruba people, is what you're saying.
No.
Look at this guy.
Listen. No.
Look at this guy.
My friend from Japan. My friend from Japan. Let me tell you this.
You've been eating too much sushi. Is this sushi? Are you?
No.
Is this sushi speaking?
I'm listening to you.
Yeah, let me tell you this. You see that history that you are narrating here, that Sudua left from Benin and he found his way to Ile-Ife and he became king. It was not true at all. It is
I'm
never.
not arguing with you. That's according to your own history.
There are facts to this. It is a taboo in Yoruba land for a stranger to be king in any land of Yoruba land. So that is never there's no iota of truth in that, because it's against the tradition of Yoruba land. That's number one.
I have to correct you on that one, man. So how did Oromia became king in Oyo if he's Oromia was a stranger in Oyo?
Hold on. What
Oromia is a Yoruba man from.
What is he talking about?
Oromia went to Oyo to become the king. So
who founded Oyo? Who founded Oyo? Is it not Oromia that founded Oyo? What are you talking about? So let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, my friend from Japan.
I'm listening. I'm listening to learn.
You see, even according to the real history, Oduduwa that you are talking about, Oduduwa is not the first king in Ile-Ife. Oduduwa is number 97 king in Ile-Ife. A lot of people doesn't know this, but I am telling you.
Okay, where's your source? And what source?
Can you just listen, please?
We are listening.
Okay, that was to the story I was told to. Was the same thing they told.
Oduduwa is 97 king in Ile-Ife. But what happened? Why?
According to who?
But what happened? Why Oduduwa is so popular is that Oduduwa was able to go out of his Ile-Ife with his own children. He was able to conquer. He went out. He spread out that glory of Ile-Ife to other parts that we know as Yoruba today. That is why Oduduwa's name overshadowed the name of the past ancestor before him. So our history is so rich, and we have been coming a long way. But because of this long time, what do you call this? Slavery did not let us tell our history, and we are not taught in the school. We are not taught our history in the school, and that's why we don't really know much about it. So this history of Benin saying that Oduduwa, it is not. Oduduwa was
please, sorry to cut you short.
Yes. So what I'm telling you, what I'm telling you here. Okay, what do you want to say? Okay.
Yeah, my use pidgin. Sometimes when I tell you something, I don't really tell you on the straight way. I generally put it straight so that you can put it straight to me.
Okay.
This is straight history of a thing. I'm not imposing my history on you, but I've studied history a lot. I've found out Yoruba history, most of the history is not. They have different variants of history, and when the truth becomes too varied, it's no longer truth anymore. The Benin history is always
people create their own. People start to have their own stuff.
Their stuff. Benin history is one. Ask any child in Benin, wake him up, and he will tell you one history. Go to a gala, they'll tell you about the Benin history. One of Oduduwa. One, when Oduduwa left Benin, first of all went to Igala. This Ife you call today, Ife, it was called Uwe before it was changed to Ife. If you ask Igala people will tell the same history that the Ife king you are saying, left from Benin, Benin came to us first. We are about him. Do you know Benin have descendants in Igala? That only that Oduduwa left before he went to Ife, and he passed through. Igala have boundary with Ondo. He passed through Ondo. How do you say the king? The Ogo of Ebalano. He will tell you what Oduduwa was going to Ife. He passed through their land, and he came to Ife.
Well, please let me ask you a quick question before you go further. Sorry, you say Ife used to be called what?
Uwe. So according to our history,
okay,
Uwe,
what is the meaning of that word? You know?
It's a Benin word. It's not your word.
What is the meaning of it? What's the translation?
It's the old Benin word. Okay, you have ancient word. You have recent Benin, like Yoruba to have Yorubas, which you speak now. Maybe one man will not know it. So I'm just saying.
Let me tell you this. Let me ask you a question. Were you told that back in the days when Oba in Benin died,
they take the head to Ife? That's right.
Is that true or false?
You know it's false. You know that excavation.
We have our places. We have places we can show. We can show in Ile-Ife there.
That is false history.
Okay. No, we don't need to. But
I'm not fighting.
No. Why is it false history? You've clearly heard it.
They did excavation, and they won't find a single head in that building. You could say not two, not one. It's false.
We have it in Ile-Ife where they used to bury this king from Ile-Ife, not only from Benin, from every part of Yoruba land. Wherever they die, they will have to bring their head to Ile-Ife because they believe
sorry, let me just finish what I'm trying to say
and they have to return home there.
You cut me short.
So
Benin
what I'm
history.
telling you is that, look, some Benin, one day we're going to have a program on this same topic. And I have a book that is written by what do they call them? Maybe curator, or what do they call them? People in charge of this museum and all these things in Benin that had all the facts. He wrote a book that testified that, look, it was Yoruba that founded Benin. And all the story that been there, it was just a way of changing the history so that some people don't want to acknowledge that some people are superior to them, or some people have a long time history over them. So I will bring the book and I will show you. I will show people here, and we will all see the
In
truth.
the
I will tell you to go and buy
normal
that book and read it.
I did history in Yoruba in secondary
in
school.
the ranking.
Okay, what's the, sorry, hold on. What's the title of that book, Ajanle Koko, so
I
that people can
don't
seek
have
it?
it at I don't have it at hand
Okay,
there.
maybe for next session. Let's say
And
from
one man, we
it.
have to be careful with books, so because first of all, who wrote the book? We have to know.
No, he told you
the
who wrote
author.
the book. Is a curator of
It's a
artifacts
curator of
in
artifacts in Benin.
Benin Kingdom.
Yes.
Sorry,
And he's well
when you were speaking,
respected, and they know him, and they know him.
When you were speaking, I didn't interject. Let me tell you something now. Let me tell you something very clear. We're not fighting here, we are learning.
Yes.
That book you are saying,
yes,
dead on arrival from the beginning. First of all, in Benin, wait, let me tell you, in Benin, there are two factions. You have to first of all know about my history before you speak about it. There's Ogiame family, which were the administration era that's still fighting for the throne, which still fighting to tomorrow to get back to the throne. They'll write anything. They'll write anything to
No. I say a curator
no
of
curator. I'm
the
a Benin
artifact
kid.
of this
Hold
thing.
on now.
Will it be lying?
Hold on. We are the same era of Benin. You don't know. My father is the world general title. Is the Okigbe of Benin right now. His bloodline. The Amezema of Benin is we, my family. Nobody else can get it in Benin.
So can I interject real quick?
Before you interject, let's hear from Ete, who wanted to contribute to the conversation. Ete, you wanted to say.
You know, I was taught Yoruba in secondary school. At least I got a C. I got a C on it. We were told Oduduwa was from Saudi Arabia also. That was
Hold on. Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, we're still fighting one fight. You want to bring another one? Look at this.
What we were taught.
Don't believe that.
And that's what I'm trying to.
All lies, man.
Wait. If it's lies, why didn't you guys stop it from entering the academic system? Because I was taught that I passed my Yoruba very well. I was taught that in school.
Are you sure that was what you were taught in school? I'll be surprised if they taught you that in school.
We were told that.
The problem with Nigeria is this: people are telling history. People that are not part of the courts, they are not part of the house of the priesthood. The custodian. There are people that are not custodian of the history, right? They'll go and be writing books. Writing their own version of history, right? And then people will start learning from those books and then start believing it and start spreading it. And that's how I was asking Ajaniko earlier when he mentioned Oduduwa was the 90th
king. Where?
In Ife. And I'm asking, okay, what was your source of your
No, you don't even need, hold on, Mike. You don't need source to see. You know, Oduduwa did not found. It did not. There were already people there. What Ajale Koko is telling you is that locality, it had
the point of being a 90th. That's the point. Because if that's not the version of the custodian of the history in Ife, if that's not their version, and then where did you get your source? What version are you giving us? You understand? Because if you go to Ife, if you go to the priest in the priesthood, they won't tell you that Oduduwa is a 90th king. So where did you get it from?
Okay,
and the same thing about they say Oduduwa come from Saudi Arabia. You know, people if you go to Ife, they won't tell you that's their story. You understand? So people are just hearing story from here and there, and they just putting it out there. You know.
Let me chip in a point here. Do you know this place in Nigeria in Ondo State that is called Olugbo?
Olugbo, yes, Olugbo.
Do you know where they call Igbo there? Do you know they are driven out from Ile-Ife? Do you know that?
That's your history. I don't know. Maybe you tell me.
Okay, hold on. Mike, have you heard of Olugbo?
Yes, I know Igbo.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Now, hold on. Just hold on right there.
Which ties to the story of Moremi?
Yeah. You heard of Olugbo? Who drove Olugbo out of Ile-Ife? The king
talking
then.
about the story of
Hold on, man. Hold on. I'm not talking about Moremi. Forget about Moremi. The king then in Ile-Ife was Obamaki Osogongon. It was Oduduwa that drove him out of Ile-Ife to take over the throne. Because what happened? Oduduwa's father was the one on the throne before Obamaki Osogongon came in. Obamaki Osogongon, they killed Oduduwa's father. While Oduduwa was away on a war assignment, he used to travel down to like Egypt and all those areas.
The simple question is.
Hold on, man. Hold on. What you guys don't know. Just don't open your mouth
question is, what is your source?
What you don't know, you don't know. You just open your mouth and be jam-blocker mouth every time.
Jam-blocker. I'm asking you a question. You are giving me information. I'm asking the source. What is the source?
Just listen first. Which kind nonsense source do you want to ask
for me? You have to give me source. You can't come and give me source.
Mike, relax. Let Adajiko finish. We are all learning. Let us finish. It's history.
What is he talking about? You said you heard of Olugbo of Igbo. He was driven out from Ile-Ife by Oduduwa. It was Obamaki Osogongon that was the king then. And that will tell you that there have been several kings before Oduduwa came in there. We have been having king upon king in Ile-Ife before Oduduwa came. Oduduwa drove Obamaki Osogongon out of Ile-Ife to Olugbo, where they reside today. So Oduduwa is not the first king in Ile-Ife, and I am telling you authoritatively. And you guys that don't do anything will be asking.
You can't give me. Well, let me say this. When you're done, let me say this. What's my brother's name? What piece? Ajali Goku, you can't give me information authoritatively.
Go and find out. You are in a digital world. You can go and find out.
And I'm telling you, I'm Googling history. I don't do that.
Evidence. I'm telling you the empirical evidence.
You can't say you can authoritatively give me history.
Okay,
when people like when there are people in Ife there that can give me history.
I have several books. Just listen, man. I have several books to this effect. And I will bring
reading books.
And I will
tell you. They read a book himself too. He's also from Saudi Arabia. So you are reading books. People are miseducating you. And you are coming here to tell me it's authoritative.
Look at you. What you don't know, you don't know.
You are speaking authority based on what you read in a book by people that are not relevant.
You say what I read in a book. We have empirical evidence. You know, look of Igbo.
Evidence from where?
I can even bring the video of the king.
You are right. You are telling me the people their own story.
Mike, I think on Ajali Koko's side, he has brought his own part. Then it's for Mike. It's for you to go and check if Obamaki or Sogongo was a king in Ile-Ife or not before
Blackleg. Thank you. You know one thing about this history. People can just come up and say anything and it become law. First of all, Alafin for your started existing. Only of Ife started existing. People started knowing about it in 1943 when Awolowo got removed the Alafin for your and elevate the Oni of Ife throne in 1943. And people can just come out and say anything and it become law. It's okay. But you see, I'll say my own history. I will talk my own history. Every king that passed in Edo, Benin, we have their name, their relatives, their cousins. They have the date they were born, the date they died. Yoruba have before Oduduwa came to Ife, they say they have 96 kings. None of them have cousins. None of them have wives. You cannot find their relative anymore.
I have a question for you, what is? I have a question for you, what is?
Oduduwa left. Every king from the last Ogiso, we have Ogiso dynasty. We have 4 dynasty before the Ogiso. The Oba is the 5th dynasty. Oba we are in Oba now. Before now, we don't call them Oba.
Do you know how you come to bear that Oba?
You gotta give me chance to talk to, you know.
I didn't stop when you were talking now. Ogisowedo was the last one that gave birth to Kaladeran, our history. And Eweka, from Eweka time, it was Ewari turned it to Oba, turned the name to Oba, not even Eweka. And we all have all the Obas that have past and present Oba that have passed. They have their cousins, their relatives, their houses, the time where they were born is still in Benin. It's very fact, not just called Oba name.
Can I ask you a question? When you're done, can I ask you a question? Let me know when you're ready. Okay.
I'm ready.
The deities, the orishas that you guys have in your pantheon in Benin, for example, Shango, Oya, Oromila, where are they from?
Let me tell you something. From according to our history, Ododu Kaderan was the reason why it was banished from Benin because the king, the Oba Ogisowedo, his wives couldn't have their children. And Kaderan was a mystic person. He was very vast in deities and he was very strong in divinity. He's the original founder of which we call Ifa, which is Oromila in our own world. Olokun is not a deity. Olokun is not a deity. It's a divinity. Listen to us. Relax. To us. I'm not saying listen to us, right? The Ishango, that was Dodua was very good in those stuff. He took those stuff along when he left because those things they banished him from Benin. They wanted to kill him, but because of those stuff, he was very good in deities. There was the king's wife didn't have children. They went to check Oracle. Oracle said they should kill the woman. One of the wives did the abomination in the palace. For that reason, they should kill the wife. But the woman changed the story and came back and told the king that is a Kaladeran fault that they don't have children. So,
but the question I ask you is, what's the origin of the deities? The origin of the deities.
That question. From us, this guy, Kaladeran was the origin of those deities. He took it along to Ife. We have it in Benin.
Took them to Ife?
Yes. According to us, Olokun. So we have Olokun, Ogun, and
I was able to take all deities there. Somebody that escaped from prison. I was able to take all the deities.
Now. You don't have to carry it now. You don't have to carry it. It's not spiritual. It's a spiritual thing. It's practice.
The reason why I ask you that question, I also asked you earlier, do you know the meaning of Ile-Ife and the origin where the name came from?
Listen, Ife, let me tell you, Ife, like Efe. Ife, it could mean anything to you. For Benin, Ile-Ife mean I escaped to survive by Ile-Ife.
Okay, let me ask another question. I'm going somewhere, but I'm asking this question because I'm going somewhere. Now, these deities I just mentioned, these orishas, were they human beings or were they normal humans?
Huh? No. According to our history, they are not. That's why I say, according to our history, Olokun is not a deity; it's a divinity.
Okay, what is his role? What is his role in?
Let me tell you. Okay, I just say the Christianity. According to our own thing, if we write the Benin history to contradict the Bible or the European history, so in the Bible they have three gods.
Forget Bible, man.
Wait, hold on. Now I'm just saying. No, wait. They have three. God the Son, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. In Benin, we have three kings. The God Almighty called Saloboa, the Obaname, which God of the river. Then Salob, that is Oba, that is the God on land, which is our Oba. That's the three in one. You understand? The Oba only person about bows to.
Okay, who is Shango? Who is Shango then? Tell me who Shango is.
Shango is a deity. It's only according to us. It's only here that is Omila. If I can go to Olokun and talk about your issue. Shango and others just like angels around.
I think you should go and sit down with a real priest. Maybe they can break things down, because you're not really clear about how the divinities work and what their roles are. So in creation and humanity.
I don't know. Maybe you know more. You can tell me. But to what I know, little I know that passed to me through just simple knowledge. Is what I'm saying. Probably no more. But the normal thing, the normal stuff I know, Olokun in Benin, for Benin, is a divinity. And
he's saying Shango is like a messenger. Do you know what the word Olokun means? Michael and Angel Gabriel.
Olokun, what it means? Olokun means
that's the
god of rivers,
ocean,
god of rivers.
The ocean.
The god of, let me say that's I'm saying the god of river. I mean the ocean. Okun means the heavy wave.
The god of river is Oshun.
Okay, sorry. Sorry. The god of the ocean. That is like the Greek say what's it called?
Here's where I'm going. Let me just go to where I'm going, since you are not very knowledgeable of the divinities.
No. Tell him what you know rather than, because he's giving you quite.
Not what I'm saying. The knowledge of the divinities, which is common knowledge. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh no, go on. Go, take us to where you want us to be, Mike.
He knows his Benin history. That's not an argument. What I'm saying is I'm talking about the divinities, the knowledge of the divinities, which is something I know very well, and I'm a trained person in that area. You know. The divinities, they are the forces of nature. You understand? They are associated to a particular force of nature. When they talk about the ocean, there's a god that's why I say the god of the ocean. When they talk about a particular force of nature like ions, there's a god, there's a deity associated with that, which is Ogun. You understand? When you talk about the lightning and thunder, there's a deity associated to it, which is Shango. When you talk about the river, there's a deity associated with, which is Oshun. When you talk about so many of them. Now, when you talk about character, you understand? There's a deity associated with it, like someone that, and the reason why this thing associated with them is because, according to our own studies, the beginning of creation, when God sent these forces to Earth to design a planet, to make these forces exist, for it to be habitable, you understand, according to the story of the Yorubas. Now, when they came to the Earth, they came and landed in a place, and they started their building from there, and they named that particular place Iletunfe, the land where expansion began, when they started expanding their creation, you understand? That's how the Yorubas, the word Ilefe began, with the Yorubas. Now, these people we are mentioning, the Ogun, Shango, the all of that, they are all divinities. They were not regular human beings like you and I. So when people are saying,
you are lying. Ogun was a human being. Ogun was one of the sons of Oduduwa, and Ogun was a king in Ile-Ife. It was after his death, to immortalize his name, that they started all this Ogun. Or Shango.
Okay,
Hold on. Shango was a son of Oromiyan that took over after Oromiyan. So after his death, that to immortalize and continue the practice of his personality and his spiritual power. That was since then they've been worshiping him, and so don't say that Shango didn't jump from heaven.
If you let me land with the story, maybe you would have known where I'm going. The what you just asked me would have been explained as well. I was the one that told you in the past that Shango was a third Alafian for you. Didn't I say that?
Who told you? You were my talking for me.
No. Okay, let me ask you.
What do you know? When I was telling you that Oduduwa was 97 kings, you don't even believe that. You believe the story that Oduduwa jump down from heaven? All those lies that they were telling you.
Saudi Arabia, not heaven.
Okay, from Saudi Arabia. That's all. It's a lie. I'm telling you. They actually people that were trained from Saudi Arabia. Actually, he went.
Let me finish my own line. Now they can come back and give us your own Jimmy Jabba. Relax, man. Relax. Let me get to where I'm going.
You are lying to people. You are lying about deities. That one deity dropped from heaven. You are lying to people. You shouldn't lie to people.
Mike is an Ifa priest now. Mike is an
Ifa priest. It's lying.
Anyway,
not drop from heaven. You said the deity can't drop from heaven. That's a lie.
See,
let me get to where I'm going. One man. Wait, let me ask you one quick question. So, the Shango today, right? Can his energy be activated for justice or something?
Yeah.
when they say use Ogun to swear, can Ogun strike you today? Can Shango strike today?
Shango can
Can
strike.
Shango strike? I gotta go with yes or no.
Yeah. Can strike.
Shango can strike. Okay, so you're telling me Shango is a human being, it's not a spirit, right?
No,
I just kill your argument there.
No.
No, I gotta go. Now I say I'm lying that Shango is not. It's not a deity. It's not a god. It's a human being.
Wait. We are all learning here. See, Mike. I don't know where you from. I don't know your tribe. Your
Yoruba man
history.
now.
Okay, your history. You say Yoruba men. You say Yoruba. That was Yoruba now. Just recent word where all of Nago adopt.
I got you. I believe you on that. Yeah.
So everybody get your history from different side. See,
no, can Shango strike is what I'm asking. Can Shango strike today?
Yes, it can.
No. What you have to understand is what they are saying is some form of beatification, like you have in Catholicism. Remember when Mother Teresa died, they tried to canonize her to give her sainthood. So the fact that it was a human being does not mean it cannot evolve into a divinity.
True, but
via
according
the
to
beatification
according to history, Shango was never a human being.
Let me go where I'm going now. See, in that early time, these deities, when they came, they lived. They did the work of creation. When they left, in fact, they created the humans. We were living. When they left, they will come in our midst as humans. And in fact, before they come, they usually divine that, okay, this deity will come into this society and will be born at this time. Even when before Shango was born, it was divine. The Shango will be born and he will be the king in Oyo. And in fact, he will be born in the palace. And back then, children were forbidden for being born in the palace during that time. But Shango was actually born in the palace. He came as a human. So they were coming in our midst as humans to live. And when they came, they came with that power to live. And that's why when you hear that story, they will say, when Oyo was the king of Oyo, when Shango was the king of Oyo, he used to perform these things, he used to do that, he used to strike people, he used to speak fire from his mouth, all those things. So that tells you that a deity came to exist as a human among the people. So when we are talking about when you hear story of all these all of they were deities. They were not just ordinary human. That's what things they were doing back there was supernatural. So when you guys are talking about them, you just talk about them as one ordinary man like that. I just walk around like you and I today. These were deities. The extraordinary things they used to do. Even when Romeo, things that you hear about Romeo when he went to Benin, and when he was living in Benin.
Shango was former laughing for you.
Oh, sorry.
The point I'm trying to make is Shango, all of them, they were all deities.
Like Amadioha of the
and they were not. They didn't only exist in Yoruba land and Benin. They exist all over place Africa, man. Even in Igbo land. Shango, that's Amadioha.
Shango was the son of Orominyo. Shango was the son of Orominyo.
No one is arguing that.
Hold on. Sorry, guys. I heard something there. What did you say? Shango was Amadioha. What did you say?
Yes. The God of lightning and thunder. Yes, that's Amadioha in Igbo land.
God of thunder.
Anywhere you go in Africa.
Is it our Shango that is the Amadioha?
It's the same.
Yeah, they are different. They are just similar.
So you are claiming then that the Yorubas created. Are you claiming that the Yorubas created Igbo land?
No. It has not to do with that.
Just the same power.
Let me tell you the source of that power.
Shango was Allah. Shango was Allah for you. He actually seek the power from an herbalist to fight his enemy. That power of thunder. That's why he became Shango. That's why they narrate that power of thunder to Shango. It was an Allah for you. And what Ajalikoko was saying about the kings of Ile-Ife, there are about 85 or 87
97
kings, true,
97
or they are about truly. So you see these things, all the what Ajaleko was saying has been the what me have known ever in my life. All this.
Where's your source? Where's the source of your information?
The source is everywhere on internet.
You can't say everywhere. You can't say source from everywhere. You gotta come from the root.
What is your own source? What is your own source?
Your source gotta come from the original.
What's your own source?
The owners of the history.
What's your own source that you are claiming those?
Woman, this was the level. Go and sit down with the priest. If they tell you that what I'm telling you is a lie, come back to
Mike. You see the story what Peace
You
was
get your
saying.
own history
You
from
can tell.
British.
Hold on. The story, what Peace is telling us, you can tell is the story is being fed, which we can't even really base on. I know on the ranking from what I've known from forever I've known it, from what I've read from all the books
Well,
which
good
I've
for you.
read.
Good for you.
Benin King was third on the ranking.
No.
You see,
And let me speak
but
about the
obviously,
ranking.
I understand his stance. Obviously, some people in Benin will believe
So
no.
sorry,
It's
give
just
us
like
that
what
ranking. Give
just
us
like
that
Omar, let me give you the ranking.
it's just
hold
like
Let me
on,
give you the
what
hold
ranking.
on.
Norman was
Hold
saying
on,
earlier.
let
Like
DOG give us.
somebody,
Hold on, D. Hold on,
some,
G. Hold
okay,
on, D. You said the Benin King was the third on the ranking, which
on
I'm
the
sure World
ranking.
Peace disagrees with you. But give us your ranking, and then Mike can give us his ranking. So
Uh,
who's at the top of the ranking?
Aláàfin of Ife, I said
Of,
Oni of Ife,
mhm.
the Egba land guy, then the Benin King.
Where's the Alafia for you in that?
Thank you.
It's like the fourth or the fifth
Oh, all
on the
right.
ranking.
All right. What's your ranking, Mike?
Okay, if we have to rank it, we have to rank by who is first, who was created first, and who was created next. That's how. If I have to rank, we have to rank it like that. Now, first of all, Oni of Ife is not a king; he's a priest. You understand? When they do our left, he just handed the throne for him to hold on to it till they return. Now,
And that
Oromiyan,
is why they call him the Arole. Abi?
Arole Odua, thank you. So now, when Oromiyan was instructed by the oracle to set up the kingdoms, the first that he was sent to set up was the Benin kingdom,
Okay.
right? When he returned to Ife, he was also sent to head the other direction. Now, wherever the horse, Toma Yo, you should name that place, or Yo should be the next kingdom. You understand?
Okay.
Those two kingdoms were special. The instruction was to create those two kingdoms as special kingdoms with special power. You understand? That's why till today, the two most powerful kingdoms in Africa. I mean, well, let's just in the context of Nigeria, is that Benin and Oyo.
How?
Now, wait, let me land. I'm giving my ranking. So if we have to rank it, Benin has to be number one because it was created first. Then Oyo will be number two.
Okay.
To me, I think they are in the spiritual realm, they are equal, but if I have to rank it, I have to rank the one that was created first. So
So that
Romeo
was what
created
you wanted
Benin.
to hear, isn't it?
You said?
No, that was what
I'm a
Peace
Yoruba man
wanted.
100%, so I'm not being biased here. You understand?
One man. Let me say something. According to just normally, just a common sense, if Yorubas, let me not use the word Yoruba, I'm general. If some just saying that the Yoruba Benin is the third, and Oromio is let's say the first son of Oni of Ife that came to Benin to give us Eweka and left to found Oyo. How come Oyo's son will be older than the first son in Benin? It's not possible. It's a simple logic. But people just keep changing the story. According to your story, Benin is still the first. Oromia came to Benin first. When he left Ife, Benin was the first place he set his foot on. He left Benin, went
When
to
he
Oyo.
left Ife.
When he left Ife, Benin was the first kingdom he created. Yes.
He created.
So Benin is first.
And
Yeah,
the
I have to
first son he
agree. I have
had
to
in
agree.
life is Eweka. He didn't even have name. The boy could not talk. The son told him like this, your son is not talking. And I will call Owemeka, that Yoruba Owemeka, that is one. Then I gave them this Yoruba seed that they play. He said the son should let the boy play that seed. He was playing the seed with his friends. When he hit the right number, he hit the one. I said Owemeka, as in Yoruba. I can't pronounce the word. Yoruba word.
Ọwọ́ mi ká.
So the
Ọwọ́ mi ká.
Owo Mika, yes, the Benin is not changing to Eweka because we are having fighting with Ogiame, that one who was administrator, who was holding just like Oni of Ife, who wanted to continue the throne. He wanted his son. That was Evian. He wanted his son Ogiame to continue, and his son was fighting. That's why we came in. My father lineage came in. We had the same rules, but the one that was fighting to defend the Eweka. So,
but one piece, the only place I disagree with you is describing saying Oduduwa was son of somebody or from one particular place. Oduduwa,
according to our history, he is the son. The
which
son
I respect, but I will tell you, according to what we learn from the spirituality, because there's spirituality, there's in fact they call it scripture. In the old if I know those things, you understand? In the old those stories are there. That's where we get our own source from, not from books written by one man or one British man or something like that. We don't get our own.
We don't
stuff
get our
from
history from books.
I get it from the scripture of the priesthood. You understand? So there's before Udua came, there were, like I said, in ancient beginning, before humans were even created, these deities came to this planet to do everything, to settle the planets. Even humans, we are all created. Even our bodies, every part of our body has some contribution by each of these deities. You understand? Forces of nature was used to create our bodies. You understand? So there were times where humans were just in disarray. There was destruction, just misbehavior, disarray, everything. When they did divination, was when the heavens now sent to Dua to come and set up kingdoms and pretty much sorry, I'm yelling. Am I yelling? How you doing? Good to see you. Am I yelling?
No. When are you not yelling? Even when you are by yourself, you are.
No. Some people they are there. No, we are there. Now my lounge. Some people they do some get together. So I don't know. But you say you just come greet me, Sha. But anyway, Sha. So
he don't greet you. We heard the slap. He came to slap
you.
No,
he shook my hand. I shake with him. I'm like, oh my God, I want Italian. I think the guy's Italian. But anyway, Sha. So as I talk, Sha. So the reason you're right, we call Udutobiwa, you understand? Udutobiwa. He came to introduce character and kingship and kingdom, how to rule, all those things, how humans can live and the rules are among themselves. That's what Udutobiwa's goal was. What Oloduma is sending to planet to come and do. That was his mission. You understand? So he came, and when he first came, he has to start from where he originated from, which is Ife. So he landed in Ife first, set up the whole kingdom. That's why in Ile-Ife they have a festival they call Olojo Festival. Olojo, when Ojo began, you understand? Time began. You understand? They have if you understand? So different times, different eras. So Oduduwa came to set up the whole kingship system on the planet. So that's why if you go to the dead, they said the first king on this planet was Oduduwa. So when somebody's coming here telling Oduduwa is the 90th king, there was no such thing as kingship, kingdoms, or kingship on the planet before Oduduwa came.
That is according to your own history.
So Oduduwa was no imam.
All right, thank you. The one thing, because we've been, and apologies to everybody, by the way, we've gone just deep Yoruba, but I hopefully it's still something that illuminates. But the ones, because this is not the first time we've been to this space, but every time we've gone to this space, it always pans out like this. Just a variety of interpretations of what Yoruba. There's no one codified Yoruba history that we can all say that's categorical. There's an element there and an element there. But the one thing that I am taking away from this session is what Mike said, that it was the Yorubas that actually founded the Igbos via the way of
no, I didn't say that.
Is that not what you said? You said there was Shogo or Ogun.
No, I didn't say one man. Don't put in my mouth. What I told you is that everywhere in Africa,
you see,
everywhere in Africa, everywhere in this world, where you see divinities, you can associate that divinity.
Let me
listen
to Radio Biafra. You can take that back to headquarters. That this is the new wisdom.
You can associate every divinity with the forces of nature, and that force of nature can tell you who that divinity is. You understand? So if I go anywhere in Africa, they tell me that God here, this is his name. He's a God of lightning and thunder. I know that I'm speaking of Shango. Our language is just changed. Our language is changed, but the divinities are the same.
According
even in the Caribbean.
Wait, Mike. According to your explanation, when the so-called divinities came to Earth, was they Earth?
No, the house was inhabitable.
Yeah, opening another window there.
Even let me explain it to you this way. Today, scientifically is proving that
they're. Let me just tell you what happened. What you're saying is that some extraterrestrial came to terraform Earth. That is what you're saying. Terraforming. Is that not what it's called?
Now you are taking it to black list territory.
Habitable. Is it not terraforming? You could Google
from the knowledge you have, there are planets. There are planets that surround us, right? You know, you heard about different planets, right?
Okay.
And there's only one of them that's habitable, right?
That humans are planning to terraform Mars. Are you aware?
Which one is
good for them, man.
For those of us
terraforming is making a planet habitable.
Habitable.
There is no religion that says that they did not meet Earth. That means they met Earth. There was Earth. So all these people are extraterrestrials. If you are saying they are from heaven, we all know it's from space, obviously.
Yeah.
So
yeah, whatever I can call them.
Okay.
Those are the people we call Orisha today.
Mr. Mike, please let me quickly finish this. To Jalo Coco, more of my mentor here. As I was just speaking, we they learn. But one thing I believe, the day the Yorubas, sorry, I'm using that word, because if Yorubas really know the meaning of that Yoruba, they will not allow them to call that name Yoruba. Because we've been called them look at me. Look at me.
Okay, what does that mean, and why should we recoil from being called Yoruba? So
because Yoruba is being called by two words from two phrases. Our own is actually good. Our own is Yoruba or Yoruba, meaning the son of the mother. In Benin we call our wives, our mother, according to their first son name. That's how we call women in Benin. So describe you Yoruba people as Yoruba. We're actually describing them to Eweka mother. That's Oromia, because Oromia's mother actually is a Yoruba. Take it or leave it. Though if we say Kaladera, otherwise a Benin man, but his mother is Yoruba. So actually describing her, tagging him to the mother. So we say Yoruba is the son of, or his daughter, his mother is a Yoruba, the son of a Yoruba woman for us. But according to the answers of the plan, they call it Yaraba. The deceitful one, how they say it. So, but we call
everybody hates us. We don't care. That's
I know, understand.
See,
but
what please? I'll tell you something you guys don't know, man. When you guys are limiting Benin and Oyo expansion to just that Nigerian area, these guys went as far as outside of even Africa.
Wait.
Japan. Talk about Egypt.
Mike, I'll get to that.
The Yorubas went to Japan.
Mike, I will get to that. Mike, I will get to that. Just hold on.
These people conquer the planet. We just don't know our history to that extent.
Mike, I will get to that. Just hold on a little bit, please. See, the day the Yorubas will come together and really say their history properly, everybody in Nigeria will get it right. Because all of them want to get relevant, they are destroying history, and it's creating a vacuum. And that vacuum.
Everybody is not doing supremacists. That's what it is. That's what I'm saying. Everybody wants to do supremacists.
Mike, let me ask you a question. Who was the person that allowed that history of Oduduwa coming from Saudi Arabia taught in school? Who allowed
It's the Fulanis.
Yes, I don't know. Somebody's in Nigeria, we don't.
It's not the Fulanis.
There's no formal education system, so people just put things out.
No. It's not the Fulanis. When the British say we have to go back in 1897 is very important in this history. When the British conquered the Benin Empire, then they have to rewrite our history to control us. Everybody's history. They brought Fulanis. I didn't say the answers.
I don't think they conquered you guys. Stop saying they conquered you, man. No one can conquer Benin Kingdom. Trust me.
No, I know.
Stop
But
it
was a massacre.
They didn't conquer them. All of their histories all of their histories in British Museum in London. They didn't.
That's not conquest. If you're saying
all of their deities, they are behind glass cases.
When it comes to artifacts.
The artifacts now, they were dated before. Now they take
it. No. They're not. That's what you don't. That's history. They're not.
What of the king that they took away?
They didn't take him away. They didn't take him away.
It was supposed to Calabar, and after he was killed, after he passed on, then amalgamated Nigeria, 1914. Then Benin was controlling West Africa, dominating West Africa, Benin Empire. Fine.
How did Benin control West Africa now again? You did not hear. I've never heard of Benin in our life.
Everybody wants to have their history.
In Calabar, we've never heard of Benin.
And we have Yoruba all over the places in West Africa. We don't see Yoruba. We don't see Benin people.
You are thinking of the context of the Yorubas today. Yeah, I'm talking about something thousands of years, all those eras.
When the British came, in West Africa region, there's 4 empires recognized in West Africa region: the Mali Empire, the Ashanti, the Borno, and the Benin, and that's where they carved out Nigeria from.
No, they say Calabar. The Obong of Calabar.
Who's Obobo Calabar? Who's Obobo Calabar? Which empire? Come here in Japan, you see Benin Empire.
He
It's on
was
history here.
recognized.
By who? By the British.
Didn't you just say that
see,
when
I'm
they
not
took
trying
your
to
king
believe
to?
your history. I'm not trying to believe your history. You have a king, fine. But I'm trying to. Empire is different from just a dukedom. Empire was
Well, you just said that they
wait,
recognized
wait. What I mean,
when the British came, the
listen,
Songhai Empire was already dead.
listen.
Do you know that?
What?
That the Songhai Empire was already dead when the British
I said there was 4 empires around, well known then.
Mali Empire was already dead.
It's okay. I'm not saying I'm not fighting for when he died. When the time, the date. Just said the empire then in that area. Okay, listen, please, just listen, what I'm trying to say. I'm not gonna forget again. Oh shit.
The height of the Benin Kingdom and the height of the Oyo Empire was way before all these new empire. You're talking about the Mali, all these ones. That was later. We already were in decline before this one. Even
now you brought me back to
the
the
height of the Benin Kingdom or Oyo and all these effects was ancient. I'm talking about ancient time.
Wait, you brought me back to the track. I'm not going too far. I'll give you 500 years from now, 600 years from now. The fact is there. So go to the British Museum or the British Archive. It's there. Go to the Portuguese. It's there. As 15.
To me, I think that our era was even before the Europeans even came to us.
Yeah, no. I'm just no. What the European came to meet as 1557. We already have an ambassador.
A lot of empires we're talking about were already dead. I can name all the empires. Everything.
Calabar
there was some internal. There were a lot of internal this in Africa. Even the Egyptian era, it was already there before the Europeans started coming and doing their own.
In West Africa, after the Benin Empire was the last to fall to the British.
Which last to fall to the
Nobody fell to the British, man. You guys should stop saying we fell to the British. If we are still the African, we need to change our mentality. Before we can rise again, listen to me one piece. Before we can rise again, we have to first acknowledge one thing. No.
What did I say?
You said
listen, you have to check history properly.
I know my history very well.
Wait. I don't say your history. You have to know history very well. The British brought the Fulanese from Guinea down to Nigeria. They are foot soldiers. They not conquer anything in the north. There was nothing in the north to conquer. There was nothing. There was nothing of who?
The Bonu Kanem.
Bonu was an empire. Bonu was an empire.
You said you were the last to be captured. Have you forgotten that the southern part was first captured?
What year?
What year? When they went to the north, they met the caliphate.
No, what year?
Did they meet the Sokoto
caliphate? Don't say Blantyre statement. Benin in 1987. What year did the Bonu fell?
1987. That's quite recent.
1887. 1887. So when did the Bonu when? We just come here and say Blantyre statement because we just want to say things that we. I'm not trying to promote Benin here.
See, Blantyre statement.
Come on, man. Hold on. You are not trying to promote Benin.
No.
You told us that the Benin created the Yorubas that we should call you daddy. You are not.
One man.
He was controlling West Africa. How?
Wait, one man. Listen, I've studied so much to understand that we have to embrace ourselves.
Did you study? Did you study to validate your prejudices?
No.
I
didn't study to validate my prejudices. I've studied to understand that.
Look at this guy.
History, all of us history intertwined until we tell our history correctly.
We did not intertwine. We never met any Benin person. We do not intertwine. There's no Benin.
See, Calabar, I don't want to bust your bubble. We're talking about empires.
There's nothing to bust there.
See, we're talking about empire. See, we are talking about.
Because I know that people send prince to everyone.
Listen, he wants to tell you that you don't have a kingdom. So
see, you have dukedom. I'm not.
One man, you see the problem. Somebody shall want to be the daddy.
Everybody wants to be the daddy.
I'm not be the daddy.
That's the problem today.
No. Let me shoot my last this thing. For what I'm saying. If all of us come together and tell our history well, the way it's supposed to be, we will see where we came from, where we are going to. We now trying to create history to get relevance. We are destroying the history further and further. For God knows when it will end. For me, to my own capacity, I've studied to understand. disconnect with this, disconnect with that, disconnect with this. But when you try to call this, you are superior than this, you're not this, you're not that, you'll be destroyed in history, and you will give a chance to who is not to write nonsense. And today, the Fulani is writing on us because we are forgetting our history. We are forgetting our roots. If you know your root, somebody else will not write on you. I'm not saying
I think understanding your roots is more important.
Very important than everything.
Understanding it is more important than knowing it. Because knowing sometimes
listen, my friend. I'm talking about my history. I didn't say my history override your history. I'm saying, hold on now, hold on now. Listen. I'm talking about my history since I've been tying it with Yoruba history. Yorubas and
you
had
had things with Yoruba.
What was your relationship with the Urobos?
We are the same ancestry.
So
same lineage.
But are they of equality to you, or?
Yeah, we are same brothers. We are same brothers, different mothers, same father, different mothers. Yorubas
and the people, those are Calabar, the Calabaris.
Not all the Calabaris. We have Benin descendant in Calabar region. Not all Calabars.
One correction, please. One correction, please. Calabari is different from Calabar. And Calabar people are Efik.
Calabaris are Ijaws. Yeah, the Efik people.
Calabaris are Ijaws. Okay.
See, in the river region, we have the Benin, like in their 16th community, the tribe of kingdom, they have there 14 trace their lineage to Benin, like the Egba people. I'm not going to speak for them. That's what they say. They are from Benin, and
Egba have no lineage with Benin.
No, Yoruba.
This guy. We thought it was the Igbos that were land grabbers, but it's actually the Benins that are land grabbers.
That was under the Oyo, man.
No. You are getting it wrong. I'm not talking about the Egba Yoruba people.
Oh, he's talking about the Egba in Delta. There's another Egba in Delta.
I'm talking about in Cross River. You should listen carefully now. Yes, now.
Cross River.
Yes, now.
There's another Egba like that in I think somewhere in Delta Cross River. I'm not sure.
Which Egba in Cross River? Which name is Egba in Cross River?
It's not. Listen. Their king is called Oba. Listen, it's like, see. The pronunciation, the spelling is like Egba. Listen now, you just jump. Just listen, please. The spelling, if you pronounce it according to the English spelling, it sounds more like Egba. But if they say it pronounced in their own word, it's more like of Oba. It's OGB, something like OGBA something. Egba, I don't know. But it's called Egba in Cross River.
Okay. How would you feel if I change all the pronunciation?
I did not change your pronunciation. Just say yes. The king said wait now. Listen. I'll send you videos. The king, the king sent his people to Benin, which they here, and Benin sent people to there. Just claim there is access from Benin.
Not send anybody to where I'm from. We don't even know Benin.
Where are you from in
Calabar? Where are you from in Calabar? We met Benin when we from Nigeria.
Where are you in from Calabar?
I'm from Ibibio 18.
Did I say Benin from Benin? I didn't say Bibio from Benin now. I said Egba. You are saying Bibio.
Come on. Bibio Efik is we have this in comment.
See, you're just talking. You're just talking.
No.
When you guys just talk here sometimes, I just get my brain. Get my brain.
Have common ancestry.
I just get my brain twisting, my brother. Just get my brain twisting. I did not say Ibibio are from Benin. I did not say Benin are from Ibibio. I'm saying Egba. It's like there's 4 communities from the Cross River that link their ancestry from Benin. So how come are you not getting pissed about that? That's I'm superior than them, or they're superior than us. Your ancestry from Benin, what's wrong with that? We can say our ancestry tied with Igala.
Please, give me 1 second. Let me ask Ajani Gogo one question. Before I want to make sure me and him are on the same page on this one before we get off. Ajani Gogo, do you agree with me that
Ajani Gogo is no more here?
Oh, you left? Oh,
I think so.
Okay. Well, maybe one piece. Maybe you can also agree. Do you agree with me that before humans existed, the divinities existed on this planet first?
I'm not too much in spiritual, but
Okay.
I'm not too much in spiritual. But what I'm trying to say is this: you see me speaking about the Yorubas. I'm telling you. I
How
never
is
denied.
that possible? You are an Edo man, not a spiritualist. I thought you all had like some
No.
little
What I
deity.
mean, see,
Do you
listen,
not
I'm
all
not that
have a
vast.
little god in your house?
Yeah. See, yeah, it's not. Yeah, I'm not that vast into how it becomes, how it not become.
If you have knowledge of that, we explain most of the things you are confused about to you. Trust me. Maybe you should
You
go and sit down
understand?
with the
See,
priest and then
one man. You see, when people talking about Ifa, I will not argue with them. I have Ifa. I don't hide it. I've gone
even
to the
the
highest place
Benin
of it.
priest. When I sit down with the Benin priest, they tell me that they're from
I've sit
Ife.
down.
They'll tell me that the origin of everything, their source, their spirituality, everything comes from Ife.
I've
But
sit
when I sit
down
down
with
with ordinary people say, "No, we are this, we are that." I'm like,
No,
yes.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing with you. I've attained the highest position of Ifa. We call it Omila. There's a place I can go to when I go to. If I go to when Ifa shrine, just certain things a common man cannot touch or cannot enter. I can enter because I have attained that position, not because
Are you higher than Mike, who tells us that
nobody's
he's an
higher. Before you get to that
Edo?
position, you're in that position.
Don't talk about me, man. Come on.
It's not by higher. When you get to that position, you're already in that position. You understand?
Do you know what Odufa means, Bald Peace?
I don't know. I'm going to Benin. I'm saying to my Benin. I'm saying for my Benin. You're saying from your Yoruba side. I don't know. I'm saying from my Benin side. If you're saying my Benin, what I might know. So
okay. One Piece. Do you know that the second Oba of Benin was sent from Akwa Ibom, from Calabar?
I don't know. What was his name?
So why will you just be saying that they send Oba to everywhere? Oba send here, Oba send there. Everybody's Benin. All the whole Nigeria is Benin. And your population is how many?
It's just some truth that is hard to swallow.
It's not truth.
So
Your
it's
population is how many? If you send Oba to everywhere, how many population do you have?
Listen. You see, it's not about population. You see,
it's about population.
Hold on now. Hold on now.
Numbers win
Hold on.
I think the mistake War Peace is making is War Peace is trying to use the era that's old to try to claim glory in this present day. You can't do that, man, because
I'm not using that. I'm not using that from now. We are talking about history. We're talking about present. We're talking about history.
Even Oyo, I can't use Oyo to try and claim glory today because places in Benin Republic where Oyo was controlling, I can't go there and be telling them that, hey, you're under
Oyo. Wait. Just simple. We are in history. We're not talking about present. We're talking about past history. That's call it history. That's old. You see me, Jolly Coco, Mike, and even you were talking about Oromia, which is first. Benin, that's history of Benin. I cannot remove that. I'm talking about history. Oromia came to Benin. Did I say he's not a Benin man, Yoruba man or a Benin man? He came. That's the fact. He came. You acknowledge to know your history. He came to Benin. We cannot remove that fact. He left there. He went to Oyo and found on that place. Fine, but then you start removing it. You start discussing history. You telling me a king came from Calabar. He came to Benin. I will not argue with you. But what was his name and which year? If I tell you some Benin descendant went to Calabar, I'll tell you the name and the year. I didn't say Benin from Calabar, but I can tell you that Benin have descendant in Calabar. Two simple language. What's difficult to understand? Is it a painful thing that British conquered the world? British was just when they conquered the world, there was just 4 million people citizens when they took over the world. What is just fucking 4 million? So what's so hard to accept? Please.
Do you know why I sounded like that? Because
we have to talk with sense. We are learning.
I think where this whole confusion can end.
Hold on, let's hear from D and then we'll start to round off because this can go on for hours.
To go on and on. Yeah, Etebo, please, where are you from, Akwa Ibom?
Good question.
89.
My mom is from Uronso Road.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I grew up in Lagos all my life anyway.
All of them grew up in Lagos too, but I know the place.
But we are not allowed to be Lagosians according to one man went to man.
Who am I? I'm an Oyo man. No, I have no stake in anything. I am not a Lagosian. Who am I?
My brothers. The history is important, but there are expert historians in Nigeria that will break this thing down in every region. The truth about the matter right now is we are all Nigerians, and that is the fact, and that is what we have to fight to preserve. this division, I know we're talking history, but this history kind of leads into certain divisions and certain gripes that further divides us.
True.
And it's important that we see ourselves as Nigerian first, but also be proud of our heritage. Just my own 2 cents.
Yeah, true. Because I'll add a little to it. Because when the British came and took over Africa, they started creating warrant chiefs. That's the problem we are having today. And the governors, the politicians they follow with the same. Every politician going to or governor going to position, they will create their own
Bini
warrant
has
chiefs.
claimed to find Igbo. They said they found Igbo, they found Yoruba, they found Igala, they found West Africa. I've seen many of them come online.
Look, there's one thing that you people are missing all the way through this conversation. You are not actually looking at your screen, because if you look at your screen and you see is it avatar or display picture or whatever that World Peace is displaying, then that tells you already what his politics is all about.
Exactly.
He's a Benin supremacist now. He's telling us
No.
the Beninese are the daddy of the Yorubas. I've never heard such a thing. The Benin are the daddy of the Yorubas.
Let me put it on a simple form. Benin did not found Igbo. Benin did not found Yoruba. We only tell you our history that we have descendants in Igbo land. Descendants. If we are descendant happen to be one of the kings, we will tell this king, this social king, this kingdom was a Benin descendant. But I don't know why.
Are you saying Benin is a bloodline? Benin people are bloodline people?
No.
All right, gentlemen. Sadly, we've come to that time of the day we seek to start to round off, because we can't go on forever. So we round off to land on Lord Michael, and we kick it off with Ahizon. So Ahizon, that has been the session. We started off meekly. We went kung fu fighting with Radio Biafra, and now we've gone through Yoruba history, and we've emerged none the wiser. So Ahizon, that has been the session.
Yes, we've gone through Yoruba history from different perspectives, and we are yet to find a common ground. I think one man you might have to invite a expert historian from Obafemi Awolowo University, and then our brother from Edo State will have to invite a historian from Igbinedion University, and they can come and talk about the history of the Bini people versus at this point I'm even scared to call them.
Those ones will give you British version. You don't need those people. Those are Igbo people.
I was just about to say people won't even.
You have to bring people from the kingdom, the priests from the kingdom.
We can't agree, but the one thing we can agree on is that we're all Nigerians. We all bleed green, white, green. We have a flag to represent. Even those that want to form Odua Republic, or those that want to form Biafra, I call it the Turapa Republic, whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, when the Super Eagles are playing, we forget that one is Odua Republic and one is Biafra. We cheer, we don't even care. If Yakini scores a goal, we scream for Yakini. We forget that he's from Southwest. Or if Okocha dribbles someone, we scream JJ. So let's please. It's important that our unity is something that is so fragile at this point. If we don't fight to preserve it, we will lose it. And honestly, if we lose it, we're lost. Nigeria is a conglomeration of several African societies. That is the truth of the matter. And that's why we have to hold what holds us together. We didn't choose how we got here, but nevertheless, we are here. And that's why it's even more important, listen to all these debates, why they need to decentralize the governance of the country, because as we can see, people that have a strong affiliation to where they are from, and they want to be able to govern themselves, control their destiny according to their cultures, their heritage, their religion, whatever it is. So we have to decentralize the power structure to give people, autonomy and empowerment to control their destiny, and they don't feel like a Fulani man from Niger Republic is dictating what happens in a local government in Cross River State, or a Bayelsa man is telling them what to do in Oyo Alafin. It's just that is the nature of who we are. And once we can figure out how to customize our governance according to who we are as people, I think that we'll become a strong nation and we can grow into our own future. God bless all of you, my brothers.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Where's one man?
One man is eating. He has gone to grab his sandwich. One man has gone to grab.
I know. I was actually talking. I didn't know I wasn't on the screen. Before you leave, I want to show you a quick picture. Just you may want to comment on it or not, but just the picture itself. Just look at this. Can you see that?
It's buffering.
Huh?
Okay. Yeah, I can see it.
So who can you spot on that?
It's not very. I think I see Osibanjo.
Arigbosola.
Tinubu.
You see, so that was them from what 30 years ago. So everything changes but remains the same. So this is it. That's Nigerian politics right there. But thank you, Aizon. So there it is. A funny session, but there we are. So thank you, Aizon. Always a delight. So from Ahizon, we go to Ete of Africa. So Ete, you see, you learn something every day. You came here none the wiser, but now you are living with the knowledge that your kingdom was founded by the Benins. This is according to World Peace. Ete.
Yeah, it was a nice session today. And the thing is that we Nigerians, we need to find a common ground and to know that the elites, they don't give a damn about us. They are their friends. Elite from Igbo, from Ibibio, from every tribe in this country, they're all friends. It's we that are non-elite that need to come together to make sure that we put people that at least will give us the basic. We're never asking for much in Nigeria. The basic of light, of education, the roads, etc. That is what we deserve as people from Nigeria. So 2023 is coming, and we need to gather ourselves and make sure we sensitize people to vote the right people to power, because that is where it all boils down to. Because if the wrong person enters 2023, I'm sorry to say Nigeria might not exist. So to make sure that this our great country truly becomes great, we need to take our destinies in our hands, and we need to come together as individuals. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ete. So that's Ete, now a regular voice on the platform. So a new voice, but quite controversial. Ajale Koko will be waiting for you the next time you come. So World Peace, come prepared. Your words.
Well, my use PG. Thank everybody. I learned a lot. I learned a lot from this program. But waiting our quick talk, we say we could try and know our history well, so that we're not going to fight each other, so that all these politicians are not going to use our head. Because if you really look at them well, some people with the political office, they are really nobody if you take the political office from them. If we know our history well, the northern and we cried, oh, the crisis they control us. They don't fit control us, because if we know our history, we'll be more united, and if we stay united, we will be the majority. Because we divide among ourselves, they want to claim who be senior, who will not be senior. They make us lose our value the more, and they give other people more power to control us. And 2023 they come now. I would like make every certain put their differences aside, come together strong, bring one candidate out, vote the candidate of from one candidate from south, so that we will get to that power. We don't need to go north, go to beg them to give us what belongs to us. So I see and reach, and I look forward to see you guys again, and I learned a lot from here. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, World Peace. So that's World Peace. He landed from Japan and landed with a bang. So from Japan with a bang to London with DOG. DOG, your word.
Yeah, it's been a great section. I've learned quite some stuff tonight. And for the political space, I would say let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's hope all the troubles going on with all these guys and their party will lead us to at least a bit of where we want to get to. Please, guys, thumbs up, like, share, and see you tomorrow. Thanks.
All right, thank you, DOG. So from DOG, we go to Mike, who has his own version of history, which we are not entitled to, but he has anyway. So, Mike.
Oh, no. Are you hearing something like playback?
No, we can hear voices in the background, but
that's what it was. Okay. I was wondering why my stuff is bouncing. It's because you hear the voice back.
Maybe I think you have.
Well, you can hear me louder than them, right?
No, we can hear you sufficiently enough.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I think this whole tribal supremacy that's been going on, especially between the Benin, Yoruba, like who's that? I think if people begin to look at that history from a point that those people during that time, those divinities, we talk about Romeo, we talk about Shango, we talk about Obatala, we talk about, those were not tribesmen, those were not humans, those were divinities, those were deities, you understand? The same, you can hear their name in other tribes in Africa, like in Igbo now, here, Amadiora, that's Shango. They were not tribesmen, they didn't see themselves during that era. There was no such thing as Yoruba at that time, or Benin tribe, Yoruba tribe. So when we're talking about these people, we shouldn't be looking at them as tribesmen from this tribe or that tribe. I think that's what's causing this whole feeling ethnic supremacy, like, okay, how can you say we come from you or you came from us? During that era, there was no tribes. These whole tribal boundaries came later, and those that existed during that time are different from people. Those of us that exist today, they are different kind of people. They were their own ways. Everything was different. Today, many of us that exist in a particular tribe probably migrated from somewhere there, just joined them, and today we're claiming to be from there, and then we say, oh, this is my history, and that's Romeo that time, or Shango that time look like me, and no, that's what the confusion is. That's one point I just need to debunk. And then another point I would say, because this is kind of striking when I heard what we say, the British conquered us and conquered this. We need to change that mentality, that belief that we're conquered. We're not conquered. Maybe we had an experience with the British, we had an experience with Europeans, and they're gone. So why are we holding on to the idea that we're conquered? If you're believing you're conquered, then you have a conquered mind, and a conquered mind can never rise. The reason why we are not even considering rising, to even consider ourselves to be people that can rise to the level of the Europeans or anybody to even take over, is because we believe we are conquered people. They came and conquered us, and in fact, these people never really conquered us. Most of the accounts that we are reading, we are learning, are accounts given by the British. That's their own account. They say until the lion begins to write his own story, the hunter will continue to be the victor. Continue to be the hero and victor. Most of the encounter between the British and our forefathers are the account written by the British, telling us that, okay, we met your forefather, we kicked their ass, we took over, we conquered them, but we never get the account of our own people. When I go to places in Yoruba land, I hear stories about when the British came, when some white people came there, and the priests there wanted not to walk into a place. They went there, they became blind and things like that. I'm like, whoa, I never heard this one from a British man book. So the account that we are learning our English design curriculum is just an account to teach us that we have been conquered and to give us that conquered mentality. So we can be feeling inferior and thinking we are a bunch of inferior race. We need to debunk the idea that we're conquered. Even in fact, if it happened that we were conquered back then, the fact that we exist today, I'm not a conquered person, why should I be thinking I'm a conquered African? So we need to get to that point. And this our curriculum needs to change. We need to start teaching our children about glory things about ourselves, so that way they can have good self-esteem, high self-esteem, and know that they can fly, they can become anything, they can even get greater than the Europeans and Chinese and everybody else. So this we have so many things to work on in Africa there, in especially Nigeria. This mentality issue is what we need to deal with first. This, we things to teach ourselves, things to tell ourselves. It's so degrading that we expect. I mean, there's no way we can become great people if we keep thinking like that, thinking we're a bunch of conquered people by British. British came and conquered you. Who did they conquer? They can't conquer me. Our gods are more powerful than the British, man. You guys need to go and worshiping European gods, all these things we are doing. Allah, Muhammad, Jesus, all these things. That's pathetic. We have to dump those things, man. When I read the story of Shango or Romeo, those were the things they used to do, the kind of magic they used to do back then, where they can appear being or if you're today and appear and put in the next second. Those kind of things, man. I'm like, whoa, this kind of power they had. And these are the ancestors we turn our back on. We believe in the name of Jesus. And Jesus hasn't been saving you for the past 60 years. We adopted Jesus. Our life is getting worse. Everybody should go back to their ancestral shrine and go and apologize and start worshiping their ancestors and stop this madness. Thank you, one man.
All right. Thank you, Mike. So the one thing I will agree with Mike on is just the language, because one of the languages that I particularly rail against is when people say they are colonial masters. They are not your masters. They were interlopers. They were interlopers. So they're not colonial masters.
They came
were
to hustle.
European
They were Europeans that came and hustled and did their time and left.
Who is your colonial master? They were
And
not your masters.
the funny thing is, a person born in an African village today, right? They'll be teaching him that Europeans are your colonial master. This man will probably never see a white man till he die, and he's being taught that his master is someone in Europe. So these things, we need to stop it. We just this kind of mentality, you are suppressing yourself mentally when you are teaching yourself those kind of things. God, Lord.
All right, thank you, Mike. So that was Mike. As outlandish as he came in, he lives with a bank. So that's Mike living with a bank. And in the absence of the mighty Ajanle Koko, we have a person of equal might, Lord Michael. So Lord Michael, it's been one hell of a session.
My people, I agree to now. One man, I don't like this comparison between me, small man like me, and Ajale Koko. No go do me that, not give me a uppercut. Anyway, man, I don't know as I go to tell all of you thank you today. Una try. A hell of a session. Agreements, disagreements, counter this, counter that. At the end of the day, everybody decided to sheet their swords and say, make we live on for another day. So my people, una lawyer boy and I still be, I not fit change from una. I go start by saying, I beg, make una dey invite people, make una dey share the broadcast, make una dey hit the like and subscribe button so that we go to improve, we go to grow, we go to get people. On wetin we don't talk today, this one own this one, the other one own the other one. Nobody gets anybody. Me, I not believe say one person go fit come tell me say, na colonize me or na wetin they serve, na be wetin make me they leave. No, not only I just know say God create everybody. If we look today, all these people will be say that they do well for this world. They not get all this our Christianity and our Islamism. What would they do to deceive ourselves? To us now, 419 we just use until they do ourselves. They cheat ourselves. See all these people with claims now they holy pass. They not fit do anything for you where they suffer now. So make we change our mind. Make our religion be our mind. Make our culture be our thoughts. Make we know how we take develop ourselves. And I go also tell one man, say any day where you want ready, we go discuss this I'll call him history. Let me know. I go try link you with one guy where I go bring. The guy Naido guy. You know, he know a lot. Maybe one or two people feel still dispute some things, but you go see most of the history, they tally with most of the things, with points and dates and events and venue. You know, when that time reach, I go link them up to you. So make we continue to the learn, make we the progress. The big Coco be say, when I don't see them now, every day now they talk this thing for here. All these people who they look up to, they never feel take care of themselves, finish. Now we will come to expect me to do something for us. Every day by every day. Even that Bible talk ourselves say, can anything come out of Jericho? Anything if it come out of this Nigeria? Sometimes we go there, we go to fight these people who say they want go. Like me, I believe say we need to divide though. They're not to take that one come out. Because I don't see say you not get where would they go. And the truth be say last, everybody go come back, say, make we share the grace, make we they go because now waiting go help us. But if we not agree, those of una way feel say hope see day, make una try, make una do hard, make it better because those of us we don't see say hope not day, we don't they run out of patience. Now they make us instead we go fight the oppressors. We will can't even they join the fight people where they support the oppressors because now so we they see them. So make everybody do their own way. Make everybody there for himself. Make everybody help him brother and sister. If you see what he go lift your brother up, do him. If you see the way go bring him down, I beg, resist from him. Not let your brother down. Then I want to thank everybody with the background there. They chat, they encourage us, they debunk us. God go bless una. Make una continue this strong work una don't start. This thing what we do so It don't pass community. Now mission we did, and we go do am till we go get progress. And I don't see say very soon, as we both talk and say there's light at the end of the tunnel. We go soon see the good part of what we they do. So make I leave am for here because say time already they go. So now we don't do it. We don't yam bracket there. Tomorrow we go still do am the way we they do am. God bless you now. One love. Good night.
All right, thank you, Lord Michael. So the Lord Michael, he not replaces but substitutes for Ajanle Koko to have the final word. So that has been the final word. Thank you, Lord Michael. So yes, it's just a wild session we have had today. You know, we started off on just a steady pace, and then of course we got waylaid, hijacked somewhat, and we had a bit of a contretemps, and then we petered off and we leave again in just a steady manner. So that's how it usually, well, not usually, but often goes that way sometimes. You see, the beauty of the thing is that you just start the sessions, but then you don't know how it will go, because I always say it's an open mic session. So everybody comes in, and depending on how they are viewing things and how somebody else views their views, then things evolve in whatever direction. So it just happens organically. It's not any way contrived. It's not orchestrated in any way. And that is the beauty of it. Only one place, one man went to Mo. So you, of course, already subscribed, because if you are not, then you are just missing out. So make sure you are subscribed, and make sure, of course, that the thumbs up button is clicked. So those two things is your participation if you're not on the screen. So you thumbs up, and then you make sure that you're subscribed, and you make sure you diarize it as a regular thing, because we convene every time around about 9:30 p.m. UK time. We have afternoon sessions as well, but that is mood-led. If I'm in the mood, I do it. If I'm not, but what is almost guaranteed is the evening sessions. New and fantastical people continue to come and join us. Ete of Africa, World Peace. So all these names, DOG, not so much new anymore. Solid, that just comes out of God knows what he's talking about. I don't even think he knows what he's talking about half the time. And I don't know what I'm talking about most of the time. I think you've already gathered that. But with all of that, we mix it together to deliver what essentially is a gripping and an engaging session for your delectation. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.